Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. Before we begin the zombie apocalypse, I want to ask for your support by subscribing to the channel. Your subscription is very important to me and helps me a lot, so please subscribe to support me. Maybe that way I can stay alive a little longer. Now let's go to day 0, how it all began. The news kept getting worse even as management kept telling us everything was fine. Reports of riots in Philadelphia, emergency rooms in Boston turning people away. The CDC issuing statements about a novel pathogen that was being investigated. My daughter Sophie, who was studying microbiology at Wayne State, had been sending me worried text messages about what she was hearing from her professors. Rumors of a virus that affected brain function, that caused extreme aggression and violence, that was spreading faster than anything they'd seen before. She wanted me to come stay with her in her apartment near campus, said the factory was too dangerous with so many people in close quarters. But I told her I had responsibilities, that I couldn't just abandon my crew. She stopped texting after that, and I felt like shit about it, but what else could I do? I'd lost her mother to cancer 6 years ago, and Sophie was all I had left. But I also had 3,000 workers who needed someone to keep their heads on straight when everything around them was falling apart. The contaminated materials had been coming from a new supplier, some outfit called Westbridge Industrial Solutions that had undercut our usual vendors on price. Foster had been thrilled about the cost savings, kept bragging about how much money he was saving the company, but from day one those shipments had been trouble. The metal components were brittle. The plastics gave off weird chemical smells when they heated up. The electronic parts failed quality testing at twice the normal rate. I'd requisitioned testing on the materials 3 times, and each time the results came back with inconclusive findings, but I knew bad materials when I saw them. I'd started making my crew wear extra protective equipment when handling the Westbridge components, double-checking every installation. But I couldn't watch everything all the time, and the pressure to maintain production speed meant corners got cut. Workers would pull off their masks when supervisors weren't looking because the filters made it hard to breathe during heavy labor. Or they'd touch contaminated materials with bare hands because going to get gloves took time they didn't have if they wanted to make their quota. 3 weeks before the outbreak, a welder named Marcus Washington had sliced his hand open on a sharp edge from a Westbridge shipment, and the wound had gotten infected. The company doctor treated it with antibiotics and sent him back to work, but the infection kept spreading. Marcus's hand swelled up like a balloon, turned purple and black, started oozing this yellowish fluid that smelled like rotten meat. He finally went to the emergency room at Detroit Receiving Hospital, and they admitted him, started pumping him full of heavy-duty antibiotics, but nothing worked. I went to visit him 4 days before everything went to hell, and what I saw in that hospital room still haunts me. Marcus was strapped to the bed, thrashing and moaning, his skin the color of old newspaper, his eyes rolled back in his head. The nurses said he'd been having seizures, that his fever was so high they were worried about brain damage, that they'd never seen an infection respond like this. They asked me if I knew what he'd been exposed to at work, and I told them about the contaminated materials, gave them the shipment numbers and supplier information, but they just nodded and wrote it down, and I got the feeling they'd heard similar stories from other patients. Marcus died 2 days later. His wife called me in tears, saying the hospital wouldn't let her see the body, that some federal agents had shown up and taken everything away, that they were threatening her with legal action if she talked to the press. I went to Foster and demanded answers, but he told me it was above his pay grade, that corporate was handling it, that I needed to drop it and focus on my job. That's when I knew for sure something bigger was happening. Something that went beyond quality control issues and worker safety. I started digging deeper, using contacts I still had from the military to ask questions about Westbridge Industrial Solutions. And what I found made my blood run cold. Westbridge didn't exist. It was a shell company, a front for something else, and the only connection I could find led back to a defense contractor that had gotten busted 5 years ago for illegally importing restricted materials. The trail went cold after that, but I had enough to know we were in serious trouble. I tried to warn people. I pulled aside my most trusted crew leaders and told them something was wrong with the new materials. That they needed to be extra careful. That anyone who felt sick needed to go home immediately and not come back until they were cleared by a real doctor, not the company quack. Some of them listened, started being more cautious, but most of them thought I was losing it. One guy, Eddie Kowalski, told me straight up that I'd spent too much time in the sandbox and was seeing terrorists around every corner. Maybe he was right. Maybe I was paranoid, but paranoia had kept me alive in Iraq, and I trusted my instincts more than I trusted corporate talking points. I started keeping a go bag in my office with supplies, just basic stuff like water, first aid kit, a heavy flashlight that could double as a weapon, because I'd learned a long time ago that being prepared wasn't paranoia, it was survival. The Tuesday it all started had been normal enough at first. I came in at 5:30 to prep for the shift change, checked the production reports from second shift, reviewed the maintenance logs, walked the floor to inspect the line. Everything seemed fine except for the usual complaints about the Westbridge materials causing slowdowns. The parts were even worse than usual that day, covered in this oily residue that left stains on workers' gloves and made the automated handling systems jam up. I'd put in another complaint to Foster, but he'd blown me off again. Told me to make it work because we had quotas to hit and corporate was watching our numbers. The second shift was wrapping up, workers heading to the locker rooms to clean up and punch out, while the third shift crew was filtering in through the main entrance, carrying lunch pails and coffee thermoses, looking tired before their night even started. That's when I heard the screaming. It came from the north side of the plant, over by the paint shop, a sound that cut through the constant roar of machinery and made every hair on the back of my neck stand up. I was halfway across the factory floor before my brain caught up with my legs, my hand instinctively reaching for a sidearm I hadn't carried since I left the army. The screaming got louder, mixed with other sounds now, growling and snarling that didn't sound human. The crash of equipment being knocked over, and underneath it all a wet, tearing sound that I recognized from combat and hoped I'd never hear again. I grabbed a heavy wrench from a tool station as I ran, yelling for security over my radio, trying to get a response from anyone, but all I got was static and more screaming. The paint shop was chaos. Workers were running in every direction, tripping over air hoses and paint cans, crashing into each other in blind panic. In the center of it all, I saw Tommy Chen, my assistant foreman who'd been out sick, but he wasn't sick anymore, or maybe he was sick in a way that made the word meaningless. Tommy was crouched over another worker, a young guy named Carlos Martinez who was no relation to me despite sharing my last name. And Tommy was tearing into Carlos with his teeth, literally ripping chunks of flesh from Carlos's throat while the kid thrashed and gurgled and died. Tommy's face was gray. His eyes were clouded over like cataracts had grown in 3 days, and there was black fluid dripping from his mouth mixed with Carlos's blood. I froze for maybe 2 seconds, my combat training warring with the impossibility of what I was seeing. And then Tommy's head snapped up and those dead eyes locked onto me, and I knew he was going to attack. He moved faster than should have been possible for someone who looked like a corpse, launching himself at me with inhuman speed, his hands twisted into claws. I swung the wrench on pure instinct, connected with his skull hard enough to feel bone crack, and Tommy went down, but he didn't stay down. He scrambled back up, blood pouring from the wound in his head, and came at me again. I hit him 3 more times, putting all my weight behind each swing until finally he stopped moving and lay still on the paint-stained concrete. My hands were shaking. My heart was hammering in my chest, and I could hear more screaming from other parts of the plant, could see more workers falling, more of those things rising up to attack. The shift change had turned into a slaughter. Infected workers from second shift were attacking the incoming third shift crew, and it was spreading faster than I could process. I saw a woman I'd known for 5 years, Linda Patterson, a grandmother who brought cookies for the whole crew on Fridays, tear out another worker's throat with her bare hands. I saw a maintenance tech named Roy Davidson get tackled by 3 infected workers and pulled apart like a rag doll. I saw people trying to fight back with whatever they could grab, wrenches and hammers and crowbars, but most of them had never been in a real fight, and they hesitated, tried to reason with attackers who were beyond reason, and that hesitation got them killed. The ones who ran had a better chance, but there was nowhere to go. The plant was huge, but it was also a maze of machinery and assembly lines with only a few exits that were now blocked by panicking crowds. I tried to organize a defense, yelling for people to fall back to the break room, which had heavy doors that could be locked, but nobody was listening to me. They were just running blindly, screaming and dying. I grabbed anyone I could reach and physically dragged them towards safety, using my voice the way I'd been trained to use it in combat, projecting authority and command even though inside I was just as terrified as everyone else. I got maybe 15 people into the break room before I had to seal the door, and even then I could hear the infected throwing themselves against it, pounding and scratching and making sounds that would haunt my nightmares forever. Inside the break room, we had maybe 30 seconds to catch our breath before people started asking questions I couldn't answer. What was happening? What was wrong with those people? Where was help? What were we supposed to do? I told them to stay quiet, stay calm, that security and police would be here soon, but I didn't believe it. I'd seen enough in those first few minutes to know this wasn't a localized incident. This was something bigger, something that had been building for weeks while we ignored the signs. I pulled out my phone to call 911 and found the network was jammed, couldn't get through, and when I tried the plant's landline, the call went straight to a busy signal. We were on our own. The break room had windows that looked out onto the main assembly floor, and what I saw through those windows told me we were in even worse trouble than I thought. The infected weren't just attacking randomly, they were spreading through the plant in a wave, overwhelming anyone who tried to fight back, and the people they killed were getting back up minutes later and joining the attack. It was like watching a zombie movie, except the terror was real, the blood was real, the dying was real, and there were no credits rolling to make it stop. I counted at least 50 infected on the floor now, maybe more, and the number was growing every minute. The night shift had walked into a massacre, and the few who'd survived the initial attack were scattered throughout the plant, hiding in offices and supply closets and equipment cages, cut off from each other and from any hope of escape. I needed to think, needed to plan, but the people around me were falling apart. A young woman was hyperventilating in the corner. A middle-aged man was crying and calling for his wife. 2 teenagers who'd just started working here last month were holding each other and praying in Spanish. I recognized some of them, workers I'd supervised for years, good people who showed up every day and did honest work and didn't deserve to die like this. One of them was Maria Gonzalez, a line worker who'd immigrated from Mexico 10 years ago and worked her way up from entry level to quality control inspector. Another was Dwayne Johnson, not the actor, but a former Marine who'd served in Afghanistan and understood what I was going through when the nightmares got bad. There was also Jennifer Park, a young engineer fresh out of college who'd been assigned to improve efficiency on the assembly line, and Robert Heavy Williams, a massive man who worked the heavy machinery and could lift engine blocks by himself. I pulled Dwayne aside and asked him straight up if he was ready to fight, because that's what this was going to come down to. He looked at me with eyes that had seen too much death already and nodded once. Said he'd been wondering when the shit would hit the fan because he'd been having the same bad feeling I had. We did a quick inventory of what we had to work with. The break room had some food and water, vending machines we could break into if we needed to, a first aid kit that wouldn't be much use against what was outside, and exactly 2 functioning brains that understood we couldn't just sit here and wait to die. The windows were reinforced but not unbreakable. The door was solid but wouldn't hold forever if they really wanted in. And we had no weapons beyond whatever tools we could improvise. The pounding on the door was getting worse, more insistent, and I could hear the metal starting to buckle. We needed to move soon or we'd be trapped. I looked around the room trying to find anything we could use, and my eyes landed on the ventilation ducts. They were industrial size, meant to handle air circulation for the whole building, and if my memory of the plant's layout was correct, they ran throughout the entire facility. It would be tight, dangerous, and we'd have to move slow. But it was better than staying here to get torn apart. I explained the plan to everyone, told them we were going to crawl through the ducts to the administrative offices on the 2nd floor where there were real doors with real locks and phones that might still work to call for help. Some people nodded, ready to do whatever it took to survive. Others just stared at me like I was crazy, said there was no way they were crawling through vents like they were in some action movie, said we should just wait for the police to come save us. I didn't have time to argue. I grabbed a chair and used it to reach the ceiling vent, popped off the grate, and pulled myself up into the ductwork. It was cramped and hot and smelled like decades of accumulated dust, but it would get us out of here. Dwayne came up next, then Heavy, then Maria, then the others one by one until only 3 people were left in the break room. The ones who'd refused to move, who were still convinced rescue was coming. I tried one more time to convince them, but they wouldn't listen, so I left them there and sealed the vent behind us, knowing I'd probably just sentenced them to death, but unable to force them to save themselves. Moving through the ventilation system was slow torture. The ducts were barely wide enough for Heavy to squeeze through. The metal was sharp in places and tore at our clothes and skin, and we had to stop every few feet to orient ourselves and make sure we were heading the right way. I could hear the infected below us, their growls and shrieks echoing through the metal. Could hear them breaking into the break room and the screams of the people we'd left behind. Jennifer Park was crying quietly behind me, trying to stifle the sounds, and I wanted to tell her it was okay to be scared, but I couldn't find the words. We crawled for what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes, navigating by memory and guesswork. Until finally we reached a vent that opened into the administrative corridor on the 2nd floor. I kicked out the grate and dropped down into the hallway, landing hard on my bad leg and biting back a curse. The corridor was empty, lit by emergency lights that cast everything in red, and I could hear alarms blaring somewhere in the distance. Dwayne dropped down next, then helped lower the others, and we all stood there for a minute, catching our breath and trying to figure out our next move. The administrative section was separated from the factory floor by fire doors that should have been locked down when the alarms went off, giving us at least temporary safety, but I didn't trust anything about this situation anymore. I moved to the nearest office, Foster's office, because of course it was, and tried the phone. Dead. I tried another office, same result. The entire communication system was down, either from damage or deliberate sabotage, and we were cut off from the outside world. Maria found a small television in one of the offices and turned it on, keeping the volume low. Every channel was showing the same thing, news anchors looking terrified as they reported on outbreaks across the city, hospitals overwhelmed, police and National Guard deploying to contain the situation. Detroit wasn't the only place this was happening. Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, Milwaukee, Chicago, every major industrial city in the Midwest was reporting incidents, and the pattern was too consistent to be coincidence. Something had been released simultaneously across multiple locations targeting manufacturing centers, and now it was spreading out of control. The news was calling it a virus, comparing it to rabies, saying people should shelter in place and avoid contact with anyone showing symptoms of aggression or altered behavior. No shit, I thought, as if telling people to avoid the flesh-eating maniacs was useful advice at this point. Dwayne was watching the TV over Maria's shoulder, and he turned to me with an expression I recognized from combat. The look of a soldier realizing the mission had just gone completely sideways. He said what I was thinking, that this was too coordinated to be an accident, that someone had done this deliberately, that we were in the middle of an attack. I nodded, told him I'd been seeing the signs for weeks, the contaminated materials, the sick workers, the cover-ups, and now it all made sense. Someone had used those shipments to spread infection throughout the plant, waited until enough workers were compromised, then triggered the outbreak at shift change, when maximum casualties would result. It was a military operation disguised as an industrial accident, and we'd walked right into it. Jennifer asked the question everyone was afraid to voice, whether we were infected too, whether we'd been exposed and would turn into those things. I didn't have an answer. We'd all been in close contact with contaminated materials over the past weeks, had breathed the same air as infected workers, might have cuts or scratches that provided entry points for whatever pathogen was causing this. All we could do was watch each other, watch ourselves, and hope that whatever vector was spreading this thing hadn't reached us yet. Maria suggested we should quarantine ourselves, stay away from anyone else until we were sure we weren't carrying the infection, and she was right. But it was also too late for that. If we were infected, we'd know soon enough, and if we weren't, then we needed to focus on survival, not paranoia. Heavy was checking the fire doors, testing their strength, and he reported back that they seemed secure for now but wouldn't hold against a sustained assault. The infected were still on the factory floor below us. We could hear them moving around, and sooner or later they'd figure out we'd gone up. We needed supplies, weapons, a way out of the building, and most importantly, we needed information about what was really happening and who was behind it. I remembered the contaminated shipment records I'd been keeping stored in my office down on the floor and decided that was our next objective. If I could get those records, if I could prove that someone had deliberately introduced infected materials into the plant, maybe we could do something with that information, warn others, prevent this from spreading further. The idea of going back down to the factory floor was insane, but it was also necessary. Dwayne volunteered to come with me, said 2 sets of eyes were better than 1, and I didn't argue because I knew I'd need backup. We told the others to barricade themselves in Foster's office, not to open the door for anyone unless they heard our voices and a password we agreed on. Heavy said he'd hold the door, that nothing was getting past him, and I believed him. Maria took charge of rationing the food and water we'd found in the break area, making sure everyone stayed hydrated and calm. Jennifer kept watching the news, taking notes on everything they reported, trying to build a picture of the larger situation. Dwayne and I armed ourselves with whatever we could find. He took a fire axe from an emergency station. I grabbed a crowbar from a maintenance closet, and we both found safety vests and hard hats that would provide at least minimal protection. We moved back to the stairwell that connected the administrative level to the factory floor, opened the door just enough to peek through, and saw exactly what I'd feared. The infected had spread throughout the entire first floor, wandering between assembly lines and equipment stations, smashing anything that made noise, attacking anything that moved. There were bodies everywhere, workers who'd been torn apart, their blood painting the concrete in abstract patterns that looked like some nightmare version of modern art. Some of the bodies were moving, twitching, starting to rise, and I knew we'd have even more infected to deal with soon. My office was on the far side of the floor, past the main assembly line and through the quality control station, maybe 300 yards of open space that was now crawling with those things. We'd have to move fast, stay quiet, use the machinery for cover, and pray we didn't attract attention. Dwayne counted down from 3 and we slipped through the door, keeping low, moving along the wall where shadows would hide us. The infected seemed to rely heavily on sound and movement to locate prey. Their vision degraded to the point where they had trouble focusing on stationary targets. So as long as we stayed quiet and didn't run, we might be able to avoid detection. Might being the operative word. We made it about 50 yards before the first close call. An infected woman, someone I didn't recognize, wandered past our position close enough that I could smell the rot coming off her. See the chunks missing from her arms where she'd been bitten. She paused, her head tilting like a dog hearing a distant sound, and I held my breath until my lungs burned. Dwayne was frozen next to me, the fire axe raised and ready, and for 10 seconds we existed in that perfect moment of terror where the slightest sound would mean death. The woman moved on, shambling toward a noise on the other side of the floor, and we continued moving. The main assembly line was still running somehow, the automated systems continuing to function even though there was nobody left to monitor them. Conveyor belts carried partially assembled vehicles past stations where dead workers lay in pools of blood. Robotic arms continued welding and painting and installing components, and the whole scene had a surreal quality, like we'd stumbled into some industrial nightmare where the machines kept working even after humanity was gone. Bodies were caught in the machinery in places, pulled into gears and presses, ground up and spread across the assembly line in ways that would make safety inspectors lose their minds. One particularly horrific sight was a worker who'd been cut in half by a stamping press, his upper body still moving, still trying to crawl, dragging itself along with arms that were nothing but bone and shredded muscle. We avoided the active machinery, giving it a wide berth, and finally reached the quality control station where my office was located. The door was intact, the lock still functional, and I used my keys to open it as quietly as possible. Inside was exactly as I'd left it that morning. Files stacked on my desk, coffee cup still half full, photos of Sophie pinned to the bulletin board. I grabbed the contaminated shipment records, stuffed them into a waterproof envelope I kept for important documents, and was about to leave when I noticed something else on my desk. A manila folder I'd never seen before, marked with a red stamp that said confidential and a logo I recognized from my military days. A defense contractor logo that had been involved in black ops projects. I opened the folder and started reading, my blood running cold with every page. It was a memo addressed to senior management, detailing an operation called Project Necrosis. The memo explained that Westbridge Industrial Solutions was a front company for a biological weapons research program that had been running in secret for the past decade. The program had been developing a viral agent designed to incapacitate enemy forces by causing extreme aggression and loss of higher brain function, essentially turning soldiers into berserkers who would attack friend and foe alike. The research was being conducted at a black site facility in Nevada, something the memo referred to only as Site R, and preliminary tests had been successful beyond expectations. The virus was stable, highly infectious, had a short incubation period, and most importantly, it could be delivered through contaminated materials without requiring direct injection or airborne dispersal. The next pages detailed the deployment strategy. A terrorist organization had somehow gained access to the virus, either through theft or inside collaboration, and had contaminated shipments of industrial components that were being distributed to manufacturing facilities across the Midwest. The auto industry was the primary target because it represented American economic strength, and because factories provided the perfect environment for rapid spread. Thousands of workers in close proximity, handling contaminated materials with their bare hands, breathing recycled air. The outbreak had been timed to occur simultaneously across multiple cities to maximize chaos and prevent an effective response. The goal wasn't to kill everyone, it was to destroy America's industrial base, to prove that the homeland was vulnerable, to create terror and economic collapse. The memo ended with a directive that chilled me to my core. All workers at affected facilities were to be considered lost. The sites would be quarantined, contained, and if necessary, eliminated through strategic demolition to prevent spread. No evacuation, no rescue, no survivors. We were all acceptable losses in someone's calculation of national security. The memo was signed by someone named Harrison Webb, CEO of Autotech Global Solutions, a competitor to our parent company. And I realized we weren't just dealing with terrorists, we were dealing with corporate sabotage on a scale that would make historical industrial espionage look like child's play. Webb had used the terrorist attack as cover to eliminate his competition, destroy American automotive production, and position his company to dominate the market once the dust settled. I showed the memo to Dwayne and watched his face go through the same progression of shock and rage that I was feeling. This wasn't just an outbreak, this was murder, mass murder, and we had the proof right here in our hands. If we could get out of this building, get this information to the authorities, maybe we could stop Webb, maybe we could prevent this from spreading further, maybe some good could come from all this death. It was a long shot, but it was all we had. I folded the memo into the envelope with my shipment records, sealed it tight, and tucked it inside my jacket. We needed to get back to the others and figure out our escape plan. The trip back to the stairwell was worse than the trip over. The infected had become more active, maybe responding to some trigger we couldn't perceive, and they were moving in packs now, coordinating in ways that suggested some residual intelligence or instinct for pack hunting. We had to detour twice to avoid large groups hiding behind equipment while they passed within feet of our position, and at one point we had to cross an open section of floor where there was no cover at all. We ran for it, sprinting across 60 feet of exposed space, and I swear I felt hands grabbing at my jacket, claws scratching at my legs, but we made it to the other side and didn't look back. We were almost to the stairwell when we heard the gunfire. It was coming from above, from the administrative level, and my heart dropped into my stomach because I knew what that meant. The infected had found our safe room. They'd gotten through the fire doors somehow, and now our people were fighting for their lives. Dwayne and I took the stairs 3 at a time, bursting through the door into chaos. The corridor was filled with infected, at least 20 of them, all focused on Foster's office, where Heavy was holding the door with his massive body, while Maria and Jennifer tried to barricade it from inside. The gunfire was coming from one of the other offices. Someone with a security guard's pistol taking pot shots at the infected. But their aim was terrible, and they were doing more damage to the walls than to the targets. I didn't think, just acted. I raised my crowbar and brought it down on the nearest infected skull. Felt bone crunch, moved to the next one. Dwayne was right beside me with his fire axe, cutting through the crowd like he was clearing brush, and between us we managed to thin the herd enough that Heavy could push the door open and let us in. We fell through into the office. Heavy slammed the door shut behind us, and for a minute we all just collapsed on the floor, gasping for breath. There were only 7 of us left now. Heavy, Maria, Jennifer, Dwayne, myself, and 2 others I didn't recognize, probably workers who'd found their way here from other parts of the building. I asked who'd been shooting, and one of the new guys raised his hand sheepishly. Said he'd been security for the plant and had his service weapon, but he'd never actually fired at a person before, and he was sorry he wasn't better at it. I told him not to worry about it, that what mattered was he tried to help, and then I asked him about the rest of security. He shook his head, said his partner and supervisor were both dead, that he'd seen them get torn apart in the security office when the outbreak started, that he'd barely escaped with his life. The gun only had 8 rounds left, he said, so we needed to make them count if we were going to use them at all. I pulled out the documents I'd recovered and showed everyone what we were dealing with. Reading that memo, understanding that this was deliberate, that someone had sacrificed thousands of people for profit and power, I watched their faces go from fear to anger to a kind of cold determination that I recognized from combat. These weren't just workers anymore, they were soldiers in a war they hadn't asked for, and they were ready to fight back. Maria asked what we were going to do with the information, and I told her the truth, that we needed to survive long enough to get it to someone who could do something with it, to expose Webb and bring him to justice, to make sure everyone knew what had really happened here. The question was how to survive. The factory was surrounded by infected, the entire city was falling apart if the news was accurate, and we had no vehicles, no weapons beyond improvised tools and 8 bullets, and no clear path to safety. Heavy suggested we try to reach the roof, that maybe we could signal for help from there, but I pointed out that help wasn't coming, that the government had already written us off as acceptable losses. Jennifer wondered if we could barricade ourselves somewhere and wait it out. But wait out what? How long before the infection ran its course, or the infected starved, or the military decided to level the building with us inside? Dwayne was the one who said what we were all thinking, that our only chance was to get out of the building, get to a vehicle, and drive as far from Detroit as we could before the whole city went up in flames. Getting out meant going back down to the factory floor, back through hundreds of infected, and finding our way to the parking garage where our cars were hopefully still intact. It was suicide, but staying here was just slower suicide. So suicide it was. I started planning the route, using my knowledge of the plant's layout to find the path with the most cover and fewest choke points. We'd move in a tight group, Heavy and Dwayne at the front with the axe and my crowbar. Security guard, whose name I learned was Phil, covering our rear with the pistol. Everyone else in the middle carrying whatever makeshift weapons they could find. We'd fight only when necessary, run when possible. And if anyone got separated, they were on their own because we couldn't afford to stop. Before we left, I tried calling Sophie one more time, not expecting it to work, but needing to try anyway. The call went through, miracle of miracles. And I heard her voice on the other end, terrified and crying but alive. She was barricaded in her apartment with 3 other students. The campus had been evacuated, but they'd been left behind in the chaos. Infected were in the building, and they could hear them breaking down doors. I told her to hold on, that I was coming for her, that she needed to stay quiet and stay hidden until I got there. She said she loved me, and the call cut off, and I wanted to scream and throw the phone and break something, but instead I just stood there shaking because my baby girl was trapped and I was trapped, and there was nothing I could do about it right now except survive and keep moving. We opened the door and moved out. The corridor was temporarily clear, the infected having wandered off to investigate other sounds, and we made it to the stairwell without incident. Going down was terrifying because we couldn't see what was waiting below, could only hear the growls and shuffling feet, and when we hit the factory floor it was worse than I'd imagined. The infected had multiplied. There had to be hundreds now, maybe thousands if you counted the whole building, and they were everywhere. We moved along the wall using shadows and machinery for cover, and we almost made it to the exit before things went wrong. One of the newer survivors, a young guy I didn't know, panicked. He saw an infected coming toward him, and instead of staying quiet and still like I'd told everyone to do, he screamed and ran. Every infected in the area immediately locked onto the sound and movement, and within seconds we had a horde descending on our position. I yelled for everyone to run, to forget stealth and just get to the exit, and we scattered. Heavy and I stayed together, fighting our way through infected that grabbed at us from all directions, and I lost track of the others in the chaos. I saw Maria go down under a pile of infected, saw her disappear beneath clawing hands and snapping teeth, and there was nothing I could do to save her. We reached the exit, a heavy door that led to the parking garage, and Heavy put his shoulder into it while I covered him. The door was blocked from the outside, something heavy piled against it, and it wouldn't budge. Phil appeared from behind us, his pistol empty now and being used as a club. And Jennifer was with him, covered in blood that might have been hers or might have been from the infected she'd been fighting. Dwayne was missing. We needed another way out, and we needed it now because the infected were closing in. a wall of dead flesh and rage that would tear us apart in seconds. Heavy spotted a loading dock door that was partially open, and we ran for it, diving under the gap just as the infected reached us. Hands grabbed my legs, pulled me back, and I kicked and fought and felt fingers breaking under my boots. Phil grabbed my arms and hauled me through, and we were outside in the parking garage, surrounded by abandoned cars and the stench of gasoline and decay. We could hear the infected on the other side of the door, pounding and screaming, but for the moment we were safe. I looked around at who was left. Heavy, Jennifer, Phil, and myself. 4 survivors out of a facility that had employed 3,000 people. 4 people who knew the truth about what had happened and who was responsible. 4 people who had to survive long enough to make that truth matter. I checked everyone for bites and scratches, found Jennifer had a nasty gash on her arm, but it looked like it had come from hitting machinery, not from infected teeth, and Phil had lost part of his ear but said it had happened when an infected grabbed him and he'd pulled free. We bandaged them as best we could with the first aid supplies we had, and I warned them both to tell me immediately if they started feeling sick, because I'd seen how fast the infection could turn someone, and I wouldn't let them become a threat to the rest of us. My truck was parked 3 rows over, a battered Ford F-150 that had seen better days but was reliable and tough. We moved toward it carefully, checking between cars for infected, and found it intact with the keys still in my pocket where I'd left them. I unlocked the doors and we piled in, Heavy taking the passenger seat because he literally wouldn't fit anywhere else. Phil and Jennifer in the back. I started the engine and it roared to life, the sound echoing through the garage and immediately attracting attention. Infected started pouring in from multiple entrances, hundreds of them, and I threw the truck in reverse and floored it. The truck smashed through infected bodies, the impacts making the whole vehicle shudder, and I fought to keep control as I navigated between parked cars and concrete pillars. The exit was blocked by a pileup of vehicles that had crashed trying to escape, and I had to make a snap decision between ramming through or finding another way out. I chose ramming. Accelerated to 40 miles an hour in the confined space and hit the pileup like a battering ram. Metal screamed, glass shattered, airbags deployed and knocked the wind out of me, but we broke through and suddenly we were outside on the street in a Detroit that looked like the end of the world. Buildings were burning, cars were abandoned in the middle of intersections, bodies littered the sidewalks and streets. Infected wandered everywhere, alone and in groups, attacking anything that moved. I saw a police car overturned with officers trapped inside while infected pounded on the windows. I saw a bus that had crashed into a storefront, infected passengers still trying to claw their way out. I saw a family running down the street being chased by infected and knew they wouldn't make it. The city was dying and there was nothing I could do to stop it. I drove like a madman, weaving between obstacles, running over infected when I had to, heading toward Wayne State campus where Sophie was trapped. The truck was handling badly, the front end damaged from the crash, and warning lights were flashing on the dashboard. Phil was trying to reach someone on his phone, anyone, but the networks were completely jammed now. Jennifer was crying quietly, still processing what had happened, what she'd seen and done. Heavy was silent, staring out the window at the destruction, his hands clenched into fists so tight his knuckles were white. The campus was worse than the factory. The university had been overwhelmed, students and faculty fleeing in panic while infected chased them through the quad and into buildings. The dorms were burning, black smoke rising into an evening sky that was turning orange from the fires. I found Sophie's apartment building, a converted brownstone near the edge of campus, and saw that the front entrance had been barricaded with furniture and debris. I parked the truck as close as I could get, told the others to stay inside and keep the engine running, and grabbed my crowbar. This was my daughter and I was getting her out even if I had to go through hell to do it. The barricade was solid but not impossible, and I tore through it with strength born of desperation and fear. The lobby inside was dark, lit only by emergency lights, and I could hear infected somewhere in the building, their growls echoing through the stairwells. Sophie's apartment was on the 4th floor, and I took the stairs 2 at a time, every second feeling like an eternity. I found her door, knocked the pattern we'd agreed on when she was a kid, 3 fast and 2 slow, and heard her voice from inside asking who it was. I said it was me, her dad, and the door flew open and she was there, alive, whole, and I pulled her into my arms and felt like I could breathe again for the first time since this nightmare started. She wasn't alone. 3 other students were with her, 2 girls and a guy, all of them terrified and armed with kitchen knives and a baseball bat. They'd been hearing infected breaking down doors on the floors below, knew it was only a matter of time before they reached the 4th floor, and had been preparing to make a last stand. I told them to gather what they could carry. We were leaving now, and we moved back down the stairs as quickly as possible. We almost made it to the lobby before infected appeared behind us, pouring out of a stairwell we'd thought was clear, and we had to run, abandoning stealth for speed. We burst out of the building and into the street, 7 people now, and infected were everywhere. I got Sophie into the truck first, shoved her into the back seat with Jennifer, then helped the other students climb in. We were overloaded, people crammed into spaces meant for 5 passengers, but I didn't care. We were moving, and that's what mattered. Heavy was yelling that we had company, infected closing in from 3 directions, and I got behind the wheel and drove. The truck was sluggish with all the extra weight and damage, and the steering was pulling hard to the left from the front-end collision. I pushed it as fast as I dared, trying to remember the route to the interstate, trying to think past the terror and exhaustion and rage. One of Sophie's friends asked where we were going, and I realized I didn't have an answer. Where could we go? The news had said multiple cities were affected. The infection was spreading through supply chains and transportation networks, and even if we made it out of Detroit, we'd just be running toward more of the same. But running was better than sitting still and waiting to die, so I pointed the truck north toward Canada and hoped the border was still functioning. We made it 3 miles before the truck started overheating. The damage from the crash had been worse than I thought, coolant leaking from the radiator, and I had to pull over before the engine seized. We were in a residential neighborhood that looked like it had been hit by a war. Houses broken into and looted, bodies in the streets, infected wandering between yards. I popped the hood and assessed the damage while Heavy stood guard and Phil kept watch from the truck bed. The radiator was cracked beyond field repair. We needed a new vehicle, and we needed it fast. There was a house across the street with a garage door partially open, and I could see the rear end of an SUV inside. Breaking into someone's house felt wrong even in the middle of the apocalypse, but survival meant making hard choices. Heavy and I approached the house carefully, weapons ready, and found the front door unlocked. Inside was a scene from a nightmare. The family that lived here had barricaded themselves in the living room and been torn apart by infected who'd gotten in through a basement window. Bodies were everywhere. The smell of death overwhelming, and we had to step over corpses to search for car keys. I found them hanging on a hook by the kitchen door, grabbed them, and we backed out of the house before the infected who'd killed this family came back from wherever they'd wandered. The SUV was a recent model Chevy Suburban, 7 seats, plenty of cargo space, and the tank was 3/4 full. We transferred everything from my truck to the SUV, 7 people moving with military efficiency because we all understood that time was life now. I took one last look at my F-150, the truck that had carried me through 8 years of commutes in Detroit winters, and felt a weird pang of loss before putting it out of my mind and focusing on survival. The SUV handled better than my damaged truck had, and I made good time heading north on I-75. The highway was chaos, abandoned cars and crashed vehicles everywhere, infected feeding on bodies trapped in overturned semis. I drove on the shoulder when I had to, on the median when the shoulder was blocked, sometimes on the wrong side of the road when that was the only option. We saw other survivors trying to escape, some on foot, some in vehicles, and we passed them all because stopping meant dying, and I had to protect the people in my vehicle above all others. It was brutal calculus, but it was the only kind that made sense anymore. The radio was picking up emergency broadcasts, automated warnings telling people to shelter in place, to avoid contact with infected, to wait for help that I knew wasn't coming. Some stations had gone silent. Others were playing music without commentary, like the DJ had abandoned ship mid-shift. One station had someone still broadcasting, a terrified voice describing what they could see from their studio window: infected overrunning downtown Detroit, military vehicles deploying in defensive positions, helicopters overhead. The broadcaster said they'd heard reports of quarantine zones being established, areas being sealed off, and that civilians caught outside those zones were being left to fend for themselves. It confirmed what I'd read in that memo. We were all acceptable losses, and the only way to survive was to get as far from the cities as possible before the hammer fell. Sophie was holding my shoulder from the back seat, her fingers digging in like she was afraid I'd disappear if she let go. I reached back and squeezed her hand, tried to give her some reassurance that I didn't feel, and promised we'd make it through this together. She asked me what was happening, what was causing this, and I told her the truth because she deserved that much. I explained about the contaminated materials, the deliberate infection, the cover-up, Harrison Webb and his corporate sabotage. She listened with the focused intensity she brought to her studies, and when I finished, she said we had to tell people, had to expose what Webb had done, had to make sure he paid for all the death he'd caused. I agreed, but didn't know how we'd make that happen when we were just trying to survive the next hour. We were passing Troy, about 15 miles north of Detroit, when we saw the roadblock. Military vehicles were positioned across the highway, soldiers in full NBC gear manning checkpoints, and they were turning everyone back. I slowed down, trying to figure out our options, and a soldier approached the SUV with his rifle raised. He told me the border was closed, the quarantine zone ended here. Anyone trying to leave the infected area would be detained. I tried to argue, showed him the documents proving Webb's involvement, tried to explain that we had critical intelligence, but he wasn't listening. His orders were clear: nobody gets through, and if we didn't turn around immediately, we'd be fired upon. I looked at the roadblock, at the heavy machine guns and armored vehicles, and knew we couldn't fight our way through. I backed up the SUV, turned around, and drove south, my mind racing through alternatives. We couldn't go north, couldn't go east, because that led deeper into Michigan and more cities that were probably infected, so west or south were our only options. Phil suggested we try to get to Ohio. Maybe the outbreak hadn't spread that far, and Jennifer agreed that heading away from major population centers made sense. Sophie pulled up maps on her phone, trying to find routes that avoided main highways where we'd likely hit more checkpoints. We took back roads through suburbs and rural areas, navigating by instinct in Sophie's directions. And for a while, it seemed like we might actually make it. The roads were less congested out here, fewer infected, fewer signs of the chaos consuming the cities. We passed through small towns where people hadn't yet realized what was coming, where life was still going on normally. And I wanted to stop and warn them, but knew they wouldn't believe me, and we couldn't afford the delay. The infection would reach them soon enough, carried by refugees fleeing the cities, and then they'd experience the same horror we'd lived through. We were crossing the border into Ohio when we heard the news that changed everything. A special broadcast interrupted regular programming to announce that the president had authorized emergency measures to contain the outbreak. Multiple cities in the Midwest were being designated as quarantine zones, and at midnight Eastern Time, precisely 6 hours from now, those zones would be neutralized through tactical deployment of low-yield nuclear devices. The announcement was clinical, sanitized, talking about acceptable losses and national security. But what it meant was that Detroit and probably a dozen other cities were going to be erased from the map. Millions of people who were still alive in those cities, survivors like us who'd managed to escape the infected, were going to be killed in nuclear fire because the government had decided containment was more important than rescue. Everyone in the SUV started talking at once, voices rising in panic and disbelief, and I had to yell to get them quiet. The math was simple. We had 6 hours to get as far from Detroit as possible before the bombs dropped, and the blast radius would be massive, potentially affecting areas 50 miles or more from ground zero. We were currently about 30 miles out, still well within the danger zone, and we needed to cover at least another 40 miles to have any chance of survival. The problem was the roads were getting more congested as we traveled. More people fleeing the quarantine zones, more military checkpoints trying to control the flow, and our progress was slowing. I pushed the SUV as hard as I could, weaving through traffic, running red lights in small towns, ignoring speed limits and traffic laws because none of that mattered anymore. We had to stop once for gas, pulling into a station that had already been looted, and I used a crowbar to break open the pump and manually fill the tank while Heavy and Phil stood guard. Infected had followed the refugees out of Detroit and were scattered through these small towns now, attacking isolated people, spreading the infection further. We saw the aftermath of attacks, bodies in parking lots and front yards, infected feeding on victims, and I felt rage building in my chest that Webb had caused all this death and was probably safe somewhere far from the consequences of his actions. Sophie was crying now, grieving for friends who'd been left behind, for the world that had ended while we weren't looking, for a future that had been stolen by someone's greed and ambition. Her friends were trying to comfort her, but they were barely holding it together themselves, and I could see in their eyes that they were starting to understand we might not make it, that the bomb might kill us along with everyone else. I wanted to tell them it would be okay, that we'd survive this, but I'd learned in Iraq not to make promises I couldn't keep, so instead I just focused on driving and putting distance between us and Detroit. 3 hours before midnight, we were 60 miles out in rural Ohio farmland, and I started looking for shelter. The blast might not reach us here, but the fallout would, carried by wind and weather, and we needed somewhere to wait out the initial radiation spike. We found an abandoned farm with a storm cellar that looked like it had been built during the Cold War, exactly the kind of place people had constructed when nuclear annihilation was a constant threat. I parked the SUV in the barn, trying to hide it from casual observation, and we moved into the cellar with what supplies we had. The cellar was small, cramped, lined with concrete walls 2 feet thick and stocked with decades-old canned food that was probably still edible if we got desperate enough. We had flashlights, some bottled water, the first aid kit from the SUV, and my rage about Webb that was burning hotter with every passing minute. I took out the documents I'd recovered from the plant and read through them again, memorizing every detail, every name, every piece of evidence that proved Webb's guilt. If we survived this, I was going to make sure the world knew what he'd done, and if I got the chance, I was going to kill him myself. Phil found an old battery-powered radio in the cellar, and we listened to the countdown to midnight, broadcasters talking about the necessity of containment, about the brave decision the president had made, about the unfortunate loss of life that was required to protect the greater population. They talked about Detroit like it was already dead, a casualty of war, a necessary sacrifice. They didn't talk about the families huddled in basements waiting to die, the survivors who'd fought their way out of the infected zones only to be killed by their own government, the children who'd never get to grow up because someone in a comfortable office had decided their lives were acceptable losses. Midnight came. The radio cut out exactly on the hour, replaced by static, and I knew the bombs had dropped. We felt the ground shake even 60 miles away, a rumbling that went on for 30 seconds and made dust fall from the ceiling. The blast wave hit minutes later, not strong enough to damage our shelter, but strong enough to rattle the door and make everyone scream. Then there was silence, heavy and oppressive, and we knew that Detroit was gone. The city I'd called home for 30 years, the factory where I'd worked for 8 years, the place where thousands of people had lived and died, all of it reduced to radioactive ash. We stayed in that cellar for 3 days, living on bottled water and stale crackers, using buckets for waste, trying not to think about the radiation settling over everything above us. The radio started working again after the first day, broadcasting from stations far enough away to still function, and we learned the full extent of the destruction. Detroit, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, Milwaukee, Chicago, Indianapolis, and 6 other cities had been hit. The government estimated 15 million dead in the initial blasts, with projections of another 10 million from radiation exposure over the coming weeks. The infected in those cities had been eliminated, the outbreak contained, but at a cost that made me want to vomit. The news also reported on Harrison Webb. Turns out he'd given an interview just hours after the bombs dropped, expressing his sadness at the loss of life, but praising the government's decisive action. His company, Autotech Global Solutions, was already positioned to rebuild American automotive production in facilities far from the blast zones, facilities that just happened to use components from a new supplier he'd contracted with. The motherfucker was profiting from the disaster he'd engineered, and nobody was asking the right questions about how convenient it all was for his business interests. The rage I felt listening to him talk kept me warm in that cold cellar, kept me focused on survival, because I was going to make him pay even if it was the last thing I did. On the 4th day, we emerged from the cellar into a changed world. The sky was dark with ash and smoke, the sun barely visible through clouds of radioactive debris. The farm looked untouched, but everything felt wrong. The air tasted metallic, and I could feel the radiation like a weight on my skin. The Geiger counter we'd found in the cellar was reading levels that were dangerous but not immediately lethal, and I knew we needed to get further away, find cleaner air before we all started showing symptoms of exposure. The SUV still worked, protected by the barn from the worst of the blast effects, and we loaded up and started driving west. The roads were empty now, everyone either dead or hiding, and we made good time through Pennsylvania and into West Virginia. We were heading for the mountains, areas where the fallout would be lighter and where we could potentially find other survivors, but I was also planning a detour. Webb's company headquarters was in Pittsburgh, but I'd seen in those documents that he had a private facility outside Wheeling where he coordinated his operations. If he'd survived the bombs, and I was betting he had because men like that always found ways to stay safe while others died, then he'd be there, and I was going to find him. Sophie realized what I was planning and tried to talk me out of it. She said Webb wasn't worth risking our lives for, that we should just focus on surviving, that revenge wouldn't bring back all the people we'd lost. She was right, of course, but I'd spent 3 tours in Iraq hunting terrorists who'd killed Americans, and Webb was a terrorist who'd killed millions, and I couldn't let that go unavenged. I told her I'd drop everyone at a safe location first, make sure they had supplies and shelter, and then I'd go after Webb alone. She said if I was going, then she was coming with me, that she wasn't going to lose her father after surviving everything else, and I wanted to argue, but I couldn't because I knew that stubborn look in her eyes. I'd seen it in the mirror my whole life. We found a town called Woodsfield that seemed relatively untouched, small enough to have escaped notice during the chaos, and I settled Heavy, Jennifer, Phil, and Sophie's friends there with instructions to stay hidden and wait for me. Heavy tried to come along, but his size would make stealth impossible, and I needed to move fast and quiet. Phil offered his pistol, but the ammo was long gone, and I told him to save it for his own protection. Jennifer just hugged me and said to come back alive because the world needed people like me. Sophie and I took the SUV and drove toward Wheeling with the documents that would condemn Webb and a determination that felt like the only thing keeping me going. Webb's private facility was exactly where the documents said it would be, a compound outside the city surrounded by fences and security that looked military grade. The place was a fortress designed to withstand exactly the kind of chaos Webb had helped create, and I spent hours watching it from a distance, planning our approach, looking for weaknesses. Sophie was doing the same thing, using her phone to pull up satellite imagery and blueprints she'd hacked from public records because apparently, in addition to microbiology, she'd picked up some computer skills I didn't know about. She found a drainage system that ran under the compound, probably for sewage or rainwater, and suggested we could use it to get inside undetected. The drainage pipe was cramped and disgusting, exactly like crawling through the vents at the factory, except wetter, and it smelled worse. But it got us past the perimeter security. We emerged in a service area behind the main building, used a maintenance entrance to get inside, and suddenly we were in Webb's compound. The interior was pristine, climate-controlled, lit by soft lighting that made it feel more like a hotel than a facility that had survived the apocalypse. We saw staff moving through corridors, security guards on patrol, and I realized Webb had created his own private paradise while the rest of the world burned. Finding Webb took patience and luck. We hid in storage rooms and utility closets, moving when the coast was clear, listening to conversations, piecing together the compound's routine. Sophie spotted him first, through a window into what looked like a conference room, tall and distinguished in an expensive suit that probably cost more than I made in a year. He was giving a presentation to investors talking about growth opportunities in the post-outbreak economy, showing charts that detailed how auto tech would dominate the market now that competitors had been eliminated. I listened to him talk about the deaths of millions as business opportunities and felt my rage crystallize into something cold and focused. Security was too tight to attack him in the conference room, but Sophie noted that he left alone after the meeting, walking through a corridor to what looked like a private office. We followed at a distance, waited for him to go inside, and then I made my move. I kicked open the door, crowbar in hand, and Webb spun around with a look of shock that turned to recognition when he saw the documents I was holding. He knew immediately what they were and what they meant, and he tried to run, but I was faster, hitting him with the crowbar hard enough to knock him down, but not hard enough to kill because I wanted him conscious for what came next. I dragged him through the compound while Sophie ran interference, using her phone to trigger fire alarms and create confusion, and we made it back to the drainage system with Webb semi-conscious and bleeding. We pulled him through the pipe and into the SUV, and I drove toward the one place where I knew exactly what to do with him. The factory in Detroit was gone, but there were other automotive plants, other assembly lines, and I knew of one in Wheeling that was still partially operational because I'd seen it on our reconnaissance. The place was abandoned now. Workers fled or dead, but the machinery still had power, and I had a plan. Webb woke up as we entered the plant, and I explained to him exactly what was going to happen. I was going to weld him into a car frame on the assembly line, trap him in steel just like he'd trapped millions of people in his viral outbreak, and then I was going to leave him there to die slowly while he understood what he'd done. He tried to negotiate, offered money and power and information, but I wasn't interested in anything except justice. Sophie helped me position him in a partially assembled vehicle frame, and I fired up the welding equipment I'd spent 8 years using at my own plant. The welding took an hour, methodical and precise, because I wanted it done right. I welded support bars across his body, trapping his arms and legs, creating a metal cage he couldn't escape from. The heat from the torch burned him and he screamed, but I didn't stop until he was completely immobilized, until he understood there was no escape, until he felt a fraction of the terror and pain he'd inflicted on others. When I was done, I stood back and looked at my work, at the man who'd killed millions trapped in the very industry he'd tried to destroy, and I felt something close to satisfaction. I called the authorities from a landline in the plant office, told them exactly where Webb was and what he'd done, and left the documents in a sealed envelope next to the phone. Then Sophie and I left, walking away from that plant and from Webb's screams that followed us into the parking lot. We drove back to Woodsfield and collected the others, and together we headed west toward whatever future existed in a world where the dead outnumbered the living. We'd been on the road for 2 weeks when the news broke about Webb's arrest. The documents I'd left had been authenticated. Investigation teams had found evidence of his involvement in Project Necrosis, and he'd been charged with terrorism, mass murder, and crimes against humanity. His company was being dissolved, his assets seized, and he was facing execution for his crimes. Justice was being served in the legal system, but I knew the real justice had been those hours he spent welded into that car frame, understanding he was trapped and helpless just like his victims. The infection hadn't ended with the nuclear strikes. The government had contained the major outbreaks, but isolated cases kept appearing. Infected spreading through supply chains exactly like I'd read in Webb's documents. Every factory that had received contaminated materials was now a potential outbreak site. Every worker who'd handled those components was a potential carrier. And the virus was evolving, adapting, becoming harder to contain. The news started reporting on shambler herds forming in the dead cities, infected moving in massive groups that overwhelmed any defensive positions, and I knew humanity was losing this war. We found a community in Montana, survivors who'd banded together in a remote valley, and we tried to build something resembling normal life. Sophie continued her studies when she could, trying to understand the virus in hopes of finding a cure. But the more she learned, the more hopeless it seemed. The infection was too complex, too adaptable, too perfect in its design as a weapon. Heavy found work as a guard, using his size and strength to protect the community. Phil became a scout, using his security training to help with perimeter defense. Jennifer taught children in a makeshift school, trying to preserve knowledge for whatever came next. And I did what I'd always done. Organized people and resources, kept the community functioning, prepared for threats both living and dead. The infected kept spreading. We heard reports of entire states falling, of military forces being overwhelmed, of the government retreating to hardened facilities and abandoning vast stretches of territory. The herds grew larger, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, and they moved across the landscape like locusts, consuming everything in their path. Our community built walls and watchtowers and practiced drills, but we all knew it was only a matter of time before the infection reached us. It happened on a cold November morning 2 years after Detroit fell. Scouts reported a herd moving through the valley, thousands of infected, driven by some instinct we didn't understand, heading straight for our community. We had hours to prepare, maybe less, and everyone knew what that meant. We could run, scatter into the mountains and hope to survive individually. Or we could fight and probably die, but at least buy time for some to escape. I called for a vote, and the community chose to fight because we were tired of running, tired of losing, tired of watching the dead take everything from us. The battle lasted 16 hours. We killed hundreds of infected with rifles and shotguns and improvised explosives, but they kept coming, climbing over the bodies of their fallen, throwing themselves against our walls with mindless determination. We fell back 3 times, abandoning outer defenses to consolidate around the center of the community. And with each retreat, we lost people, friends and neighbors torn apart while trying to give others time to escape. Sophie fought beside me the whole time, her hands steady on a rifle she'd learned to use in the 2 years since Detroit, and I'd never been more proud of her or more terrified for her safety. The walls fell at sunset. The infected poured through breaches in multiple locations, and we fought hand to hand in the streets, using whatever weapons we could grab, falling back house by house until there was nowhere left to retreat. Heavy died holding a choke point that let 30 people escape. His massive body finally pulled down under a dozen infected. Phil was killed trying to rescue children from an overrun school. Jennifer died with a pistol in one hand and her teaching notes in the other, making sure her students' work would survive even if they didn't. Sophie and I made it to the trucks with maybe 20 other survivors, and we drove into the mountains with infected chasing us until we ran out of road. We hiked for 3 days through wilderness, carrying what supplies we could manage, losing more people to exposure and exhaustion until finally we found another small community that took us in. This place was even more remote, even more defensible, but I knew it was just delaying the inevitable. The infected would find us eventually, they always did, and each time we'd have fewer resources and fewer people to fight them with. That was 5 years ago. I'm writing this now in what used to be a ranger station in the Wyoming wilderness, one of the last organized communities I know of in North America. Sophie is working in our makeshift laboratory trying to understand the virus, but we both know she won't find a cure in time. The infected control everything below the 10,000-foot elevation line, massive herds that have merged into super herds numbering in the millions. They've consumed every city, every town, every isolated farmhouse, and now they're moving into areas we thought were too remote or too harsh for them to reach. Last week they came within 5 miles of our position and we had to evacuate higher into the mountains. But there's only so high we can go before the altitude and cold kill us anyway. The government is gone, collapsed completely 3 years ago when Washington fell. The military splintered into warlord factions that fight each other more than they fight the infected. Canada burned, Mexico burned. Reports from overseas suggest Europe and Asia are in similar collapse. Humanity has lost, the dead have won, and all we're doing now is prolonging the inevitable extinction. I think about Detroit sometimes, about the factory and the people I worked with for 8 years. I think about the day it all fell apart, the moment I first saw Tommy Chen with those dead eyes. The realization that the world I knew was ending. I think about the choices I made, the people I couldn't save, the revenge I took on Webb that felt satisfying at the time but didn't change anything. I think about Sophie studying virus samples in a laboratory powered by solar panels and determination, trying to save a species that's already lost. The infected are coming. We can hear them at night, their moans echoing through the valleys, getting closer with each passing day. When they arrive, we'll fight like we always do. Kill as many as we can before they overwhelm us, and then we'll die and rise and join the herd. That's the future Webb gave us when he contaminated those materials and triggered the outbreak. That's the legacy of his greed and the government's callousness and humanity's inability to prevent disaster even when we saw it coming. Sophie asked me yesterday if I thought anyone would survive, if somewhere humans were successfully fighting back and rebuilding civilization. I told her the truth, that I didn't know but I doubted it, that the infected were too many and too persistent and humanity was too fractured to mount an effective resistance. She accepted that with the same calm determination she's shown since Detroit, said she'd keep working on understanding the virus anyway. Because even if she couldn't save humanity, maybe she could leave behind knowledge that would help whatever came after. I don't know what comes after. Maybe nothing. Maybe the infected will eventually starve when there's nothing left to eat and the world will be silent and empty. Maybe some isolated group somewhere will survive and rebuild. Maybe aliens will show up to study Earth's first failed civilization. All I know is that I fought as hard as I could, protected the people I loved as long as I could, and made the people responsible pay for what they'd done. It wasn't enough. It was never going to be enough, but it's what I had to give. The sun is setting now over mountains that are still beautiful despite everything that's happened. Sophie is calling me to help with the evening meal preparation, and I can see the lights of our community starting to glow against the gathering darkness. We have maybe a week before the infected reach us, maybe less, and we'll use that time to prepare our defenses and say our goodbyes and try to hold on to whatever humanity we have left. When the end comes, we'll face it standing up, weapons in hand, looking the dead in the eyes and refusing to give up even when giving up would be easier. That's what it means to be human. To fight even when you know you'll lose. To stand even when you should run. To hope even when hope is irrational. Webb tried to destroy that, tried to reduce us to scared animals hiding from predators, but he failed because we're still here, still fighting, still human even in the face of extinction. That's my legacy to Sophie and to whatever comes after. The knowledge that some of us refuse to surrender, refuse to become what Webb and the infected wanted us to be. Refuse to go quietly into the dark. The dead have won the war, but we won every battle we chose to fight, and that matters even if nobody's left to remember it. I've written this account of what happened, hidden copies in multiple locations, sent digital versions to servers that might survive when we don't, because someday someone should know the truth about Detroit and Webb and how the world ended not with aliens or asteroids or nuclear war, but with one man's greed and a government's callous calculation of acceptable losses. Someday someone should know that we existed, that we fought, that we mattered. But that day isn't today. Today I'm going to have dinner with my daughter, check our defensive positions, make sure everyone in the community knows they're valued and appreciated, and prepare for the battle that's coming. Today I'm going to be Jake Martinez, factory foreman and father, survivor and soldier, one of the last humans standing in a world that belongs to the dead. And when the infected come, when they breach our walls and overwhelm our defenses, I'll face them with a crowbar in my hands and Sophie at my side, fighting until the very end, because that's what we do, that's who we are, that's what it means to be human in the age of the dead. The industry is dead, the cities are dead, the world is dead, but we're not dead yet, and that makes all the difference. Now let's move on to the next story. I woke up to the sound of my phone screaming the same tornado warning I'd heard 1,000 times before, and I rolled out of bed in the pre-dawn darkness of my apartment in Moore, Oklahoma, feeling that familiar electric anticipation that came with every spring storm season. The digital clock on my nightstand read 4:37 in the morning, and I could already hear the wind picking up outside, rattling the windows in their frames with that low whistle that meant the atmosphere was unstable and ready to tear itself apart. My name is Nathan Pierce. I'm 34 years old, and for the last 6 years I'd been chasing tornadoes across the Great Plains with a dedication that most people reserved for religion or addiction. Before that, I'd spent 8 years in the Air Force as a weather officer, tracking storm systems and atmospheric conditions from bases in Oklahoma and Texas, learning to read the sky like some people read books, understanding the language of pressure systems and wind shear and the delicate balance between stability and chaos that governed whether a day would be sunny and calm or whether it would birth monsters that could level entire towns in minutes. I pulled on my jeans and a faded Oklahoma Sooners t-shirt, grabbed my weather radio and laptop bag, and headed out into the morning darkness where my chase vehicle waited in the parking lot. A reinforced Ford F-250 with extra fuel tanks and a rack of weather instruments bolted to the roof that made it look like something between a science project and a Mad Max prop. The air outside was warm and humid, unseasonably so for mid-March, and I could feel the static electricity making the hair on my arms stand up even before I reached the truck. The sky to the west was dark and turbulent, lit occasionally by sheet lightning that illuminated the underside of massive storm clouds, rolling in from the Texas panhandle like an invading army. I'd checked the models before bed last night, the HRR and the NOM and all the high-resolution forecasts that the National Weather Service put out, and they all agreed that today was going to be significant. A moderate risk day with all the ingredients coming together for supercells and violent tornadoes across central Oklahoma. I climbed into the truck and fired up the engine, checking my equipment while the diesel rumbled and settled into its familiar growl. My laptop was already booting up, loading the live radar feeds and satellite imagery that I'd need to track the storms as they developed. My camera equipment was secured in the back seat, 3 high-definition video cameras and a DSLR with a telephoto lens for those perfect tornado shots that I sold to news agencies and weather documentaries to pay the bills. My emergency supplies were stocked and ready, the usual complement of food, water, first aid kit, spare batteries, and the heavy-duty rain gear that kept me dry when I had to get out of the truck in the middle of a deluge to reposition for a better angle. I had a police scanner tuned to the local emergency frequencies, and I could already hear the dispatchers starting their morning briefings, warning about severe weather potential and telling units to be ready for a busy day. The radio was playing the local news station, and between weather updates about the incoming storm system, they were running stories about some kind of illness outbreak in the Northeast, something about a respiratory virus that had health officials concerned, but I wasn't paying much attention because I'd heard the same kind of panic stories every few months, and they always turned out to be overblown media hysteria about the flu or some exotic disease that stayed safely contained in whatever unfortunate country it had started in. My focus was on the storms, on the atmospheric setup that was coming together across Oklahoma and Kansas, on the dry line that was sharpening up along the I-35 corridor where the hot, dry air from the west met the warm, humid air pushing up from the Gulf of Mexico, creating the perfect battleground for severe weather. I pulled out of the parking lot and headed west on I-40, driving toward the developing storms with the sunrise starting to paint the eastern sky behind me in shades of red and orange that looked beautiful and ominous at the same time. The highway was mostly empty at this hour, just a few semi-trucks hauling freight and some early morning commuters heading into Oklahoma City for work. I merged onto I-44 heading southwest toward Lawton, watching the sky ahead of me where the storm clouds were building and building, towering cumulus that was already punching through 30,000 feet and climbing higher with every minute that passed. The radar on my laptop showed the first echoes starting to organize into distinct cells, the characteristic hook shapes that indicated rotation and the potential for tornadoes. My phone buzzed with a text message from Marcus Webb, my old Air Force buddy who'd become my chase partner for the last 3 seasons, asking if I was already on the road and where I thought we should position for the first storms. Marcus had been a meteorologist stationed at Tinker Air Force Base with me back in the day, and when we'd both gotten out of the service, he decided to join me in the insane profession of running toward tornadoes instead of away from them. I texted back that I was heading for Chickasha and that he should meet me at the truck stop on the south side of town by 8 o'clock, which would give us time to watch the morning convection and decide whether to stay with the initial cells or wait for the afternoon's main event. The sun was fully up by the time I reached Chickasha, and I pulled into the Love's truck stop to fuel up and grab some breakfast from the fast food counter inside. The parking lot was busy with truckers and travelers, and I could see other storm chasers arriving in their own chase vehicles, some of them solo operators like me and Marcus, others part of those big tour groups that hauled paying customers around in armored buses to see tornadoes from what they promised was a safe distance. I recognized a few faces from the weather conferences and online forums where chasers gathered to compare notes and share footage. Guys who'd been doing this for 20 years or more. Legends in the small community of people crazy enough to make a living from danger. Inside the truck stop, the television above the coffee station was showing CNN, and they were running some breaking news story about a major incident at a research facility in Nevada. something about an explosion and a hazardous material release that had prompted evacuations in the surrounding area. The footage showed emergency vehicles and people in hazmat suits, but the details were vague, and the news anchor kept saying that information was still coming in and that authorities were asking people to stay away from the area. I grabbed my breakfast sandwich and coffee and headed back outside, where Marcus was just pulling up in his Chevy Silverado, waving at me through the windshield with that big grin he always had when the weather was looking good. Marcus climbed out of his truck and walked over, dressed in his usual chase day outfit of cargo pants and a weather-worn baseball cap with the Air Force weather logo on it that he refused to replace even though it was falling apart. He was 42 years old, built like a linebacker, with a beard that had gone mostly gray in the last few years and a tattoo of a tornado on his left forearm that he'd gotten after his first successful intercept back in 2012. We'd been through some close calls together over the years, times when we'd cut it too close to a tornado and had to outrun the debris field, times when we'd nearly been hit by hail the size of softballs or caught in flash floods that turned rural roads into raging rivers. But we always came out okay because we knew what we were doing and we respected the power of the storms even as we chased them. We stood in the parking lot drinking our coffee and checking the latest radar updates on our phones, watching the storm cells continue to develop and organize along the dry line. The atmosphere was loaded with instability, the morning soundings showing massive Cape values over 4,000 joules per kilogram, and the wind shear was perfect for supercells, with strong directional shear in the low levels and speed shear above that would promote rotation in any storm that could get organized. The Storm Prediction Center had already issued a tornado watch for central Oklahoma and southern Kansas, valid until 8 o'clock that evening, and they were forecasting multiple strong to violent tornadoes with the potential for long-track EF4 or even EF5 damage. Marcus pointed at a cell that was developing southwest of Chickasha, already showing strong rotation on the velocity scans, and suggested we head that direction to get in position before it intensified. I agreed, and we climbed back into our separate vehicles, staying in contact through the two-way radios we used for communication when cell phone coverage got spotty out in the rural areas. We headed west on Highway 62, driving through farm country where fields of winter wheat stretched to the horizon and cattle grazed in pastures that looked deceptively peaceful under the darkening sky. The storm we were targeting was growing rapidly now, its updraft tower reaching toward the stratosphere, and I could see the base of the clouds starting to lower and develop that characteristic wall cloud structure that preceded tornado formation. The radio was still running news updates between songs, and they were talking more about that incident in Nevada, saying that federal authorities had taken over the response and that the facility in question was some kind of biological research lab operated by a private contractor with government funding. They mentioned something about a possible breach of containment protocols, and that people living within 50 miles of the site were being told to shelter in place and monitor local media for updates. But then the weather radio started shrieking with a tornado warning for Grady County, and I switched my full attention back to the storm in front of us. The warning was for the cell we were tracking, radar indicating rotation and a possible tornado on the ground already, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour toward the town of Amber. We accelerated and repositioned to the south of the storm's track, finding a good spot on a dirt road with clear visibility to the north where we could see the entire supercell structure. The wall cloud was rotating violently now, and as I grabbed my cameras and got out of the truck, I could see the first funnel starting to descend from the base of the cloud. A gray finger reaching down toward the earth like the hand of God searching for something to destroy. The sound was incredible, a deep rumbling roar that you could feel in your chest, and the air had that strange greenish tint that always came with the most violent storms. The light filtered through layers of hail and rain and the rotating mesocyclone above. The funnel touched down about 2 miles north of our position, kicking up a massive debris cloud as it carved into a farmstead, and I started filming while Marcus radioed in our visual confirmation to the National Weather Service. The tornado was already at least a quarter-mile wide, a violent multi-vortex monster with satellite tornadoes spinning around the main circulation, and I could see debris flying thousands of feet into the air, pieces of buildings and vehicles and trees spinning in the vortex like toys in a blender. It was beautiful and terrifying in equal measure, the raw power of nature on full display, and I felt that familiar mix of awe and fear that came with every close tornado encounter. The knowledge that I was watching something that could kill me in seconds if I made a wrong decision about positioning or timing. The tornado tracked northeast across open fields for several minutes, growing and intensifying as it fed on the unstable air mass, and we followed it carefully, keeping our distance but staying close enough to document its evolution. My cameras were recording everything, the multiple vortices dancing around each other, the debris field expanding as the tornado carved through fence lines and irrigation equipment and anything else unlucky enough to be in its path. Marcus was calling out updates on the radio, giving exact locations and movement to help the warning meteorologists track the storm. And I could hear the urgency in his voice because we both knew that this tornado was heading toward more populated areas, and that people needed every second of advance warning we could give them. The tornado stayed on the ground for almost 20 minutes before it finally started to weaken and rope out, the funnel becoming thinner and more disorganized until it lifted back into the cloud base and disappeared. The storm wasn't done, though, its updraft still powerful and its structure still supportive of tornadoes, and within 10 minutes we saw another funnel starting to develop, this one even larger than the first. The second tornado touched down and immediately intensified into a massive wedge, wider than it was tall, with winds that had to be over 200 miles per hour based on the complete destruction I could see in its path. This was the kind of tornado that made history, that would be talked about for years in the weather community, and I was documenting every second of it. We repositioned again to stay with the storm, driving on back roads and dirt tracks to maintain our visual and our safety margin. And the afternoon wore on with the second tornado staying on the ground for over an hour, carving a path of devastation through rural Oklahoma. The radio was going crazy now with multiple tornado warnings for different storms that were firing up all across the state, and I could see other supercells developing to our west and southwest, each one looking capable of producing significant tornadoes. It was turning into one of those legendary outbreak days that happen maybe once or twice a decade, when the atmosphere was so primed for severe weather that tornadoes were spinning up everywhere you looked. The sun was starting to get lower in the sky when Marcus radioed that he was getting weird reports on his police scanner. Something about emergency rooms in Oklahoma City being overwhelmed with patients showing symptoms of some kind of respiratory illness. People coming in with high fevers and difficulty breathing and aggressive behavior that the hospitals were having trouble managing. I barely registered what he was saying because I was focused on filming the tornado that was still on the ground in front of us. But I remember thinking that it was strange timing, that kind of thing happening on the same day as the major outbreak, like the universe was piling disasters on top of each other. The tornado finally dissipated around 6 in the evening, and we started the long drive back toward Oklahoma City, exhausted but satisfied with the footage we'd captured. The sky was starting to clear to the west, the storms moving off to the northeast and leaving behind a trail of destruction that would take months or years to clean up. My phone was buzzing with messages from weather services and media outlets wanting to license my footage, and I was already thinking about the editing work I'd need to do tonight to get the best shots ready for sale. Marcus and I agreed to meet up at my apartment to review our footage together and grab some dinner, comparing notes on what we'd seen and congratulating ourselves on another successful chase day without any close calls or damage to our vehicles. The drive back to Moore took about an hour, and as we got closer to the city, I started noticing that traffic was heavier than usual, backed up on the highways with people trying to get somewhere in a hurry. The radio news was still running updates about that research facility incident in Nevada, saying that the CDC had gotten involved and that there were reports of people becoming sick in the areas surrounding the facility, but they were being very careful not to call it an epidemic or to use any language that might cause panic. They mentioned that some flights had been grounded at airports in the western United States as a precautionary measure and that health screenings were being implemented at certain transportation hubs. But they kept emphasizing that everything was under control and that there was no reason for public concern. I pulled into my apartment complex around 7:30, parking next to Marcus's truck in my usual spot, and we gathered up our equipment and headed inside. The complex was one of those modern places that had gone up after the big tornado in 2013, built to newer code standards with reinforced construction and storm shelters. Though I always figured that if a really big tornado hit directly, no amount of reinforcement would save you. My apartment was on the second floor, a one-bedroom unit that was basically just a place to sleep and store my equipment between chase seasons, the walls covered with storm photographs and radar prints and all the meteorological memorabilia that I'd accumulated over the years. Marcus threw himself down on my couch while I started downloading footage from my cameras to my computer. The file's enormous because I'd been recording in 4K for hours. I ordered pizza from the place down the street that delivered, and we settled in to review the day's chase, watching the tornado footage over and over, marking the best shots and the moments that really captured the power and beauty of what we'd witnessed. The pizza arrived and we ate while we worked, and Marcus kept his police scanner on in the background, the usual chatter of traffic stops and domestic calls and the ordinary business of law enforcement on a Friday night. Around 9 o'clock, the scanner started getting weird reports again. Calls about disturbances at hospitals and clinics across the city. People becoming violent and attacking staff. Security having to restrain patients who were exhibiting what the dispatchers were calling psychotic breaks or drug-induced aggression. Marcus turned up the volume and we listened more carefully, and within half an hour the volume of calls was increasing. More and more reports of violent incidents at medical facilities, and then reports starting to come in from other locations. Convenience stores and gas stations and residential neighborhoods where people were attacking others for no apparent reason. I switched on my television to see if the local news had picked up on whatever was happening, and the 10 o'clock news was leading with a story about a strange illness that was affecting people across Oklahoma City, with hospitals reporting being overwhelmed with patients showing severe neurological symptoms. The news anchor looked concerned but was still trying to maintain that professional calm, saying that health officials were investigating and that people should avoid contact with anyone showing symptoms of fever, aggression, or altered mental status. They showed footage from outside Integris Baptist Medical Center where ambulances were lined up and people in hospital scrubs were visible through the windows, looking stressed and overwhelmed. Marcus and I looked at each other with growing unease, and he said that maybe this had something to do with whatever had happened at that research facility in Nevada, that maybe something had gotten out and spread faster than anyone expected. I told him that was crazy, that Nevada was over 1,000 miles away and that diseases didn't spread that fast unless they were airborne and highly contagious. But even as I said it, I was thinking about the severe weather we'd been tracking all day, the strong upper-level winds and the massive storm systems that had moved across multiple states. And I was remembering my training from the Air Force about biological warfare agents and how atmospheric conditions could affect their dispersal patterns. The news cut to a press conference that was happening live at the Oklahoma State Department of Health, where a tired-looking official was explaining that they were dealing with an outbreak of an unknown pathogen that appeared to be causing severe neurological symptoms in infected individuals. He was being very careful with his language, talking about maintaining calm and following hygiene protocols. But you could see the fear in his eyes, the knowledge that whatever was happening was worse than what he was saying publicly. He mentioned that the CDC was sending teams and that the National Guard was being activated to assist with maintaining order. And that was when I started to really worry, because you don't call out the National Guard for the flu or food poisoning. My phone started ringing with calls from my mother in Tulsa, asking if I was okay and if I'd heard about what was happening in Oklahoma City, telling me to stock up on supplies and to stay inside and away from crowds. I assured her I was fine and that I'd be careful, but I could hear the panic in her voice. And after we hung up, I started thinking that maybe I should actually take her advice and make a supply run to the store before things got worse. Marcus agreed and said he'd come with me, that we should grab some extra food and water just in case this turned into something that lasted more than a few days. We drove to the 24-hour Walmart on I-35, and the parking lot was already packed with people who'd had the same idea, everyone loading up shopping carts with bottled water and canned goods and first aid supplies. The store inside was chaos, people moving quickly through the aisles with that focused intensity that came with genuine fear. Not the pre-storm shopping rush where people bought bread and milk and beer, but serious survival shopping. People loading up on everything they might need if the supply chain broke down or if they couldn't leave their homes for a while. We filled a cart with non-perishable food, cases of water, batteries, first aid supplies, and some other basics. And as we were checking out, I noticed that a lot of people were also buying weapons, cleaning out the sporting goods section of ammunition and tactical gear. The cashier looked exhausted and scared, scanning items mechanically while her eyes kept darting to the television mounted near the registers, where the news was showing footage of emergency vehicles responding to incidents all across the metro area. She told us to stay safe as we paid, and there was something in her voice that made it sound less like a pleasantry and more like a genuine plea. We loaded everything into our trucks and headed back to my apartment. And on the drive, I could hear sirens everywhere, fire trucks and ambulances and police cars racing through the streets with their lights flashing. More emergency response activity than I'd ever seen, even during tornado season. The scanner in Marcus's truck was going absolutely crazy now. Calls overlapping each other, dispatchers struggling to keep up with the volume of incidents being reported, and I heard one transmission that made my blood run cold. An officer screaming for backup and saying that someone was biting people and wouldn't stop no matter how many times they tasered him. We got back to the apartment and hauled our supplies upstairs, stacking everything in my living room and then standing at the window looking out at the city. To the north, toward downtown Oklahoma City, I could see smoke rising into the night sky. Multiple fires burning, and the constant flash of emergency lights created a strobing effect against the clouds. The television was showing non-stop coverage now, all the regular programming canceled. Reporters looking increasingly frightened as they described scenes of violence and chaos erupting across the metro area, and indeed across multiple cities in Oklahoma and surrounding states. A reporter was standing outside OU Medical Center, and behind her I could see people running and screaming, someone covered in blood staggering across the parking lot, and then the camera shook violently and went dark. The feed cutting back to a shocked anchor in the studio who said they'd lost contact with their reporter and would try to re-establish the connection. They never did re-establish it. Instead, they cut to helicopter footage from one of their news choppers, showing scenes from above the city that looked like something from a war zone, fires burning, cars crashed and abandoned on highways, crowds of people running through streets in apparent panic. Marcus's phone rang, and it was his ex-wife calling from Norman, hysterical, saying that their daughter's college campus was under lockdown. and that students were barricading themselves in dorms because infected people were attacking anyone they found. Marcus tried to calm her down and told her to stay inside and keep the doors locked, and I could see his hands shaking as he talked, the fear breaking through his usual calm demeanor. When he hung up, he looked at me and said we needed to figure out what the hell was really happening. Whether this was actually what it looked like or whether there was some rational explanation that would make sense of the insanity unfolding around us. I pulled up every news source I could find online, scrolling through reports from across the country, and what I found made no sense in a rational world. There were reports of similar outbreaks happening in multiple states, concentrated in the Midwest and Southern Plains, but with scattered incidents as far away as Pennsylvania and Georgia. People were describing infected individuals as acting like they were rabid, attacking anyone nearby with their teeth and hands, showing no response to pain or commands, continuing to attack even when injured severely. Some reports were calling them zombies, using that word explicitly. And while most of the mainstream news sources were avoiding that term, the descriptions they were giving matched every zombie movie I'd ever seen. The official story that was emerging was that there had been a breach at a biological research facility in Nevada, a place that was doing work on neurological diseases and genetic modifications, and that somehow a weaponized pathogen had been released, either accidentally or deliberately, though the details were classified and no one was giving straight answers. The government was saying that terrorists might have been involved, that there were indications that the release had been coordinated with attacks at other locations, that this was potentially an act of biological warfare on American soil. The president was going to address the nation at midnight, they said, and in the meantime, people should shelter in place and avoid contact with anyone showing symptoms of infection. Around 11 o'clock, the power started flickering, the lights in my apartment dimming and then coming back, and I realized that the infrastructure was starting to fail under the strain of whatever was happening. Marcus suggested we should probably get out of the city, head north to Tulsa, or maybe try to reach one of the military bases where there might be security and organization. But even as he said it, we could hear gunfire in the distance. Not the occasional shots you might hear in a rough neighborhood, but sustained fire, automatic weapons, and what sounded like explosions. Going out into that chaos seemed like a death sentence, but staying in the apartment didn't feel much safer if the power went out completely and the infected started spreading through the complex. I was standing at the window trying to decide what to do when I saw movement in the parking lot below. A man was stumbling across the asphalt, moving with that strange, jerky gait that I'd seen in the news footage, and as he passed under one of the streetlights, I could see that his clothes were torn and covered in blood. His face blank and slack except for his mouth, which was hanging open like he was gasping for air. He stopped in the middle of the parking lot and his head turned slowly, scanning the area like he was looking for something. And then he suddenly took off running toward the building entrance with a speed that seemed impossible for someone who'd been stumbling a moment before. I grabbed Marcus and we moved away from the window, and I told him we needed to barricade the door and figure out a plan, because if that thing got into the building, we were sitting ducks up here on the second floor with only one exit. We started pushing furniture against the door, my couch and entertainment center and the heavy bookshelf that held all my weather reference materials, creating a barrier that might slow down an attacker even if it wouldn't stop them completely. I had a pistol, a Glock 19 that I kept for personal protection, and that I'd taken to the range often enough to be confident with. And Marcus had a revolver in his truck that he'd owned since his Air Force days, but neither of us had ever imagined we'd be using them to defend ourselves against infected people in our own apartment complex. The president's address came on at midnight, and we watched it on my laptop since the television signal had gotten flaky. He looked grave and exhausted, reading from a teleprompter, but clearly struggling to maintain composure as he explained what the government knew about the outbreak. He said that approximately 72 hours ago, There had been a coordinated terrorist attack on a classified research facility designated as Black Ridge Laboratory in the Nevada desert, a facility that was conducting advanced research into neurological treatments and genetic therapies under contract with the Department of Defense. A domestic terrorist cell with ties to extreme anti-government militias had infiltrated the facility and released a weaponized pathogen that had been developed from a modified rabies virus, a virus that affected the nervous system and caused extreme aggression and loss of higher brain function in infected individuals. The president explained that the terrorists had then used stolen aircraft to conduct aerial dispersal of the pathogen over multiple locations across the country, targeting major population centers and using weather patterns to maximize spread. He said that the virus appeared to be transmitted through bodily fluids, primarily through bites from infected individuals, and that it progressed rapidly once infection occurred, with symptoms manifesting within hours. He announced that a state of emergency was being declared, that the military was being mobilized to contain the outbreak, that travel was being restricted, and that citizens should remain in their homes and await further instructions. He assured everyone that the government was working on a treatment, that the best scientists and doctors were focused on finding a cure. But his eyes told a different story. They told the truth that he couldn't say out loud, which was that this was already out of control and that we were all in serious danger. When the address ended, Marcus and I sat in silence for a moment, processing what we'd just heard. The idea that terrorists had deliberately weaponized and released a virus that turned people into mindless killers was almost too much to comprehend. But it explained the speed and scope of what we were seeing. If they'd used aircraft and weather patterns to spread the pathogen, then the severe storms we'd been chasing all day could have been carrying infected particles across hundreds of miles, seeding new outbreak zones wherever the rain fell or the winds blew. My mind was racing with calculations about atmospheric dispersal, about how upper-level jet streams could carry particles across state lines, about how the tornadic supercells with their powerful updrafts and downdrafts could have acted like biological pumps, sucking contaminated air high into the atmosphere and then dumping it back down in concentrated bursts. The implications were staggering. If the virus had been dispersed into severe thunderstorms across Oklahoma and Kansas, then every town in the path of those storms could be infected. Thousands of square miles contaminated, millions of people potentially exposed. And the tornado that Marcus and I had been documenting for hours, that massive wedge that had stayed on the ground carving through the countryside, could have been spreading the virus along its entire track, infecting every person who came in contact with the rain and debris. I walked back to the window and looked out at the city, and now instead of seeing random chaos, I was seeing a pattern. A wave of infection spreading outward from multiple epicenters, consuming everything in its path. The fires were spreading too, buildings burning uncontrolled because emergency services couldn't respond to everything at once. And I could see more and more infected people in the streets below, moving in groups now, drawn to any sign of life or movement. They weren't slow, shambling zombies like in the old movies. They were fast and aggressive, running and climbing and showing a terrifying level of physical capability, even as they'd lost all higher reasoning. Marcus asked what I thought we should do, whether we should try to make a run for it or fort up and wait for rescue. I told him honestly that I didn't know, that both options seemed equally likely to get us killed, but that staying here without power or water or any way to defend ourselves long-term seemed like slow suicide. I suggested we wait until dawn, see what the situation looked like in daylight, and then decide whether to try to reach my mother's house in Tulsa, where we might be able to consolidate with more people and supplies. Marcus agreed, and we took turns keeping watch through the rest of the night, one of us sleeping while the other monitored the scanner and watched for any signs of infected people trying to get into the building. The night passed slowly, punctuated by distant sounds of violence and destruction, screams and gunshots and the crash of breaking glass. The scanner eventually went silent around 3 in the morning. Whether because the police had abandoned their posts or because the radio system had failed, I couldn't tell. The power went out completely around 4. Plunging the apartment into darkness lit only by the fires burning across the city and the occasional flash of what might have been explosions or could have been electrical transformers failing. I stood at the window with my pistol in hand, watching infected people wander through the parking lot below. And I tried to reconcile this nightmare reality with the normal day I'd woken up to that morning, chasing storms across beautiful spring landscape with no idea that the world was about to end. Dawn came slowly, the sun rising over a city that looked like it had been bombed, smoke rising from dozens of fires, abandoned vehicles everywhere, bodies lying in the streets. From my second-floor vantage point, I could see that the infection had spread throughout the entire area. Infected people visible in every direction, some standing still like they were in standby mode, others moving constantly, searching for prey. The morning news, what little was still broadcasting on battery-powered radio stations, was reporting that Oklahoma City had fallen completely, that the military was establishing a perimeter around the metro area, and that civilians who could make it to designated evacuation points would be airlifted out. But the locations they were giving were all downtown, miles away through streets that were completely overrun. I made the decision that we needed to move, that staying in the apartment meant certain death once our supplies ran out or the infected figured out how to get through the barricaded doors. I told Marcus we'd take my truck because it had better ground clearance and more fuel capacity. And we'd try to make it north on back roads, avoiding highways and major streets where traffic jams and infected hordes would make passage impossible. We packed essential supplies into backpacks, took all the ammunition we had, filled every container we could find with water from the tap while it was still running, and prepared to make our escape. The first obstacle was getting from the apartment to the truck without being overwhelmed by infected. We could see at least a dozen of them in the immediate area around the parking lot, and they seemed to be attracted to sound and movement, so we'd need to be quick and quiet or we'd draw them all down on us at once. I remembered the emergency stairwell on the east side of the building that opened into an alley rather than the main parking lot, and I suggested we try to exit that way and circle around to where the truck was parked. We moved the barricade as quietly as we could, checking the hallway before venturing out, and made our way to the stairwell with our bags and weapons. The building was eerily silent, no sounds of other residents, no indication that anyone else was still alive and hiding in their apartments. I pushed open the stairwell door and we descended quickly, boots echoing off concrete walls, and emerged into the alley behind the building where dumpsters overflowed with trash and morning light barely penetrated between the structures. The alley was clear of infected, but I could hear them nearby. That distinctive sound they made that was somewhere between a growl and a wheeze, like they were constantly struggling to breathe through damaged throats. We moved along the wall toward the parking lot, staying low and trying to avoid making any noise, and when we reached the corner, I peered around to see the situation. My truck was about 50 feet away across open asphalt, and there were 3 infected people between us and it, 2 of them standing motionless near a crashed car and one of them wandering in circles like it was confused or damaged. I looked at Marcus and he nodded, and we made our move, running for the truck as fast as we could while carrying our gear. The infected reacted instantly to the sound of our footsteps, their heads snapping around and their bodies immediately shifting into pursuit mode, running toward us with that terrible speed and single-minded focus. I reached the truck first and fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking with adrenaline, and got the door open and threw my bag inside. Marcus was right behind me, and he vaulted into the passenger side, and I fired the engine just as the first infected person reached us, slamming into the driver's side door with enough force to rock the truck. I threw the truck into reverse and floored it, the diesel roaring as we shot backward across the parking lot with the infected person clinging to the door handle and trying to reach through the window. I cranked the wheel and hit the brakes, then shifted into drive and accelerated forward, finally dislodging the infected person who tumbled away across the pavement. More of them were converging now, attracted by the noise of the engine, and I had to swerve around them as I headed for the parking lot exit, clipping one with the front bumper and sending it spinning. We made it out onto the street and I accelerated north, weaving around abandoned cars and trying to find a clear path through the destruction. Every intersection was a gamble, clusters of infected people everywhere, some of them chasing after us when they saw the truck, but most of them occupied with other prey or simply standing idle. I turned onto residential streets, hoping to avoid the main roads, and we drove through neighborhoods that looked like war zones, houses with doors broken open, bloodstains on sidewalks and driveways, infected people visible through windows or stumbling across lawns. Marcus was navigating with a paper map because GPS had stopped working when the cellular networks went down, and he directed me through a maze of back streets and service roads trying to find a route that would take us out of the city and toward Tulsa. We passed strip malls where looters had been interrupted mid-theft by the infected, the stores broken open and bodies scattered among the merchandise. We passed churches where people had apparently sought refuge only to be overwhelmed, and I could see movement inside through broken stained glass windows. We passed an elementary school where playground equipment stood silent and a school bus sat abandoned with its door open and blood smeared on the yellow paint. Every few blocks we'd encounter a situation that required a decision, sometimes having to ram through an obstacle or take a different route when a road was completely blocked. The truck was taking damage, the front bumper dented and scratched, one headlight broken, but it kept running and that was all that mattered. We saw other survivors too, people in vehicles or on foot. Sometimes they'd flag us down or try to stop us, and every time I had to make the brutal calculation of whether stopping would help them or just get us killed. Most of the time I didn't stop. I couldn't afford to, and I tried not to think about the desperate faces watching us drive past, about what would happen to them when night fell again. We were making decent progress north when we encountered our first serious roadblock, a pileup on the highway overpass where multiple vehicles had crashed and caught fire, creating a burning barrier that completely blocked the road. I stopped the truck and we sat there trying to figure out an alternative route when infected people started emerging from the wreckage, dozens of them that had apparently been trapped in the crashed vehicles or had been feeding on the victims. They came at us in a wave and I threw the truck into reverse, backing up as fast as I could while they ran after us, and then I spun the wheel and went off-road, the truck bouncing across a drainage ditch and up onto a frontage road that paralleled the highway. The detour cost us time and fuel, but eventually got us around the blockage, and by mid-morning we were on the outskirts of the city where the density of infected people decreased, and the roads became more passable. We stopped at an abandoned gas station to try to refuel, and while Marcus pumped gas manually using the emergency access on the underground tanks, I kept watch with my pistol drawn. The station had already been looted, windows smashed and shelves empty, and there was blood everywhere inside, but no bodies, which meant either the infected had dragged them away or the victims had reanimated and wandered off. I was scanning the tree line across the road when I heard Marcus shout, and I spun around to see an infected woman crawling out from under a parked semi-truck, moving with that awful jerky speed despite having injuries that would have crippled a normal person. I fired 3 times, center mass like I'd been trained, but she barely slowed down and kept coming. Marcus yelled at me to go for the head, and my next shot caught her in the face and she dropped instantly, whatever remained of her brain finally shutting down. We finished refueling in tense silence, both of us shaken by how hard the infected were to stop. And then we got back on the road heading north. The rural landscape around us looked deceptively normal, farms and fields that showed no sign of the catastrophe unfolding in the cities, but I knew that was an illusion. That the infection was spreading everywhere and that these small towns would fall just as surely as Oklahoma City had. The question was only when, and whether we could stay ahead of the wave. We made it to Guthrie around noon, a small city north of Oklahoma City that had been a territorial capital in the 1800s, and now was mostly known for its historic downtown. The place looked deserted, businesses closed and streets empty, and I drove slowly through the main drag looking for any sign of life or supplies. We needed food and water, needed to restock before continuing north, and I saw a sporting goods store that looked intact, so I pulled up in front of it and we grabbed our weapons and approached cautiously. The store's front door was locked, but the glass was reinforced and had held against whatever had tried to break in. I smashed the glass with a tire iron from the truck and we climbed through, dropping into the dim interior where rows of camping gear and hunting equipment waited in the shadows. We moved quickly, grabbing supplies that would be useful: freeze-dried food packets, water purification tablets, better knives, a compound bow with arrows because eventually we'd run out of ammunition. Marcus found a hunting rifle with a scope, a Remington 700 in .308, and he loaded it and slung it over his shoulder, saying it would be better for long-range encounters than our pistols. We were loading our supplies back into the truck when I heard the sound of a helicopter, rotors thumping somewhere to the east, and I looked up to see a military Black Hawk flying low over the town. It circled once and then continued south, and I wondered if it was part of the evacuation effort or if the military was already writing off the entire region as lost. The radio in the truck was picking up military frequencies, clipped professional communications between units that were trying to establish containment zones and evacuation corridors. But from what I could tell, they were being overwhelmed everywhere, falling back to more defensible positions and abandoning civilians who couldn't reach the secure areas. We continued north toward Tulsa, making better time now that we were out of the metro area. And I was starting to think we might actually make it when we came around a curve and found the road blocked by a military checkpoint. Soldiers in full combat gear were manning concrete barriers and armored vehicles, and they had their weapons up and pointed at us before we'd even stopped the truck. An officer approached with his rifle trained on me and shouted for us to exit the vehicle slowly with our hands visible, and we complied because disobeying armed soldiers seemed like a good way to get shot. They searched us in the truck thoroughly, checking for bite marks or signs of infection, asking us where we'd come from and where we were trying to go. I explained that we'd escaped from Moore and were trying to reach Tulsa to find my mother, and the officer shook his head and said that Tulsa was under quarantine, that the entire region was being locked down, and that no one was allowed in or out. He said our only option was to proceed to a refugee processing center that had been set up at Tinker Air Force Base, where civilians were being screened and held until the situation stabilized. I asked him what situation, whether they had the outbreak under control, and he gave me a look that was pure exhaustion and said that containment had failed, that the infection was spreading faster than they could respond, and that orders from the top were changing every few hours as the military tried to figure out how to deal with a threat that couldn't be negotiated with or bombed into submission. He said we should count ourselves lucky to be alive and should get to the base while there was still a base to get to. Because the way things were going, he didn't expect organized military presence to last more than another day or two. Marcus and I got back in the truck and followed the directions to Tinker, driving through more checkpoints and past military convoys that were moving rapidly in both directions, some heading toward the cities and others retreating from them. The base was chaos when we arrived. Thousands of refugees crowded into temporary camps on the airfield, families with whatever possessions they'd managed to grab, people injured and sick and traumatized. Military personnel and medical staff were trying to maintain order, but they were clearly overwhelmed. And I could see fights breaking out over resources, people panicking and trying to force their way onto the cargo planes that were loading evacuees. We were processed through an intake station where they checked us again for injuries or symptoms, and then we were assigned to a tent in one of the temporary camps and told to wait for further instructions. The tent was crowded with other refugees, maybe 50 people crammed into a space designed for 20. Everyone scared and angry and desperate for information that no one could provide. I tried calling my mother's phone, but the cellular networks were still down. And without any way to contact her, I had no idea if she was safe in Tulsa or if she'd been infected or killed. The afternoon stretched into evening and still no one came with updates or supplies, and I was getting increasingly anxious about being trapped here with thousands of other people, thinking that if even one infected person made it onto the base, we'd all be slaughtered. Marcus was talking with some other refugees who'd come from different parts of the state, and they were sharing stories about what they'd seen. Towns completely overrun, families torn apart, horrors that seemed impossible but that we all knew were real because we'd lived through similar experiences. Around 6 in the evening, there was a commotion at the edge of the camp, shouting and gunfire, and then soldiers were running past our tent with their weapons drawn. Someone said that infected had breached the perimeter, that they'd gotten onto the base somehow and were attacking refugees in the southern sector. Panic spread instantly, people trying to run but having nowhere to go, pressing against the fences that surrounded the camp. And I grabbed Marcus and told him we needed to get out of here before the whole place collapsed into chaos. We grabbed our bags and pushed through the crowd toward where the trucks were parked, and I could hear screaming getting closer, the distinctive sounds of infected people attacking. Soldiers were trying to form a defensive line, but they were being overrun, too many infected coming too fast, and I saw men in uniform going down under piles of attackers, their screams cutting off abruptly as teeth found throats. We reached my truck and I fired it up and drove straight through a gap in the fence that someone else had already crashed through, ignoring the shouts from military police who were trying to maintain control but had lost any real authority. We fled north from Tinker, the base burning behind us as fuel storage tanks caught fire and exploded, and I pushed the truck as hard as I could toward Tulsa because I needed to know if my mother was alive and because staying anywhere near Oklahoma City seemed like certain death. The highways were jammed now with other refugees fleeing the collapse of the military base, and I had to go off-road multiple times to get around traffic jams and accidents. The sun was setting and I knew that driving after dark would be suicide, but I couldn't stop. Couldn't rest. Needed to keep moving because stopping meant thinking about what we'd seen, and thinking about it would break me. We reached the outskirts of Tulsa around 8 o'clock, and the city looked like it had already fallen, fires burning everywhere. No lights except for scattered emergency vehicles and the occasional generator-powered building. I navigated through the darkening streets toward my mother's neighborhood in South Tulsa, and every block we drove through showed more evidence of the infection's spread. Abandoned cars and bodies and infected people wandering in the darkness. My truck's headlights would catch them and they'd turn toward us following the light, and I'd have to accelerate away before they could surround us. My mother's house was in a quiet residential neighborhood that had always seemed safe and peaceful. Tree-lined streets and well-maintained homes where families raised their children and retired people tended their gardens. Now it looked like a ghost town, every house dark and silent, and I pulled into my mother's driveway with my heart pounding, terrified of what I'd find inside. The front door was locked and showed no signs of forced entry, and I used my key to open it and called out for my mother, my voice sounding too loud in the silent house. She appeared at the top of the stairs with a shotgun pointed at me, and when she recognized me, she lowered it and came down crying, and we embraced while she told me she'd been so worried that she'd watched the news until the power went out and had heard the infection spreading through Tulsa, and had been sitting in the dark waiting for either rescue or death. I told her we needed to leave, that staying in the city was impossible, and she agreed, and we quickly gathered her essential supplies and medications and loaded everything into the truck. Marcus suggested we head west out of Oklahoma entirely, try to reach Colorado or maybe Arizona where there might still be functioning government control. But I was thinking about the weather patterns, about how the infection had been spread through the atmosphere and about how the severe weather season was just getting started. We were in the heart of Tornado Alley, and for the next 2 months we'd see major storm systems moving through the region every few days, each one potentially carrying the virus to new areas, each one making it impossible to track where the infection would spread next. I shared my concerns with Marcus and my mother as we drove west out of Tulsa on Highway 412, explaining that if the virus could be aerosolized and spread through precipitation and wind, then every severe thunderstorm and every tornado would act as a dispersal mechanism, creating unpredictable infection zones across hundreds of miles. Marcus understood immediately because of his meteorological background, and he pulled up what little weather data we could still access on his phone to show that there were more severe weather systems developing across the plains, that the atmospheric pattern was favorable for continued outbreak activity for the foreseeable future. My mother asked what that meant for our chances of survival, and I told her honestly that I didn't know, that we'd need to find somewhere defensible and wait out the immediate collapse, and then we'd need to figure out how to survive in a world where the dead didn't stay dead, and the weather itself had become a weapon spreading infection. She sat quietly in the back seat, processing this information, and then she said that she had a friend who owned a ranch property near the town of Woodward in northwest Oklahoma, a remote place with its own well and solar power and defensible structures, and that if we could make it there, we might be able to hold out. It seemed like as good a plan as any, better than wandering aimlessly until we ran out of fuel or got overwhelmed by infected, so I agreed and we adjusted our route to head northwest toward Woodward. The drive took hours through dark rural roads where we saw evidence of the infection spreading into small towns, and we had several close encounters with infected people who'd apparently been rural residents before the virus reached them. We had to fight our way through one small town where infected had completely overrun the main street, and I ended up running over several of them while Marcus leaned out the window and shot others with the hunting rifle, the truck's grill getting covered in blood and tissue that I tried not to think about. We reached the ranch property around 2 in the morning, exhausted and terrified and running on adrenaline alone. The ranch was set back from the main road on a long gravel drive, surrounded by pastures and a windbreak of trees with a 2-story farmhouse and several outbuildings including a barn and equipment shed. My mother's friend wasn't there, the house empty and showing no signs of recent occupation, and I didn't know if she'd evacuated or been killed or infected. But the property itself seemed intact and defensible. We secured the house as best we could, checking all the doors and windows, making sure nothing had gotten inside ahead of us. The solar panels on the roof were still functioning, and we had limited electricity, enough to run some lights and charge our devices, and the well pump worked, so we had fresh water. The pantry was stocked with canned goods and dry goods, and there was a gun safe in the master bedroom that contained several rifles and a decent amount of ammunition. It felt like a miracle finding this place, like maybe we actually had a chance of surviving if we could just hold out here until the government regained control or a cure was developed. Marcus and I took turns on watch while my mother tried to sleep, and I stood at the second-floor window looking out at the dark fields surrounding the house, listening to the wind in the trees and the distant sounds that might have been infected people or might have been my imagination. The weather radio was still picking up broadcasts from the National Weather Service, automated warnings about severe thunderstorms moving through the region, and I listened to the robotic voice describing wind speeds and hail sizes and tornado potential, all the familiar meteorological information that had been my life's work, and I realized that everything I'd studied and trained for was now part of the mechanism killing humanity. Dawn came eventually, and with it the surreal experience of waking up in a world that looked normal from the ranch's second-floor windows. The sun rose over fields where cattle still grazed, painting the clouds in brilliant oranges and reds. And if you didn't know better, you'd think it was just another beautiful Oklahoma morning. But the radio told a different story. Emergency broadcasts announcing that Oklahoma City had been completely abandoned, that Tulsa was under military quarantine with shoot-on-sight orders for anyone trying to leave, that the infection had spread to Kansas and Texas and Missouri, and that the death toll was in the millions and climbing exponentially. The broadcast also mentioned something that made my blood run cold. They said that authorities were investigating reports that the initial terrorist release of the virus had been more sophisticated than first thought, that the terrorists had somehow coordinated with weather modification research being conducted at various facilities, and that there were indications that cloud seeding operations and atmospheric experiments had been deliberately manipulated to enhance the virus's spread. They mentioned a Dr. Harold Vance, an atmospheric scientist who'd been working on weather modification techniques for agricultural applications, whose laboratory in central Oklahoma had been found abandoned with evidence of illegal experimentation with biological materials. I remembered that name, Vance, because I'd heard him speak at a weather conference 3 years ago about using cloud seeding techniques to increase precipitation in drought-affected areas. He'd been brilliant and charismatic, talking about how humanity could take control of the weather and use it for beneficial purposes. But there'd been something off about him, a fanaticism in his eyes that had made me uncomfortable even as I'd been impressed by his research. Now it seemed that his work had been perverted, used to spread death instead of rain, and I wondered if he'd been part of the terrorist plot or if his research had simply been stolen and weaponized by others. Marcus was listening to the same broadcast, and he said that if Vance's laboratory was nearby, and if there was any information there about how the weather modification had been combined with the virus, then maybe we could figure out patterns to the infection's spread, predict where it would hit next based on atmospheric conditions. I told him that was crazy, that going anywhere near an infectious disease research site was suicide. But even as I said it, I was thinking about the military's attempts to contain the outbreak and how they kept failing because they couldn't predict where new infection zones would appear. My mother asked what we were talking about, and I explained the situation, the possibility that someone had deliberately engineered the virus to spread through severe weather systems, and that if we could understand the mechanism, we might be able to help survivors avoid the most dangerous areas. She looked at me like I was insane and said that our only job was to survive, not to play hero and get ourselves killed trying to fight something we couldn't possibly stop. She was right, of course, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had knowledge and skills that might actually be useful in this situation. That my years of studying atmospheric science and severe weather weren't just useless trivia in this new nightmare world. We spent the next few days fortifying the ranch and establishing a routine, taking inventory of supplies and setting up security measures and trying to create some semblance of normalcy in the midst of chaos. Marcus and I would take turns on watch while my mother worked on preparing food and maintaining the house systems, and we started to feel like maybe we could actually make it. Like maybe this remote property would keep us safe while the rest of the world burned. We saw infected people occasionally in the distance, solitary figures wandering through the fields or standing motionless like statues, and we'd watch them through binoculars, but they never came close enough to threaten us. The weather continued to be active, severe thunderstorms rolling through every afternoon, and I'd stand on the porch watching the storms develop with a mix of professional fascination and absolute horror, knowing that each of those rain shafts might be carrying infected particles, that each of those downdrafts might be seeding new outbreak zones. I started keeping detailed notes on my laptop about storm patterns and infection reports that we could still access through sporadic internet connections. trying to find correlations between weather events and the spread of the virus. On the fourth day at the ranch, we had visitors. I was on watch in the mid-afternoon when I saw vehicles approaching on the gravel road, a convoy of 3 pickup trucks moving fast and kicking up dust. They stopped in front of the house and men got out, maybe 15 of them total, all armed with rifles and wearing tactical gear that looked military surplus. Their leader was a tall man with a close-cropped beard and mirrored sunglasses who walked up to the porch and introduced himself as Colonel Tyler Marsh, said he was organizing survivors into a defensive community and that we needed to join them for our own safety. I told him we were fine on our own and didn't need any help, but he ignored me and gestured to his men who started spreading out around the property, inspecting the outbuildings and checking our defenses. He said that in times of crisis, lone survivors didn't last long, that we needed to be part of an organized group with shared resources and military discipline, and that he was commandeering this property as an outpost for his growing network of safe zones. I started to protest, but he cut me off and said I could either cooperate voluntarily or I could be forced to cooperate, and his men raised their weapons to emphasize his point. Marcus appeared at the door behind me with the hunting rifle, and there was a tense moment where it looked like shots were going to be fired. But my mother came out and put her hand on my shoulder and said we should hear what the colonel had to say before making any decisions. Marsh smiled at her intervention and lowered the temperature, saying he didn't want any violence between survivors, that we were all on the same side against the infected, and that he was just trying to establish order in the chaos. He laid out his vision over the next hour while his men continued to search the property. He said he'd been a National Guard officer before the outbreak, that he'd seen the military's command structure collapse and had decided to take matters into his own hands, gathering survivors and creating defended compounds across northwest Oklahoma and the Texas Panhandle. He said he had over 300 people under his protection now, spread across multiple locations, and that he was looking for people with useful skills to help build a new society from the ruins of the old one. He'd heard through his network that there were survivors at this ranch property, and he wanted us to join his organization. I asked him what joining meant, what he'd expect from us, and he explained that everyone contributed according to their abilities. People who could farm worked the agricultural sites, people who could shoot joined the security teams, people with medical or technical knowledge provided those services. In exchange, everyone received protection, food, shelter, and a chance to survive in a world that was trying to kill them. It sounded reasonable on the surface, but there was something about Marsh that made me deeply uncomfortable, a casual certainty in his voice that suggested he'd brook no disagreement, that his way was the only way. I told him we needed time to think about it, and he said we had until tomorrow morning to decide, that he'd leave some of his men here overnight to help with security and that we could discuss it further in the morning. Then he climbed back into his truck and drove off with most of his convoy, leaving behind 4 armed men who positioned themselves around the property like they were guards, or like they were jailers making sure we couldn't leave. That night, Marcus and I whispered in the dark about what to do. He said Marsh was clearly running some kind of authoritarian operation, and that joining would mean giving up our freedom and probably our supplies, working for him whether we wanted to or not. I agreed, but pointed out that refusing might mean getting shot, that Marsh had the numbers and the firepower to take what he wanted by force. My mother surprised us both by saying she thought we should escape while we still could, that she'd lived through enough to recognize a tyrant when she saw one, and that Marsh would eventually turn this safe haven into a prison camp run for his benefit. We waited until 3 in the morning when Marsh's men would be tired and inattentive, and we quietly loaded essential supplies into my truck, taking only what we could carry quickly. I'd siphoned extra fuel from the property's diesel tank into jerry cans, and we had enough food and water for at least a week on the road. The weapons and ammunition came with us, along with my weather equipment and laptop because I still had that nagging feeling that understanding the atmospheric dispersal patterns might be crucial to survival. We slipped out of the house through a back door and moved silently through the darkness toward the barn where the truck was hidden. One of Marsh's sentries was smoking a cigarette near the equipment shed, silhouetted against the night sky, and we had to wait for him to move before we could reach the truck. Marcus stayed behind with his rifle to cover us while my mother and I loaded the last supplies, and then we all climbed in, and I started the engine as quietly as possible, which with a diesel meant not very quietly at all. The sentry heard us immediately and started shouting, raising his weapon, and I floored the accelerator and drove straight toward the open barn door. Marcus fired twice from the passenger window and the sentry went down, and then we were outside racing across the pasture toward a back gate that led to a service road. The other guards were awake now and shooting at us, bullets punching through the truck's body panels and shattering the rear window. But we made it through the gate and onto the dirt road beyond, leaving Marsh's compound behind in a cloud of dust. We drove through the rest of the night on back roads and farm tracks, staying off the highways where Marsh's people might be looking for us. And by dawn, we were deep in the Oklahoma panhandle with no clear idea where to go next. The landscape around us was desolate, endless plains of buffalo grass and barbed wire fences, the occasional windmill pumping water for cattle that might or might not still be alive. The sky was beginning to cloud up again, towering cumulus building to the west, and I checked the weather data and saw that another severe weather outbreak was forecast for the afternoon. Marcus asked where I thought we should go, and I said that I'd been thinking about that research facility, Vance's laboratory where the weather modification experiments had been conducted. The news reports had said it was in central Oklahoma, somewhere between Oklahoma City and Tulsa. And I thought that if we could find it and access whatever records or data remained, we might learn something useful about how the virus spread and how to avoid it. Marcus thought I was crazy, but admitted he didn't have any better ideas, and my mother just held on tight in the back seat and said she trusted me to keep us alive. I turned the truck southeast and we started the long drive back toward central Oklahoma, back toward the heart of the outbreak zone, back toward danger that any sane person would run from. But I'd spent my whole adult life studying storms and chasing them across the plains, running toward danger for the sake of knowledge and documentation. And maybe this was just the same impulse on a larger scale. The need to understand even if understanding didn't change the outcome. We stopped in the ruins of a small town called Laverne to scavenge for supplies, and while Marcus and I searched a convenience store that had been thoroughly looted but still had some items hidden in the back storage room, we heard engines approaching. I looked out through the broken storefront window and saw Marsh's convoy, the same 3 pickup trucks pulling into the town's main intersection about a block away. They were searching for us, clearly, and I cursed our bad luck that they'd chosen the same route we had. We grabbed what we could and ran back to my truck through a back alley, but Marsh's men had spotted us and were giving chase. I drove through narrow streets between abandoned buildings, trying to lose them in the maze of the small town's layout, but they stayed with us. And then one of their trucks pulled across the road ahead of us, blocking our path. I slammed on the brakes and threw the truck into reverse, but another of their vehicles had already blocked that direction too. And we were trapped with Marsh's men closing in on foot with weapons raised. Marsh himself walked up to the driver's window with a pistol in his hand and a disgusted expression on his face. He said he'd been willing to be reasonable to let us join peacefully, but that we'd chosen violence and theft instead, and that actions had consequences. He ordered us out of the truck with our hands visible, and we complied because there were too many guns pointed at us to do otherwise. His men searched us in the truck, taking our weapons and supplies, and Marsh said that we'd work off the debt we'd incurred by stealing from him, that we'd be part of his organization whether we liked it or not, starting immediately. They bound our hands with zip ties and loaded us into the back of one of their trucks, leaving my vehicle behind with one of their men to drive it back to their compound. We drove for several hours in uncomfortable silence, bouncing along rough roads while Marsh's people laughed and joked in the front seat about what jobs they'd assign us and how long it would take to break our spirits. I exchanged looks with Marcus and my mother, all of us thinking the same thing, that we'd traded one danger for another and might have just gotten ourselves into something worse than the infected. The convoy eventually stopped at what looked like a former National Guard armory that Marsh had converted into his main base of operations. The facility was surrounded by high fences topped with razor wire, with guard towers at the corners manned by people with rifles. And inside the compound there were numerous prefab buildings and military vehicles and generators running to provide power. Hundreds of people were visible moving around, some of them apparently free workers and others clearly prisoners based on their zip-tied hands and the armed guards watching them. We were taken to a building that served as an intake center where a woman with a clipboard recorded our names and skills and checked us for infections. She asked what we could contribute to the community, and I said I had meteorological training and Marcus was a military veteran with combat experience. And she wrote that down and said the colonel would decide where we'd be most useful. My mother was taken to a different building for medical evaluation because of her age, and despite our protests we were separated, and I didn't see her again for days. Marcus and I were assigned to a work detail clearing infected bodies from the perimeter. A horrific job that involved dragging rotting corpses to burn pits where they were incinerated. The smell was beyond description, and the constant exposure to potentially infected blood and tissue made me paranoid that I'd contract the virus despite the protective gear we were given. We worked 12-hour shifts with minimal food and water, guarded by Marsh's security teams, who had no problem beating anyone who slowed down or complained. During breaks, I tried to gather information about the operation Marsh was running, talking quietly with other prisoners who'd been here longer. They said that Marsh had started out legitimately trying to help survivors, but that he'd quickly developed delusions of grandeur, started seeing himself as a warlord rebuilding civilization under his rule. He'd begun raiding other survivor groups for supplies and recruits, killing anyone who resisted and enslaving those who surrendered. He had informants throughout the surviving communities in the region, people who reported on useful resources or skilled individuals that he then targeted for acquisition. I also learned that Marsh was obsessed with something called the Vance Protocol, that he'd captured some of Dr. Vance's research team and was forcing them to work on understanding and potentially weaponizing the virus for his own purposes. He believed that if he could control the infection, use it as a weapon against his enemies while protecting his own people, he could establish an empire across the collapsed remains of Oklahoma and beyond. The thought made me sick, the idea that someone would deliberately spread this horror for personal gain. But it also explained why Marsh had been so interested in recruiting people with scientific or technical skills. On the third night of captivity, while Marcus and I were locked in a converted storage container that served as our sleeping quarters along with a dozen other prisoners, one of the other inmates approached us. His name was David Chen, a former biotechnology researcher who'd been working for a pharmaceutical company in Oklahoma City when the outbreak hit. He said he'd overheard the guards talking about my background in meteorology and weather tracking, and he thought I might be the person who could help him with something he'd been planning. He explained in whispers that he'd been part of the team Marsh had captured from Vance's laboratory, that he'd been forced to work on analyzing the viral samples and understanding its characteristics. He said that Vance had indeed combined his cloud-seeding research with a stolen military bioweapon, creating a virus that could survive in water droplets and atmospheric aerosols, and that the severe weather systems across Oklahoma had been perfect vectors for spreading the pathogen across hundreds of miles. Vance had apparently been part of a radical environmental group that believed humanity needed to be culled to save the planet, and he'd seen the combination of bioweapon and weather modification as the ultimate cleansing tool. David said that Vance had escaped when the military raided his laboratory, and that he'd taken critical research data with him, including information about potential treatments or vaccines that he'd been developing to protect his fellow extremists while everyone else died. David thought that if we could find Vance and recover that data, we might be able to develop some kind of countermeasure to the virus, or at least understand enough about its behavior to help survivors avoid infection. He said Vance was likely still in central Oklahoma, probably at one of several secure locations where his organization had established fallback positions. I asked David why he was telling me this, why he thought we could do anything about it when we were prisoners with no resources and no freedom to move. He said that he'd been working on an escape plan, that he'd identified weaknesses in the security system and had been gathering supplies and tools that would allow a small group to break out. He needed people he could trust, people who had skills that would be useful outside the compound, and he'd been watching Marcus and me and thought we fit that description. He said the escape would happen in 2 days during a supply run when security would be thinner, and that we'd need to be ready to move fast and without hesitation. Marcus and I discussed it after David moved away, and we agreed that escaping was worth the risk because staying here meant eventually being worked to death or killed when we were no longer useful. The idea of finding Vance and stopping whatever he was planning also appealed to something deep in both of us, the military training that made us want to complete the mission even when the mission seemed impossible. And if there really was research data that could help survivors, that could give humanity a fighting chance against the virus, then we had an obligation to try to recover it. The next 2 days passed in tense anticipation as we continued our work details while David finalized the escape plan. He'd recruited 6 other prisoners who he trusted, people with various skills that would be useful for survival outside the compound. There was Sarah Martinez, a former Army medic who could treat injuries, and Tom Reeves, a mechanic who knew how to repair and maintain vehicles, and several others who brought combat or practical skills to the group. We met in whispers during work breaks, coordinating our actions and memorizing the layout of the compound so we'd know which way to run when the moment came. The escape happened on a gray morning when severe weather was forecast for the afternoon. Thunderstorms rolling in from the west that would reduce visibility and make pursuit more difficult. A convoy of Marsh's vehicles was preparing to leave for a supply run to a recently discovered warehouse, and David had arranged to be assigned to the loading crew, which would give him access to the vehicle that we'd steal. Marcus and I were on a trash detail near the motor pool, positioning us close to where we needed to be when David gave the signal. The signal was supposed to be him dropping a red tarp from the back of a truck, but what actually happened was that an infected person somehow got through the perimeter fence, attracted by the noise and activity of the supply convoy. The creature came running across the compound with that terrible speed, and guards started shooting at it. And in the confusion and panic, David just started the truck he was in and drove it straight toward the main gate. He was screaming for us to run, and Marcus and I broke away from our detail and sprinted toward the moving vehicle while shots rang out behind us. I caught up to the truck and grabbed onto the back gate, hauling myself up while Marcus ran alongside, and David was yelling that he couldn't stop or they'd catch us all. Sarah the medic appeared from somewhere and jumped into the truck bed with me, and Tom the mechanic came running from the other direction and barely made it aboard. The truck smashed through a security checkpoint at the gate, concrete barriers flying aside as David floored the accelerator, and then we were outside the compound racing down the highway with alarm sirens wailing behind us. Marsh's security team scrambled to pursue us, vehicles pouring out of the compound in chase, and David was driving like a maniac through traffic jams of abandoned cars while bullets shattered the back window. Marcus climbed through into the cab and took over the wheel while David grabbed a rifle from the gun rack and started returning fire at our pursuers. We were weaving through obstacles at insane speeds, scraping against barriers and crashed vehicles, the truck's engine screaming as we pushed it beyond its limits. One of Marsh's vehicles pulled alongside us and tried to force us off the road, and Marcus sideswiped it hard, sending it spinning into a ditch. Another came up on the other side, and someone leaned out with a pistol, and Tom threw a toolbox at their windshield, shattering the glass and making them fall back. We were holding them off, but barely, and I knew we couldn't sustain this chase for long before either running out of fuel or making a mistake that would get us killed. David shouted that he knew a place we could lose them, an old storm drain system under the highway that had maintenance access points every few miles. If we could reach the next access point and get underground before Marsh's people saw where we went, we might be able to disappear and make them think we'd continued on the highway. It was a desperate plan, but we were out of options, so Marcus took the next exit ramp at full speed, the truck going up on 2 wheels before crashing back down, and we shot down a service road toward where David said the access point was located. The drain access was a concrete bunker set into a hillside, its steel door rusted but functional, and Marcus slammed on the brakes right in front of it. We all piled out, and Tom went to work on the lock with tools he'd stolen from Marsh's motor pool, and within seconds he had it open. We drove the truck inside and into the darkness beyond, the drain tunnel just barely wide enough to accommodate the vehicle, and then Tom closed the door behind us and we sat in the pitch black, listening to the sound of Marsh's vehicles driving past outside, searching for us along the highway. We waited in the darkness for what felt like hours, but was probably only 30 minutes, listening to the pursuit vehicles move away and the sounds of distant thunder as the forecasted storms began to arrive. Eventually, we risked turning on headlights and started navigating through the drain system, driving slowly through tunnels that were designed to carry stormwater runoff, but were currently dry. David navigated using a map he'd memorized from his time in the area, leading us through a maze of passages toward an exit point several miles away from where we'd entered. We emerged from the drains in an industrial area on the outskirts of a small town, and the storms were fully developed now. Lightning striking close enough that we could feel the static electricity in the air. The sky was a roiling mass of green and black, and the weather radio was shrieking warnings about a tornado that had touched down northwest of our position and was tracking northeast at 40 miles per hour. We needed shelter immediately, both from the storm and from Marsh's people who would still be searching for us. So I directed Marcus toward a shuttered industrial building that looked like it might have a basement or interior rooms we could ride out the weather in. The building turned out to be an abandoned meatpacking plant, its interior a maze of equipment and refrigeration units and processing stations that were now silent and covered in dust. We found a breakroom in the center of the building with no windows and a solid door, and we crowded inside as the tornado sirens began to wail across the town. The sound of the approaching tornado was like a freight train, a deep rumbling that grew louder and louder until it filled the entire world, and the building started to shake and groan as extreme winds tore at its structure. Something massive hit the exterior wall, maybe a vehicle or a piece of debris from another building, and the impact was so violent that I thought the whole place would collapse on top of us. The lights flickered and died, and we were plunged into darkness, punctuated only by the flashes of lightning that found their way through cracks in the walls. The roar continued for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 2 or 3 minutes, and then gradually it began to fade as the tornado moved past, leaving devastation in its wake. When we finally emerged from the breakroom, we found that half the plant's roof was gone, torn away by the tornado, and rain was pouring in through the opening. We made our way outside and saw that the entire industrial area had been demolished. Buildings collapsed into rubble, vehicles thrown hundreds of feet from where they'd been parked. The tornado had been massive, probably an EF4 based on the damage, and I thought about how many people might have died in its path. caught outside or trapped in buildings that couldn't withstand the wind. But I also thought about something else, about the virus being picked up by the tornado's updraft and carried miles into the atmosphere before being deposited somewhere downwind. If infected people had been in the path of this storm, if their bodily fluids and tissue had been torn apart and aerosolized by the extreme winds, then the virus could now be spreading across a huge area, infecting people dozens or even hundreds of miles from the original outbreak zones. The weather was literally spreading death, and there was nothing anyone could do to stop it. David gathered us together and explained that Vance's most likely hideout was a research station in the Wichita Mountains about 50 miles southwest of our current position. The station had been a weather monitoring outpost operated by the National Weather Service before budget cuts had closed it down, and Vance had apparently purchased the property through a front company and converted it into a private laboratory where he could conduct his experiments away from oversight. David said that's where Vance had done the initial work combining the cloud-seeding chemicals with the viral vector, and where he'd kept his most sensitive research data. We needed transportation that wasn't obviously stolen from Marsh's compound, so Tom set about hot wiring a delivery truck that had been damaged by the tornado but was still functional. While he worked, Sarah checked everyone for injuries and I scavenged supplies from nearby buildings, finding bottled water and packaged food that had been in vending machines and storage areas. The storm system was moving east now, leaving behind a strange calm and the smell of ozone and wet earth, and I knew we had maybe a few hours before either the next wave of weather arrived or Marsh's people found our trail. The truck coughed to life and we piled in 6 desperate people heading toward a confrontation with a mad scientist who'd helped destroy the world. David briefed us during the drive about what he knew of Vance's personality and methods, saying that the man was brilliant but completely detached from normal human empathy, that he'd spoken about the outbreak like it was an art project or a scientific experiment rather than mass murder. Vance had apparently been planning this for years, working with an international network of extremists who believed that human civilization had become a cancer on the planet and needed to be excised before it destroyed all life on Earth. The environmental extremism had twisted into something darker when Vance had made contact with a rogue military officer who'd been involved in bioweapons research before being discharged for ethical violations. This officer, whose name David didn't know, had provided Vance with access to a weaponized rabies variant that had been developed as part of a black project, a virus that was designed to spread rapidly and turn victims into aggressive attackers who would further spread the contagion. Vance had taken that virus and modified it to survive in atmospheric conditions, giving it a protein coat that would protect it from UV radiation and allow it to remain viable in water droplets for extended periods. The combination of the weaponized virus and Vance's weather modification technology had created the perfect storm, literally and figuratively. Vance had used his cloud seeding equipment to inject viral particles into developing thunderstorms, and the atmospheric dynamics had done the rest, spreading the pathogen across hundreds of miles in a matter of hours. The terrorists who'd raided the Black Ridge laboratory in Nevada had been part of Vance's network, and their aerial dispersal of the virus had been coordinated with the natural weather patterns to maximize coverage and infection rates. David said that Vance had been meticulous in his planning, creating computer models that predicted exactly how the virus would spread based on forecast weather patterns, optimizing his dispersal timing to coincide with the most severe outbreaks of spring storms. He'd essentially weaponized the atmosphere itself, turning the natural cycles of severe weather that had always been a feature of life in Oklahoma into a delivery system for genocide. And he'd done it with a smile on his face, David said, treating the whole thing like it was the ultimate validation of his research rather than the death of millions. We reached the Wichita Mountains as the sun was setting, painting the rocky peaks in shades of red and gold that would have been beautiful under other circumstances. The research station was built on a ridge overlooking a valley, a compound of several buildings surrounded by a chain-link fence with weather instruments and monitoring equipment visible on the roofs. As we approached, we could see that the place was occupied, lights in some of the windows and a generator running to provide power, and there were armed guards patrolling the perimeter. David said that Vance probably had a dozen people with him, members of his extremist group who'd fled here when everything went to hell. And they'd be fanatically loyal because they believed in his vision of a cleansed Earth. We'd need to be smart about this, use stealth rather than force, because we were outnumbered and outgunned, and our only advantage was that they didn't know we were coming. Marcus took charge of planning our approach, his military training kicking in as he assessed the terrain and the guard positions and identified the weakest points in their security. We parked the truck out of sight and made our approach on foot as night fell, moving through the scrub brush and rock outcroppings that dotted the hillside. The guards were mostly focused on watching the access road, not expecting anyone to come cross-country in the dark, and we were able to get close to the fence without being detected. Tom used wire cutters to create an opening, and we slipped through one at a time, finding cover behind equipment buildings before regrouping to decide our next move. The main research building was the largest structure in the compound, a 2-story prefab unit with satellite dishes on the roof and heavy cables running to the generator shed. David said that's where Vance would keep his primary data and where he probably spent most of his time, obsessively reviewing his models and documenting the success of his global plague. We'd need to get inside that building and either capture Vance or neutralize him, and then secure whatever research data we could find before his guards could destroy it. Marcus suggested we create a distraction, draw the guards away from the main building while a smaller team infiltrated through a back entrance. Tom volunteered to cause some kind of mechanical failure that would require attention, maybe set fire to the generator shed or sabotage one of the vehicles while the rest of us made our move. It was a simple plan, but sometimes simple was best, and we got into position while Tom crept toward the generator shed with a can of gasoline and some rags. The explosion came 5 minutes later, a ball of flame that lit up the night sky as the generator shed went up, and immediately alarms started sounding and guards came running from all directions. In the confusion, we made it to the back door of the research building, and David picked the lock with surprising speed while Sarah and I kept watch. Inside the building was dark except for emergency lighting, and we moved quickly through corridors lined with equipment and computer workstations toward where David said Vance's primary office was located. We found him on the 2nd floor, sitting at a desk covered with monitors showing weather data and infection spread models, so absorbed in his work that he didn't hear us enter. He was older than I'd expected, maybe 65, with wild gray hair and thick glasses and an expression of intense concentration as he typed notes into a computer. David cleared his throat and Vance spun around in his chair, and when he saw us, his face split into a wide smile like he was greeting old friends rather than intruders. He said he'd been wondering when David would come looking for him, that he'd known his former researcher wouldn't be able to resist the pull of the work, the chance to see the results of their experiment on a global scale. David told him to shut up and show us where he kept the treatment data. Any information about vaccines or antibodies or ways to slow the virus's progression. Vance just laughed and said there was no treatment, that the whole point had been to create something irreversible and unstoppable, and that trying to cure the infection would be like trying to uncook an egg. I felt rage rising in my chest, looking at this smug bastard who'd killed millions of people and was sitting here proud of what he'd accomplished. I asked him how he could do it, how he could justify this to himself, and he launched into a speech about how humanity had been destroying the planet for centuries, how we were a virus that needed to be eradicated before we rendered the Earth uninhabitable for all other life. He said he'd given the planet a gift, a chance to heal and recover, and that the survivors would build something better from the ruins. A society that lived in balance with nature rather than exploiting it. Marcus had heard enough and he moved to grab Vance, but the scientist pressed a button under his desk and suddenly more alarms were sounding, doors slamming shut and locking throughout the building. Vance said we'd walked into a trap, that the whole compound was rigged with security systems designed to contain intruders, and that his people would be here in moments to deal with us. He stood up from his desk and walked toward a door at the back of the office, still smiling, saying that he'd enjoyed our visit but had work to do. David shot him. The bullet caught Vance in the shoulder and spun him around, and he went down hard against the wall, blood spreading across his white shirt. He looked shocked, like he couldn't believe someone would actually hurt him, and he started screaming for his guards while trying to apply pressure to his wound. David stood over him with the pistol and told him to show us how to unlock the security system, that we could still do this the easy way if he cooperated. Vance spat blood and said we were all dead anyway, that even if we escaped the building his people would hunt us down, and that the virus would eventually kill everyone regardless of what we did. He said the spread patterns were already irreversible, that the atmospheric dispersal had seeded infection zones across the entire Great Plains, and that the spring storm season would carry it to the coasts within weeks. He'd modeled everything, he said, every possible outcome, and they all ended with humanity's extinction except for maybe a few scattered survivors living like animals in the ruins. I looked at the monitors on his desk and saw that he wasn't lying. The infection spread maps showing a plague advancing across the continent like a wave, concentrated in areas where severe weather had been most active but spreading to everywhere eventually. The colors on the map shifted from yellow to red to deep purple as the models projected forward in time, and within 6 months the entire United States was purple, overwhelmed by infection with no safe zones remaining. It was the end of the world displayed in computer graphics, clinical and precise and utterly devastating. Marcus was trying to manually override the security locks but couldn't figure out the system, and we could hear Vance's guards gathering outside trying to breach the secured doors. We were trapped in here with a madman and his apocalyptic data, and I realized that even if we escaped with the information it wouldn't change anything because Vance had been too thorough in his planning. He'd created something that couldn't be stopped, and all we could do was bear witness to humanity's final days. Sarah found a window that we could potentially break through and rappel down from, and while she and Marcus worked on that, I grabbed every data storage device I could find on Vance's desk, external drives and USB sticks and anything that might contain useful information. Vance watched me with that infuriating smile and said I was welcome to take his work, that he wanted someone to document what he'd achieved, that history should remember him as the man who saved the Earth even if there was no one left to read that history. The window broke outward and Marcus secured a rope from his equipment, and we started lowering down one at a time while gunfire erupted behind us, Vance's guards finally breaking through and shooting at our backs. Tom went down first, then Sarah, and I was about to follow when I stopped and looked back at Vance, who was still bleeding on the floor but alive and conscious. I asked him one more time if there was really no way to stop this, no treatment or cure or anything that could save even a fraction of humanity. And he met my eyes and said that salvation wasn't the point, that cleansing was. Something in me snapped. I walked over and grabbed him by his bloody shirt, hauled him to his feet despite his screaming, and dragged him to the broken window. He fought and pleaded, but I was stronger, fueled by rage and grief and the weight of everything I'd lost, and I shoved him through the window head first. His scream cut off abruptly when he hit the ground 2 stories below, his body twisting at an angle that meant broken bones, and I didn't wait to see if he'd survived the fall before I rappelled down myself and joined the others. We ran through the compound while bullets tore up the ground around us, Vance's fanatics firing from windows and rooftops, and we made it back through the fence and into the darkness beyond. Tom had the truck running, and we piled in and drove away from that place as fast as the engine would go, leaving behind Vance and his research station and any chance of stopping what he'd started. Later, I'd regret not finishing him, not making absolutely sure he was dead. But in the moment, all I cared about was escape. We drove through the night, putting distance between us and the research station, and eventually stopped at an abandoned rest area to regroup and assess what we'd recovered. David plugged the storage devices into a laptop and started going through files, and what he found confirmed all our worst fears. Vance had been meticulous in documenting his work, detailed records of the virus's characteristics, atmospheric modeling showing optimal dispersal patterns, projections of infection rates correlated with weather system movements. There was no treatment data, no vaccine research, nothing that would help survivors fight the virus. Just documentation of how to spread death most effectively using the natural weather patterns of the Great Plains. But there was other information that might be useful. Vance's models could predict where the infection would be worst based on forecasted weather, which areas would see concentrated viral loads and which might be relatively safer. If survivors could access these predictions and plan accordingly, they might be able to avoid the heaviest infection zones and improve their survival odds marginally. It wasn't much, but it was something, a slight edge against the apocalypse. David said he could potentially broadcast this information if we could reach a radio station or communication center that was still operational. Share the data with any survivors who were listening. It would mean traveling through heavily infected territory and risking our lives for people we'd never meet. But it also seemed like the right thing to do. The only way to give Vance's evil some small redemptive purpose by turning his weapons data into a survival tool. Marcus agreed, and so did the others, and we made a plan to reach a National Weather Service office in Norman that had backup power and satellite uplinks, facilities that could broadcast the warning data across multiple frequencies and platforms. Norman was deep in the heart of the outbreak zone, probably completely overrun by now, but if we could get to that facility and transmit the data, we might save lives even if it cost our own. The drive to Norman took 2 days of carefully navigating through rural areas and avoiding both infected hordes and the remnants of military containment operations that had mostly broken down into isolated checkpoints manned by scared soldiers who'd shoot at anything that moved. We saw evidence of the infection everywhere, small towns completely empty of living people, bodies in the streets, or shambling infected things that had once been human. The weather continued to be active, severe thunderstorms and tornado warnings every afternoon, the atmosphere itself seeming to rage against the dying world. We reached Norman in the late afternoon of the second day, and the city was a nightmare landscape of burning buildings and roaming infected. The tornado that had hit the city 2 days earlier had carved a path straight through downtown, destroying the city's infrastructure and creating perfect conditions for the infection to spread unopposed. We navigated carefully through side streets toward the National Weather Service office on the University of Oklahoma campus, seeing hundreds of infected people but managing to avoid direct confrontation by keeping moving and not drawing attention. The Weather Service building was a fortified concrete structure that had survived the tornado with minimal damage, and when we approached, we saw that someone had barricaded the doors and windows, creating a defended position. I honked the horn in a pattern that Marcus said was a military-friendly signal, and after a tense minute, a face appeared in one of the windows, checking us out before disappearing. Then the front door opened a crack and a voice called out asking who we were and what we wanted. I identified myself by name and rank from my Air Force days and explained that we had critical weather-related data that needed to be broadcast to survivors. The voice told us to approach slowly with our hands visible, and we complied, walking toward the door while infected people in the distance noticed us and started shambling in our direction. The door opened wider and we were rushed inside by people with guns, and then the door was slammed and barricaded again behind us. Inside, we found a group of about 20 survivors, a mix of weather service personnel and university students who'd taken refuge in the building when the outbreak hit. They'd been holding out for days, rationing supplies and defending against infected attacks, and they were exhausted and desperate, but still organized and functional. The senior meteorologist, a man named Dr. Philip Warren, who I recognized from conferences, took charge and listened to our explanation of what we'd recovered from Vance's facility. When David showed him the data and the infection spread models correlated with weather patterns, Dr. Warren's face went pale. He said this was worse than he'd imagined, that using severe weather as a biological weapon delivery system was something the Weather Service had theoretically discussed as a homeland security threat scenario, but had never actually expected to see implemented. He agreed immediately to help us broadcast the information, saying that even if it only saved a handful of lives, it was worth doing. We spent the next hours preparing the broadcast, setting up the equipment and writing scripts that would explain the data in terms that non-meteorologists could understand. The basic message was simple. Severe thunderstorms and tornadoes should be treated as potential infection vectors. Areas that received heavy rain or were in the path of tornadic supercells should be considered contaminated and avoided if possible, and survivors should monitor weather patterns and relocate ahead of major storm systems rather than sheltering from them in place. Dr. Warren pointed out the tragic irony that we were essentially telling people to do the opposite of what weather safety guidelines recommended, that instead of taking shelter from tornadoes, people should be fleeing from them, but in a world where the weather itself had been weaponized. The old rules no longer applied. Survival now meant understanding that storms weren't just dangerous because of wind and hail, but because they carried death in the form of viral particles spread across entire counties. We started broadcasting on multiple emergency frequencies around midnight, repeating the warnings and data on loops that would continue even after we left. David had encrypted the detailed models and uploaded them to what remained of the internet, hoping that other survivors with scientific training could access and use the information. Dr. Warren said he'd keep the broadcast running as long as the building's generator held out, which might be days or might be weeks depending on fuel supplies and whether infected breached the defenses. I was preparing to leave when Dr. Warren pulled me aside and said that there was something else I should know. Something the Weather Service had observed but hadn't been able to make sense of until now. He showed me satellite imagery from the last few days, showing unusual atmospheric patterns over the Great Plains, storm systems that seemed to be organizing in ways that shouldn't be possible naturally, almost like they were being guided or controlled. He said the patterns matched what Vance's models predicted for optimal viral dispersal, and he wondered if Vance's people were still out there operating weather modification equipment, deliberately enhancing storms to spread the infection faster. The thought made my blood run cold, but it also gave me an idea. If Vance's group was still active and still had operational weather modification equipment, then maybe that equipment could be found and destroyed, cutting off one method of spreading the virus even if it didn't stop the infection itself. Dr. Warren said there were 3 sites in Oklahoma where Vance had installed cloud seeding generators, massive propane-burning units that could inject silver iodide particles into developing storms and significantly enhance their intensity and precipitation. If those sites were knocked out, it would at least reduce the effectiveness of using weather as a weapon. Marcus overheard our conversation and volunteered to help track down and destroy the weather modification sites, and Tom and Sarah agreed to come along. David said he'd stay at the Weather Service building to help Dr. Warren maintain the broadcast and provide technical support if any survivors reached out with questions about the data. My mother pulled me aside and begged me not to go, saying we'd done enough and should focus on finding somewhere safe to wait out the apocalypse, but I couldn't let it go. Knowing that someone was deliberately making things worse, actively working to spread the infection, demanded action, even if that action was probably futile. We said our goodbyes and headed out into the night, and it felt like I was saying goodbye to my mother for the last time, that I'd never see her again no matter how this turned out. She held me tight and told me she was proud of me, that I was doing the right thing. And then she let go and I walked out into the infected darkness with Marcus and the others. The weather service building faded behind us as we navigated through Norman's ruined streets, heading toward the first weather modification site that Dr. Warren had identified on a map. The site was north of the city on a ranch property, a cluster of industrial equipment including the propane tanks and burner assemblies that generated the silver iodide particles. We arrived just before dawn and found the place abandoned. No guards or operators visible, but the equipment was still running, pumping particles into the pre-dawn atmosphere ahead of storm systems that were forecast to develop later in the day. I wondered if Vance's people had automated the systems and then fled, or if they were still out there somewhere monitoring remotely. Tom went to work sabotaging the equipment, draining fuel tanks and smashing control systems and generally ensuring that nothing would be operational when we left. It took about an hour and we were finishing up when we heard vehicles approaching, multiple trucks coming fast down the ranch road. I looked through binoculars and felt my stomach drop when I recognized the lead vehicle. It was one of Marsh's trucks, and I realized that somehow the colonel and his people had survived our escape and tracked us here. We scrambled for cover as Marsh's convoy pulled into the site, and I counted at least 20 armed men piling out of the vehicles, all of them looking angry and determined. Marsh himself appeared, his tactical gear dusty and his face bruised like he'd been in a fight recently. And he started shouting that he knew we were here and that we needed to surrender peacefully or he'd burn us out. He said he'd been tracking us since we left his compound, following the trail of destruction and chaos we'd left behind, and that he was done playing games. Marcus wanted to fight, said we could take them from ambush positions, but I looked at the numbers and knew it was suicide. We were 4 people with limited ammunition against 20 heavily armed soldiers, and even if we won the firefight, we'd likely all die in the process. I was trying to decide what to do when infected people started emerging from the surrounding fields, drawn by the noise of engines and shouting, dozens of them converging on the site from multiple directions. Marsh's men saw them too and immediately shifted their focus to the new threat, forming a defensive perimeter and opening fire on the approaching infected. The creatures fell in waves but kept coming, and I realized this was our chance to escape while they were distracted. We slipped away through the chaos, staying low and moving fast toward where we'd hidden our vehicle, and behind us I could hear the firefight intensifying as more and more infected joined the attack on Marsh's position. We drove away from the site and I looked back to see Marsh's men being overrun despite their firepower, the sheer numbers of infected overwhelming their defenses. I saw Marsh himself go down under a pile of attackers and I felt nothing, no satisfaction or regret, just numbness at the waste of it all. Another petty tyrant had fallen, and the world didn't notice because the world was ending. The second weather modification site was west of Oklahoma City in a rural area that had been heavily affected by the tornado outbreaks. And when we arrived, we found that someone had already destroyed it, the equipment smashed and burned. Local survivors maybe, or military forces, or possibly just random violence in the chaos. Either way, it was one less thing we needed to deal with, so we moved on to the third and final site that Dr. Warren had identified. This one was the largest, a major installation in the Panhandle near the town of Boise City, right in the heart of Tornado Alley where severe weather was most common. We reached it in the late afternoon as another outbreak of storms was developing, towering cumulus building to the west under an ominous green sky. The site was heavily fortified, surrounded by fences and guard towers, and there were definitely people operating the equipment because we could see smoke rising from the burner stacks and hear generators running. Marcus scouted the perimeter and reported that there were at least a dozen guards, all armed and alert, and that the equipment was positioned in the center of the compound where it would be hard to reach without being detected. We discussed options and realized that a direct assault was impossible with our limited numbers and firepower. We needed a different approach, something that would allow us to disable the equipment without having to fight through an army of fanatics. That's when I remembered something from my Air Force training about weather modification and its vulnerabilities. The equipment required precise timing and positioning to be effective, injecting particles into developing storms at specific altitudes and locations to maximize their impact. If the timing was wrong or the equipment was feeding particles into the wrong part of the atmosphere, the whole operation would fail. And I knew how to predict exactly where and when storms would develop because that had been my job for 8 years in the military and 6 years as a storm chaser. I explained my plan to the others. We'd wait until the afternoon storms intensified and a tornado warning was issued for this area, which based on the current atmospheric setup was almost certain to happen. Then we'd approach Vance's people and offer them a deal. Tell them we had superior weather tracking data that could help them optimize their particle injection for maximum viral spread. Once we were inside the compound and close to the equipment, we'd sabotage it during the confusion of the approaching tornado and use the storm itself as cover to escape. It was a crazy plan that depended on the weather cooperating and on Vance's people being desperate enough to accept help from strangers, but crazy was all we had left. We positioned ourselves near the compound and waited for the storms to develop. And right on schedule, the afternoon heating and wind shear started generating supercells to our west. Within an hour, the first tornado warnings were issued, and I could see the familiar wall cloud structure forming on the lead supercell, rotation visible even from miles away. We approached the compound's gate with our hands raised and our weapons holstered, and I shouted that we were meteorologists with critical data about the storm approaching. The guards were skeptical, but the tornado sirens were wailing and they could see the approaching storm as well as I could, so they called for someone in authority to make a decision. A woman appeared who identified herself as Dr. Lisa Trent, one of Vance's senior researchers, and she agreed to let us inside to discuss what we had to offer. In the compound's operations center, I explained that the tornado forming to our west was going to track directly over this location based on current motion vectors and steering winds, and that if they wanted to maximize viral particle injection into the storm, they needed to shut down the equipment now and evacuate the compound. Dr. Trent looked at the weather data I showed her and agreed that evacuation was necessary, and she started ordering people to shut down operations and prepare to leave. While everyone was distracted by the evacuation preparations, Tom and Sarah moved to the equipment area and started serious sabotage, not just shutting things down, but destroying components that would take weeks or months to replace. Marcus and I kept watch and made sure no one noticed what was happening. And within 10 minutes, the weather modification equipment was completely inoperable. Dr. Trent realized something was wrong and started shouting accusations. But by then, the tornado was visible approaching the compound, a massive wedge that blotted out the western sky, and her guards were more interested in running for shelter than in dealing with us. We ran for our vehicle and drove away from the compound as fast as possible, racing ahead of the tornado that was bearing down on the site. Behind us, I saw the twister hit the compound directly, the wind tearing buildings apart and scattering equipment across the landscape, and I knew that nothing would be salvageable from the ruins. Vance's final weather modification site was gone, destroyed by the very forces he'd tried to weaponize, and there was a grim poetry in that even if it didn't change the larger outcome. We drove through the storm's outer bands, buffeted by wind and pelted by hail, and emerged on the other side to find the landscape transformed into devastation. The tornado had cut a path of total destruction miles wide, and everywhere we looked there was wreckage and debris and bodies, both dead and infected. The scale of it was overwhelming, and I realized that this was just one storm in one area on one day, and that similar destruction was happening all across the Great Plains as the severe weather season continued its rampage. Marcus asked where we should go now, what our next move was, and I realized I didn't have an answer. We'd accomplished what we set out to do, destroyed Vance's weather modification equipment and shared his data with survivors, but the virus was still spreading and the infected were still overrunning everything, and there was no cavalry coming to rescue us. The government had collapsed completely. The military had fragmented into isolated units fighting hopeless battles, and society had broken down into small groups of survivors trying to outlast the apocalypse. Sarah suggested we should head back to Norman and regroup with my mother and the others at the Weather Service building. See if they'd had any responses to the broadcasts or any news about areas that might still be safe. It was as good a plan as any. So we turned around and started the drive back through the storm-ravaged landscape. And I tried not to think about how many people had died in the last week, how many more would die tomorrow, how much worse things would get before they got better, if they ever got better at all. We made it back to Norman around midnight and found the Weather Service building still standing but under siege. Dozens of infected people surrounding it and trying to break through the barricades. Dr. Warren and his people were holding them off with rifles fired from upper floor windows, but they were running low on ammunition, and it was only a matter of time before they were overwhelmed. We crashed through the infected mob in our truck and made it to the building's entrance, where we were quickly pulled inside before the creatures could follow. My mother was alive and unharmed, and seeing her face made all the risk and violence and horror of the last days feel worth it. She told me that the broadcasts had been received by survivors across multiple states, that people had been calling in with questions and reporting their situations, and that a loose network of survivor communities was forming that was using Vance's weather data to coordinate movements and avoid the worst infection zones. It wasn't much, but it was something, proof that humanity hadn't completely given up. Dr. Warren said that the military was planning something drastic, that intercepted communications suggested they were going to attempt to sterilize the entire Oklahoma outbreak zone using some kind of massive weapon, possibly nuclear, or possibly something biological like nerve gas. The plan was to create a dead zone that would kill everything, infected and uninfected alike, in hopes of stopping the virus from spreading further. It was a desperate measure, but the military had apparently concluded that containing the outbreak was more important than saving the civilians trapped inside it. He said the operation would happen within 24 hours, and that anyone who wanted to evacuate needed to move immediately toward the designated safe zones at the perimeter of what would become the kill zone. The nearest safe zone was in Kansas, over 100 miles north through territory that was heavily infected and probably impassable. But staying here meant certain death when the military's weapons were deployed. We gathered everyone in the building and explained the situation, giving them the choice to come with us or stay and hope that the barricades would hold until after the military operation. Most chose to come. About 15 people total, including my mother and Dr. Warren, and we organized into a convoy using every vehicle we could find. The plan was to move through the night when infected were somewhat less active, drive as fast as possible on whatever roads were clear, and pray that we could cover 100 miles before the military's deadline. The exodus began around 2 in the morning. Our convoy of 5 vehicles racing through Norman's destroyed streets toward Highway 77 North. We encountered infected at every turn but kept moving, ramming through obstacles and shooting out windows at creatures that got too close. One vehicle broke down with engine failure and we had to abandon it, cramming its passengers into the remaining trucks, and we continued north with infected people chasing after us in grotesque parodies of a pursuit. The highways were nightmares of crashed vehicles and wandering infected, and we had to take detours constantly, going off-road through fields and ranch properties to bypass blockages. Every mile was a struggle. Every minute was a gamble against overwhelming odds, and people died along the way. Sarah, the medic, was pulled from a truck by infected when we stopped to clear a roadblock, and she was torn apart before we could help her. Tom, the mechanic, was bitten during another encounter, and we had to leave him behind when he started showing symptoms, his screams following us as we drove away. By dawn, we'd made it maybe 60 miles, halfway to safety, and the vehicles were falling apart from the abuse they'd endured. We stopped at an abandoned truck stop to refuel and make repairs, and that's when we heard the aircraft overhead, military jets screaming past at low altitude, heading south toward Oklahoma City. Dr. Warren's radio picked up military communications, countdown timers and weapons release authorization, and all the clinical language of mass death, and he told us we had maybe 2 hours before the operation began. We pushed the vehicles beyond their limits, driving at insane speeds through whatever path we could find, and the landscape around us became increasingly surreal as we moved north. We passed small towns that had been completely abandoned, farms where infected people wandered aimlessly through fields, highway rest stops that had become killing grounds. The morning sun lit everything in harsh light that made the destruction seem even more obscene. And I kept thinking about how this whole region, everything I'd known and studied and loved about Oklahoma, was about to be deliberately destroyed by the people who were supposed to protect it. Around noon, we reached the perimeter checkpoint where military forces were establishing the boundary of the safe zone, and soldiers with masks and chemical warfare gear directed us through decontamination procedures before allowing us to pass. Behind us to the south, the sky was darkening with something that wasn't a storm, and the radio was announcing that the operation had begun, that military weather modification teams were seeding supercells with nerve agent-laden particles, creating what they called cleansing storms that would rain death across the entire outbreak zone. I watched through binoculars as tornadoes began to form along the leading edge of the poisoned storm system. Multiple twisters touching down simultaneously, their funnels dark with the chemical agents being carried in the circulation. The military had weaponized the weather just as Vance had, but their goal was extermination rather than infection, killing everything in the target zone to ensure the virus couldn't spread. It was Holocaust on an unprecedented scale, murder of potentially hundreds of thousands of survivors along with the infected. And I felt sick knowing that it was probably the right decision from a cold strategic perspective, even if it was monstrous from a human one. The cleansing storms spread across Oklahoma like a plague, tornadoes touching down and lifting and touching down again. Their paths random and devastating and absolutely lethal. Everything died where those storms passed. Birds fell from the sky, infected people collapsed mid-stride, vegetation withered and blackened. The nerve agent so potent that even trace exposure was fatal. I thought about Dr. Warren and anyone else who hadn't made it out in time, about all the survivor communities that we'd been in radio contact with, about the fact that an entire state was being sacrificed in the desperate hope of saving the nation. But even as I watched the destruction unfold, I saw something else that made my heart sink further. The tornadoes were spreading the infected tissue and viral particles even as they killed, carrying material high into the atmosphere where the nerve agent couldn't reach, spreading contamination across hundreds of miles downwind. The military had tried to destroy the virus, but had instead done exactly what Vance intended, using severe weather as a dispersal mechanism that would carry the infection far beyond Oklahoma's borders. Marcus saw it too, and he said what we were both thinking, that the military's solution had probably just made everything worse, that within days there would be new outbreak zones wherever the tornado debris and aerosolized particles fell. The virus was riding the wind now, literally spreading across the entire Great Plains in the debris clouds of multiple tornadoes, and there was nothing anyone could do to stop it. Vance had won. Even in death, he'd won, because humanity had completed his work for him. We were directed to a refugee camp that had been set up in southern Kansas. Rows of tents and temporary shelters where tens of thousands of survivors huddled together waiting for direction that would never come. The camp was chaos, people fighting over food and water, disease spreading through the crowded conditions, guards shooting anyone who showed signs of infection before they could turn. It was hell on earth, maybe not as immediately dangerous as being outside with the infected, but a slow grinding death of hope and dignity and humanity itself. My mother and I found a space in one of the tents, and we sat together watching the other refugees and trying to process everything we'd seen. She asked me if I thought we'd survive, if humanity had any chance of recovering from this, and I told her honestly that I didn't know. The virus was global now, spreading faster than any containment efforts could track, and every severe weather system was potentially carrying it to new areas. Civilization had collapsed and wouldn't be rebuilt in our lifetimes, if ever. And the best we could hope for was to survive one more day and then another and keep going until we couldn't anymore. Dr. Warren found us later that evening, somehow having made it out of Norman alive, and he shared what he'd learned from military briefings before the communications networks finally died completely. The outbreak had spread to every continent, billions of people infected or dead, governments fallen, armies dissolved, humanity reduced to scattered survivor groups hiding from the hordes of infected that now dominated the earth. The military's cleansing operation in Oklahoma had been repeated in other states with similar results. Temporary reduction in infection rates followed by massive spread through tornado-generated debris clouds. He said that scientists who were still functional and communicating believed the virus would eventually burn itself out once it ran out of hosts. But that could take years or decades, and there was no guarantee that anything approaching normal human society would survive that long. The infected didn't need food or water or shelter. They just kept existing and hunting and spreading the contagion, and even if humanity survived the war of attrition against them, rebuilding from the wreckage would be the work of generations. I thought about Vance in those first days at the refugee camp, about his smile and his certainty that he was doing the right thing, saving the earth by destroying humanity. I'd pushed him out a window and hoped he died, but I never confirmed it, never saw his body. And that uncertainty haunted me because I knew that if somehow he'd survived, he was out there somewhere watching his plan succeed, watching the world burn and feeling validated in his extremism. The thought made me irrationally angry, the need to know for certain that the architect of the apocalypse had paid for his crimes. Marcus and I talked about it one night while my mother slept, and he said he'd been thinking the same thing, that there was unfinished business with Vance and his extremist group. Dr. Warren had mentioned intercepted communications suggesting that some of Vance's people were still operational, still running weather modification equipment in the southern plains, still actively working to spread the infection despite the military's extermination efforts. Marcus said that maybe we could track them down, finish what we started, kill everyone responsible for this catastrophe, even if it didn't change the outcome. It was pure revenge motivation, and we both knew it, but in a world with no law and no justice and no hope, revenge was all we had left. I told my mother we were going out on a supply run, and she looked at me with those wise eyes that had always seen through my lies and said she knew what we were really doing and that she understood. She told me to be safe and to come back if I could, but that if I couldn't, she'd remember me as trying to do the right thing even when there was no right thing to do anymore. We left the refugee camp that night, taking supplies and weapons that we'd accumulated, and headed back south toward the devastated Oklahoma border. The military checkpoints had been abandoned now, the soldiers either dead or retreated to more defensible positions, and the poisoned landscape beyond was empty of all life except the infected who had somehow survived the nerve agent through sheer viral resilience. The vegetation was dead and blackened, water sources were contaminated, and the air itself smelled of chemicals and decay. We used Vance's own data to track where his remaining weather modification sites were located, cross-referencing with the atmospheric models to predict where they'd position equipment for maximum effectiveness. There were 3 sites that showed recent activity, all in the Texas Panhandle, all operating despite the military's efforts to destroy them. We approached the first site cautiously, expecting heavy resistance, but found it abandoned, the equipment still running but no operators present. Marcus wanted to destroy it immediately, but I had a different idea. If we could modify the equipment, retune it to disrupt storm formation rather than enhance it, we could potentially reduce the effectiveness of viral dispersal through severe weather. It wouldn't cure anyone or save everyone, but it might slow the spread in this region, buy time for survivors to evacuate or organize defenses. Dr. Warren had given me technical specifications for the equipment before we left the camp, and I thought I could make the modifications with Tom's tools that we'd salvaged. We spent 2 days working on the equipment, reversing its function, and then we moved to the second site and did the same thing. The third site was different. This one was still actively operated by a group of Vance's followers, maybe 20 people living in a fortified compound, and treating the weather modification like it was their religious duty to spread the cleansing plague across the earth. They fired at us when we approached, and we had to fight our way in, a brutal close-quarters battle through buildings and around equipment. I killed 3 people that day, shot them at point-blank range because they were trying to kill me, and each death felt both necessary and horrifying. These were human beings, misguided and fanatical, but human. And I was adding to the body count that already numbered in the billions. But they were also actively working to spread a virus that had already destroyed civilization, and stopping them was the only moral choice, even if making that choice stained my soul. We found records in the compound's office showing that Vance had indeed survived his fall from the research station window, that he'd been badly injured but had been taken to a medical facility run by his organization. The records indicated he was still alive as of 2 weeks ago, recuperating somewhere in the Texas Panhandle, possibly at a secure location near the town of Dalhart. The coordinates were listed along with access codes for their security systems, and I realized that if we moved fast, we might be able to find him before he recovered enough to escape. Marcus said we should finish what we started, that Vance deserved to die for what he'd done. And I agreed, even though I knew it was pure vengeance with no practical benefit. We drove to Dalhart through a landscape that looked like the surface of an alien planet. Everything dead and gray and lifeless from the nerve agent. Infected corpses littering the roads and fields, buildings collapsed and burned. The facility where Vance was supposedly hiding was an underground bunker complex that had been designed as a survivalist compound, and getting inside would require breaching security that had been built to withstand anything short of a nuclear strike. We spent a day reconnoitering the site and planning our approach, and that's when we noticed something strange about the weather. Storms were developing overhead, severe thunderstorms with rotation visible in the clouds, but they weren't following the forecast models. They were staying stationary over the bunker complex, intensifying and producing multiple tornadoes that danced around the area like they were being controlled. I realized what was happening. Vance or his people were using weather modification equipment to create a defensive barrier of storms, making it impossible to approach the bunker without going through tornado-infested terrain. It was brilliant and insane, and exactly what I'd expect from someone like Vance, weaponizing the atmosphere not just for spreading infection, but for direct defense against attack. The tornadoes were unpredictable enough that even military assault forces would have trouble coordinating an approach, and for 2 people on foot it was essentially a death sentence to try. But I'd spent my entire adult life studying and predicting tornado behavior, and I thought maybe, just maybe, I could find windows in the storm activity that would allow us to reach the bunker entrance. I watched the tornadic supercell for hours, documenting the patterns of tornado formation and dissipation, looking for correlations between the radar signatures and the actual touchdown locations. The storms were being influenced by the weather modification equipment, but they still had to follow basic atmospheric physics, and that meant there were predictable cycles to their behavior, even if those cycles were shortened by the artificial enhancement. I found a pattern, roughly 15-minute windows when the tornadoes would rope out and new ones hadn't formed yet, and during those windows there was a corridor of relatively safe approach to the bunker entrance. We waited for the next window and then ran, sprinting across open ground, while tornadoes roared in the distance and the sky overhead boiled with rotation. The bunker entrance was a reinforced steel door set into a concrete structure, and I used the access codes from the records we'd found to override the electronic locks. The door opened with a hydraulic hiss, and we descended into the underground complex, leaving the tornado-racked surface behind. The bunker was extensive, multiple levels connected by staircases and elevators, living quarters and storage areas and laboratories where Vance's people had continued their research even as the world ended above. We encountered no resistance initially, moving through empty corridors lit by emergency lighting, and I wondered if the facility had been abandoned or if everyone was in some central location. Then we heard voices ahead, people talking and laughing, and we followed the sound to a common area where maybe a dozen of Vance's followers were gathered. They saw us immediately and weapons were drawn, but before anyone could shoot, a door at the back of the room opened and Vance himself appeared. He was in a wheelchair, his body covered in bandages and casts from injuries that hadn't healed properly, but his eyes were alert and that same infuriating smile was on his face. He told his people to lower their weapons, that he wanted to talk to us, that we'd come all this way for a reason, and he was curious to hear what we had to say. I asked him how he could still smile, how he could look at what he'd done and feel anything other than horror and guilt. He said that guilt required valuing human life above other life, and he didn't make that distinction, that humans were just another species and not a particularly beneficial one from the planet's perspective. He'd given the Earth a chance to recover, he said. And yes, it required killing billions of people, but that was a small price for saving countless other species from extinction. Marcus said he was insane, that no ideology justified genocide, but Vance just shook his head and said that perspective was limited, that we were thinking in terms of years or decades when we should be thinking in terms of millennia. That the brief suffering of one generation of humans was nothing compared to the long-term survival of the biosphere. He said he'd studied the models, run the projections, and humanity was on course to render the planet uninhabitable within 2 centuries. That extreme action was the only way to prevent total ecological collapse. I told him that he didn't get to make that decision, that he'd appointed himself judge and executioner for the entire species without any legitimate authority or moral justification. He said that someone had to make the hard choices, that democracy and consensus had failed to address the crisis, and that his methodology was no different than a doctor amputating a limb to save a patient's life. Humanity was the disease, he said, and he'd administered the cure. We went back and forth for what felt like hours, Vance defending his actions with the calm certainty of a fanatic and me trying to find some argument that would penetrate his delusion. His followers stood around listening, and I could see doubt in some of their faces, cracks in the ideological armor that Vance had built around them. Eventually, I gave up trying to convince him and simply told him what was going to happen, that he was going to give us access to any remaining data on treatments or vaccines, and then we were going to ensure he could never hurt anyone again. Vance laughed and said that there were no treatments, that he'd destroyed all his research on immunological responses because he didn't want anyone surviving who didn't deserve to. That the virus was perfect and unstoppable and would run its course regardless of what anyone did. He said killing him would accomplish nothing because the mechanism was already in motion and couldn't be stopped, that we were just lashing out in anger at someone who'd already won completely. I realized he was right about the futility but wrong about why I was there. This wasn't about stopping the virus or saving humanity or changing the outcome. This was about making him pay for what he'd done. About ensuring that the architect of the apocalypse didn't get to live comfortably in his bunker while the world above burned. I told Marcus to tie Vance up and take him outside, and despite protests from his followers, we dragged him from his wheelchair and hauled him up to the surface. The storms were still raging, tornadoes touching down and dissipating in that controlled pattern that Vance had created, and I explained to him what was going to happen. He'd weaponized the weather to spread death, and now he was going to experience that weapon personally, tied in the path of one of his own tornadoes and left to face what he'd created. His followers had come up from the bunker to watch, and some of them were crying or begging us not to do this. But others were silent and thoughtful, like maybe they were finally understanding the magnitude of what they'd participated in. We dragged Vance to a location where my calculations showed the next tornado would touch down, a field about half a mile from the bunker entrance, and Marcus tied him to a heavy metal fence post that had survived previous storms. Vance was struggling and screaming now, all his philosophical calm gone, replaced by animal terror as he realized what was about to happen. He begged and pleaded and tried to negotiate, offered data and money and anything we wanted if we'd just let him live. I told him that he didn't get to escape his own creation, that everyone who died screaming as the infected tore them apart deserved justice. And this was the only justice possible in a world without law or courts or civilization. Then Marcus and I left him there and walked back toward the bunker while the storm intensified overhead. His followers had gone back underground, unable or unwilling to watch what came next, and we stood at the bunker entrance watching the sky. The tornado formed exactly where I predicted, a massive wedge dropping from the wall cloud and touching down less than 100 yards from where we'd tied Vance. His screams were audible even over the roar of the wind, and then the tornado was on him and the screaming stopped and he was gone, torn apart by the very forces he'd spent years studying and weaponizing. The tornado continued on its path, dissipating after a few minutes as the weather modification cycle continued, and when we went back to look for Vance's body, we found nothing. Just disturbed earth and the bent fence post still in place. We went back down into the bunker and told Vance's followers that their leader was dead, and that they needed to make a choice, continue his work or walk away and try to survive like everyone else. Most of them chose to walk away, leaving the bunker and heading out into the wasteland to take their chances with the infected and the poisoned environment. A few stayed, true believers who said they'd continue the mission. And I knew we should probably kill them to prevent them from restarting the weather modification operations. But I didn't have the stomach for more killing that day. Marcus and I left the bunker and began the long walk back toward the refugee camp in Kansas. And along the way, we saw the full extent of what Vance had accomplished. Infected people were everywhere despite the military's cleansing operations, still shambling through the dead landscape looking for prey. Bodies were scattered across fields and roads, human and animal alike, everything killed by the virus or the nerve agent or the violent weather. The sky was gray and lifeless, storm systems still developing but without the intensity they'd had when weather modification was enhancing them. We passed through towns that were completely empty, not a single living person remaining, buildings collapsed and streets clogged with debris. We passed military checkpoints that had been overrun, soldiers dead at their posts or turned into infected themselves. We passed refugee camps that had fallen to the virus, Thousands of people who thought they were safe only to have infection breach their defenses and slaughter everyone. The scale of death was incomprehensible, more than any war or natural disaster in human history. And I couldn't process it emotionally, so I just kept walking and tried not to think about what it all meant. It took us 5 days to make it back to the Kansas refugee camp, and when we arrived, we found that it had been evacuated, everyone relocated to a more secure facility further north after infected attacks had killed hundreds of people. We followed the evacuation route and eventually found the new camp, a militarized compound surrounded by walls and guard towers where maybe 10,000 survivors huddled together in the last organized group we'd seen in weeks. My mother was alive and I held her while she cried. And then I told her about Vance and what we'd done, and she said she was glad he was dead, but that it didn't make her feel any better because the world was still ending. Dr. Warren was also there, coordinating with military remnants to try to establish some kind of organized response to the outbreak. But he admitted it was hopeless, that the infection had spread too far and too fast for any containment to be possible. He showed me satellite imagery from before the communications networks failed completely, showing infection zones covering most of North America and spreading to Europe and Asia through air travel and shipping. The military had attempted CLE now. Let's move on to the next story. I managed to get the Mariana Express moving under her own power, using the bridge controls to navigate her toward Pier 19 while trying not to look at the dried blood on the deck plating or think about what might be happening in the crew quarters below. The VHF radio kept crackling with instructions from harbor control, and I could hear the tension in Captain Martinez's voice getting worse with each transmission. They were setting up plastic sheeting and decontamination tents on the pier. The Coast Guard had 2 boats flanking us as we made our approach, their crews in full hazmat gear, weapons clearly visible on deck. That should have told me something. The Coast Guard doesn't break out the rifles for a respiratory infection. But I was focused on the approach, on the current and the wind and the massive weight of 70,000 tons of steel that I was trying to ease alongside a concrete pier without crushing anything. It took all my concentration, all my training, and I was almost proud of how smoothly I brought her in until I heard the screaming. It came from below decks, multiple voices, and it wasn't the sound of people calling for help. It was something more primal, more animal. Marcus, who was waiting on the dock to help with the mooring lines, looked up at me with his eyes wide and terrified. The Coast Guard boats suddenly backed off about 50 yards, and I saw their crews raising their weapons. That's when the first crew member appeared on deck, or what used to be a crew member. He came stumbling out of a hatch near the forward cargo hold, and even from the bridge I could see that something fundamental had changed in him. His skin had a grayish-green pallor, and there were dark streaks spreading from his neck and face like veins of mold. His movements were jerky, wrong, like a puppet being controlled by someone who didn't quite understand how human bodies worked. He opened his mouth and that scream came out again, and I saw his teeth, and they weren't right either, somehow elongated and darkened. Behind him, more crew members started emerging, all of them moving with that same horrible wrongness, all of them screaming. I hit the emergency stop on the ship's engines and grabbed the radio, shouting for harbor control, for the Coast Guard, for anyone to tell me what the hell was happening. Captain Martinez's voice came back, and it was steady and professional despite everything, telling me to evacuate the ship immediately, that medical teams were standing by, that I needed to get off that vessel right now. But I was still a Navy officer in my head, still trained to make sure everything was secure before abandoning ship. And I could see the mooring lines hadn't been properly secured yet. The ship was drifting slightly in the current, still dangerous, still potentially deadly to the dock and the people on it. I started toward the deck to handle the lines myself, which was probably the stupidest decision I'd ever made in my life. The infected crew member near the forward hatch turned and saw me. His eyes were wrong, pupils dilated so far they were almost entirely black, and when he started moving toward me, he was fast. Not superhuman fast, but faster than any sick person should be able to move. I'd seen combat in the Persian Gulf, I'd been under fire, I'd dealt with pirates off the coast of Somalia. But nothing had prepared me for the pure wrongness of watching another human being move like that. I ran back toward the bridge, slamming the watertight door behind me just as he crashed into it. The metal rang like a bell and I heard fingernails scraping against the steel, heard that screaming getting closer. Through the bridge windows I could see more of them pouring up from below decks, and they were all converging on my position. I was trapped. The pilot ladder down to the Lady Grace was on the opposite side of the ship, and there were at least a dozen of those things between me and any possible escape route. I grabbed a fire extinguisher from the bridge, the only weapon I could find, and tried to think. The radio was squawking with evacuation orders, Coast Guard boats were circling at a safe distance, and I could hear helicopters approaching. Someone was shouting through a loudspeaker, telling the infected crew to stand down and comply with quarantine procedures, which would have been funny if I wasn't absolutely terrified. These people, if they were still people, weren't going to comply with anything. They were beyond orders, beyond reason, beyond anything I understood about human behavior. I watched through the windows as they attacked each other, tearing and biting. And some of them went down, but others kept moving, even with horrific injuries. One man had his throat torn open and was still crawling across the deck, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Another had been bitten so badly his arm was hanging by threads of meat, and he didn't even seem to notice. That's when I remembered the emergency escape route every large vessel has. A vertical ladder system inside the funnel housing that maintenance crews use to access the communications array. It would put me on the highest point of the ship, exposed but away from the main deck, and from there I might be able to signal for a helicopter extraction. I forced myself to leave the relative safety of the bridge, moving through the interior corridors of the ship with my fire extinguisher held like a club, trying to remember the layout from the brief walkthrough I'd done years ago on a similar vessel. The sounds of the infected crew echoed through the metal walls, making it impossible to tell which direction they were coming from. Twice I had to hide in storage lockers as groups of them shambled past, and I got my first close look at what the infection was doing to them. The dark streaks I'd seen weren't just discoloration, they were actual growths. Fungal networks spreading across their skin like roots, and where the growth was thickest, their flesh had started to split and crack, revealing more of that gray-green substance underneath. I made it to the funnel housing and started climbing, my hands slick with sweat on the rungs, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Behind me, I could hear them finding the ladder, starting to climb, but they were slower on the vertical surface. Their coordination deteriorated. I climbed faster, my shoulders burning, until I burst out onto the small platform at the top where the ship's main communication antenna was mounted. The wind hit me immediately, strong and salt-laden, and I could see the whole port spread out below. Galveston looked normal from up here. The beach to the south, the city skyline to the north, the endless containers stacked on the docks, cruise ships at their terminals, fishing boats in the marina. Everything exactly as it should be, except for the ship I was standing on and the nightmare unfolding on its deck. A Coast Guard helicopter was already approaching, and I waved frantically, using my jacket to make myself more visible. The pilot saw me and came in close, the downwash from the rotors making the whole antenna platform shake. They lowered a rescue harness and I grabbed it, strapping myself in just as the first of the infected crew members made it to the top of the ladder. I got one last look at his face, at the fungal growth spreading from his eyes and mouth, at the complete absence of anything human in his expression, and then I was being lifted away, spinning slowly in the air as the helicopter gained altitude. They pulled me inside the chopper and immediately started asking questions. What had I seen? How many infected had I been bitten or scratched? Had any blood or bodily fluids made contact with my skin? A medic was checking me over while a Coast Guard officer rapid-fired questions at me, and through the open door I could see the Mariana Express below. Still drifting slightly, its deck now crawling with infected crew members who were attacking each other in a frenzy. The officer asked me again about bites, and I showed him my arms, my hands, my neck. No breaks in the skin, no blood except what I might have stepped in. He nodded, made some notes on a tablet, and told me I was being taken directly to UTMB for quarantine observation. That was fine by me. University of Texas Medical Branch had a high-level infectious disease unit, and right now being locked in a sealed room sounded pretty good compared to what I'd just escaped. As we flew over the port toward the hospital, I saw more emergency vehicles converging on Pier 19. Hazmat teams setting up perimeters, and I realized this was bigger than one sick ship. This was the kind of response you see for a biological weapons attack or a major disease outbreak. Something that could spread. The quarantine unit at UTMB was underground, which I hadn't expected. They took me through a series of decontamination showers, made me strip out of all my clothes, which were immediately bagged and tagged for incineration, and issued me paper scrubs before leading me to a small room with a bed, a toilet, and a thick glass window that looked out into a monitoring station. A doctor appeared on the other side of the glass within a few minutes. A young woman with dark hair pulled back tight and exhaustion already showing around her eyes. She introduced herself as Dr. Sarah Chen, infectious disease specialist, and explained that I would be held for a minimum of 72 hours while they monitored me for symptoms. I asked her what the hell I'd just seen on that ship, what kind of infection turned people into those things, and she hesitated before answering. That hesitation told me she knew more than she was saying. When she finally spoke, her voice was carefully neutral, clinically detached. She said they were calling it a fungal pathogen, possibly a mutated form of cordyceps, which I vaguely remembered from some nature documentary about ants. A parasitic fungus that took over the host's nervous system. But this version affected humans, and it was spreading faster than anything they'd seen before. I spent the next 3 days in that room watching the news coverage on the small television mounted to the wall, watching the story explode from local to national to international. The Mariana Express was just the beginning. Within 12 hours of my rescue, 3 more ships in the port of Houston reported crew members with similar symptoms. By the second day, cases were showing up at the port of New Orleans, Miami, Los Angeles, and Seattle. The CDC held a press conference where they admitted they'd known about a research lab incident 3 months ago at a facility in Nevada, something they called Biomarine Research Station 7, where scientists had been studying extremophile organisms from deep ocean vents. One of the fungi they'd isolated, a cordyceps variant that could survive in low-oxygen environments, had somehow mutated in the lab, and several researchers had been exposed. The facility was supposed to have been completely locked down, everyone inside quarantined or dead, but somehow a sample got out. They suspected industrial espionage, corporate raiders trying to steal valuable research, but whoever took it had no idea what they were really dealing with. The fungus was airborne, waterborne, and could survive in human tissue indefinitely. Once infected, a person had maybe 48 hours before the fungal network took over their brainstem and turned them into what we were now calling the infected. After that point, they were driven by one overwhelming impulse to spread the infection. They would bite, scratch, cough infected spores into the air, and each new victim would become another vector within 2 days. On the 3rd day, Dr. Chen came back to my window looking even more exhausted. She told me I was clear, no signs of infection, no elevated white cell count, no fungal markers in my blood work. I could go home. But as she was explaining the discharge procedures, an alarm started blaring throughout the facility. Red lights began flashing in the corridors. Through my small window, I saw medical staff running, heard shouting, and then the power went out. Emergency lighting kicked in a few seconds later, bathing everything in an eerie red glow. Dr. Chen's face had gone pale. She told me not to panic, that there was probably just an issue with one of the other quarantine subjects, that everything was under control. But I could hear screaming now coming from somewhere deeper in the facility, and it was the same kind of screaming I'd heard on the Mariana Express. The same animal sound of people losing their humanity. Dr. Chen backed away from the window, speaking urgently into her radio, and I saw her hand moving toward a panic button on the wall. She pressed it, and my door locks disengaged with a heavy clunk. She looked at me through the glass one last time and said a single word. "Run." I didn't need to be told twice. I bolted out of my room into the corridor and saw chaos. Medical staff fleeing, security guards trying to establish a perimeter. And at the far end of the hallway, infected patients were pouring out of their quarantine rooms. They must have turned while under observation, probably from exposure on the Mariana Express or one of the other ships, and now they were loose in the hospital's underground levels. I ran in the opposite direction, following the emergency exit signs, joining a stream of fleeing doctors and nurses who were all heading for the surface. Behind us, the sounds of violence and screaming grew louder. I heard gunfire, which meant security was trying to stop them, and I wondered if bullets would even work against something that wasn't really alive anymore. Something that was mostly fungus wearing a human skin. We hit a stairwell and started climbing, pushing through heavy fire doors that were supposed to seal automatically in an emergency, but had been propped open by the fleeing staff. 5 floors up, we emerged into the main hospital, and I saw regular patients and visitors staring at us in confusion as we ran past. Someone was trying to explain what was happening, trying to order an evacuation, but nobody wanted to believe it. Nobody wanted to accept that something from the quarantine levels was loose in the building. I made it outside into the late afternoon sun and kept running across the parking lot toward my truck, which was still parked where I'd left it 3 days ago. Behind me, the hospital alarm was blaring, and I could see more people streaming out of the building. Some of them weren't running. Some of them were walking with that familiar jerky wrongness, and the fungal growths on their skin were already visible. The infection was out. It was loose in Galveston, in the civilian population, and nobody was prepared for what that meant. I got in my truck and started driving, not really knowing where to go, just knowing I needed to get away from the hospital. I lived in a small house near the marina, close enough to the port that I could respond quickly when ships needed pilots. And as I drove through the familiar streets of my neighborhood, I tried to tell myself everything would be okay. The authorities would contain this, the military would step in. There were protocols for biological outbreaks. But I'd seen those infected crew members on the ship, and I'd seen how fast they could move, how driven they were to spread the infection. This wasn't going to be contained. This was going to be a disaster. My house was a small 2-bedroom bungalow with a view of the marina, bought with my Navy retirement and savings from 11 years of piloting ships. It wasn't much, but it was mine. And right now it felt like the safest place in the world. I locked all the doors and windows, pulled the curtains, and turned on the television to see what the news was reporting. The local stations were showing footage from the hospital. Crowds gathering outside, police trying to establish a cordon. The national news was covering the spreading outbreak across multiple port cities, showing similar scenes of chaos and confusion. The president was addressing the nation, declaring a state of emergency, mobilizing the National Guard and urging people to stay in their homes and avoid contact with anyone showing symptoms. The symptoms list scrolled across the bottom of the screen. Gray-green discoloration of the skin, dark veining spreading from major blood vessels. Behavioral changes including aggression and loss of verbal communication. Decreased response to pain, and fungal growths around the eyes, nose, and mouth. If you saw anyone with these symptoms, you were supposed to call 911 and quarantine yourself immediately. Do not attempt to help them. Do not let them touch you. Treat them as a biohazard. I sat in my living room watching the sun go down over the Gulf, trying to process everything that had happened in the last 3 days. I'd gone from a routine piloting job to escaping a ship full of infected crew members to being quarantined in an underground facility that then got overrun. Now I was sitting in my house watching the world end on television. My phone started ringing. It was Captain Martinez from Harbor Control. His voice was strained and he got straight to the point. They were evacuating the Port Authority building. More ships were coming in with infected crews and they couldn't control the situation anymore. Some of the longshoremen who'd been working near the Mariana Express were showing symptoms, and there had been attacks in the container yards. The police were overwhelmed, and the National Guard units that were supposed to be setting up checkpoints hadn't arrived yet. He told me to get out of Galveston if I could, to head north toward Houston or west toward San Antonio, anywhere away from the coast. The ports were the infection's entry point, and the coastal cities were going to fall first. He said he was sorry he'd sent me onto that ship, that he'd had no idea what we were really dealing with. I told him it wasn't his fault, that I'd just been doing my job, and then the line went dead. I tried calling my ex-wife, Jennifer, who lived in Houston with our daughter, Emma. We'd divorced 5 years ago, not dramatically, just the slow dissolve of two people who realized they wanted different things. She'd wanted stability and a normal schedule, and I'd wanted to keep working the water, keep living on the coast. Emma was 12 now, smart and tough like her mother, and I needed to know they were safe. The call went straight to voicemail. I tried again. Voicemail. I sent text messages that showed as delivered but not read. The cell networks were probably overloaded, everyone trying to call everyone else, trying to figure out what was happening. I decided I would drive to Houston in the morning, make sure they were okay, and then we'd figure out where to go together. But that night, sitting in my house listening to sirens wailing in the distance and helicopters flying low over the island, I had no idea that the morning would be too late, that the infection was spreading faster than anyone had predicted, and that by dawn Galveston would be in the grip of something that would make everything I'd seen so far look like a preview. I must have fallen asleep in my chair around midnight, exhausted from 3 days in quarantine and the adrenaline crash from everything that happened at the hospital. When I woke up, it was because of screaming. Not the infected kind, but normal human terror coming from somewhere in my neighborhood. I looked out the window and saw flames. My neighbor's house 2 doors down was on fire and people were running in the street. It was still dark, maybe 4 in the morning, and the streetlights had gone out at some point during the night. The only illumination came from the fire and from vehicle headlights as people tried to flee. I grabbed my phone and saw dozens of missed calls and emergency alerts. The most recent one was from the City of Galveston Emergency Management. Mandatory evacuation order. All residents must leave the island immediately. Use causeway or ferry. Seek shelter on mainland. This is not a drill. The causeway, the single highway bridge that connected Galveston Island to the mainland. If everyone was trying to use it at once, it would be a parking lot, a death trap. But what choice did I have? I threw some supplies into a backpack, things I'd learned to value during my Navy deployments. Water bottles, energy bars, first aid kit, flashlight, my old service knife, and the .45 pistol I'd kept from my military days, along with 2 spare magazines. I didn't know if the gun would be useful against infected people who felt no pain and were driven by fungal impulses, but it was better than nothing. I also grabbed my pilot's emergency radio, a handheld VHF unit that could pick up Coast Guard and maritime channels. Maybe there would be information on there that the regular news wasn't reporting. I locked up my house, probably for the last time, though I didn't want to admit it, and got in my truck. The marina parking lot was chaos, people trying to get to their boats, some deciding that evacuating by water was safer than risking the causeway. I might have tried the same thing if I'd owned a boat capable of making it to the mainland, but the Lady Grace was Port Authority property and she'd been in the harbor when everything went wrong. I had no idea where she was now or if she was still afloat. The drive toward the causeway was a nightmare of traffic and panic. Every street was clogged with vehicles, people honking and shouting, accidents blocking intersections. I saw a man pull another driver out of a car and beat him unconscious just to steal his vehicle. I saw a woman running down the sidewalk with 2 small children, all of them crying, heading in no particular direction except away. And I saw the infected. They were everywhere now, emerging from houses and alleys, attacking anyone they caught. Most of them were in the early stages, still capable of complex movement, still dangerous in ways that would make the later stage ones seem almost slow by comparison. I watched one of them take down a man trying to load his family into an SUV, biting into his neck while his wife screamed and his kids watched from inside the vehicle. I wanted to help, wanted to do something, but there were too many of them and I had to get to Houston, had to make sure Emma and Jennifer were safe. I drove around the accident, around the screaming family, and hated myself for it. It took me 2 hours to get within sight of the causeway, a drive that should have taken 15 minutes. When I finally saw it, my heart sank. The bridge was completely blocked. Thousands of cars packed bumper to bumper, people abandoning their vehicles and trying to walk across. And at the far end where the causeway met the mainland, I could see flashing lights and what looked like a military checkpoint. The National Guard had finally arrived, but instead of helping the evacuation, they were stopping it. They'd set up a roadblock and they weren't letting anyone through. I could hear gunfire. They were shooting people who tried to force their way past the checkpoint. I grabbed my emergency radio and scanned through frequencies, trying to find out what was happening. I picked up military traffic, fragments of conversations, containment perimeter at Causeway Checkpoint Alpha. Orders are shoot on sight for anyone showing symptom. Negative, the island is under quarantine, no passage authorized. They'd quarantined the entire island. Everyone on Galveston was trapped here with the infection. I sat in my truck in the massive traffic jam and tried to think. The causeway was blocked. The ferry terminals would be the same, probably worse. That left the water, but I needed a boat. I started working my way back through the gridlocked traffic, driving up onto sidewalks when I had to, heading for the yacht club near Pier 21. If I could find something seaworthy, something with fuel, I could make it across to the mainland and then drive north to Houston. It was a long shot, but it was the only option I could see. The sun was starting to come up as I reached the yacht club, painting the sky in shades of red and orange that looked like the end of the world. The parking lot was mostly empty, which made sense. Anyone with a boat had probably already taken it and run. But there might be something left. Something that had mechanical problems or belonged to an owner who wasn't on the island when the evacuation started. I broke into the harbor master's office, smashing the window with a brick, and grabbed the keys from the board inside. There were maybe 20 sets left, labeled with slip numbers. I started checking the slips, moving fast, watching for infected. I found a boat in slip 14, a 32-foot cabin cruiser called the Second Chance. The name felt appropriate, the keys worked, and when I checked the fuel gauge, it showed 3/4 full. Enough to get to the mainland with some to spare. I'd piloted container ships and aircraft carriers, but I'd never actually owned a pleasure boat, and it took me a few minutes of fumbling with the controls before I figured out how to start the engine. It caught on the third try, a deep rumble that sounded incredibly loud in the early morning quiet. I cast off the lines and eased the Second Chance out of her slip, pointing her bow toward the mainland visible in the distance. Behind me, Galveston was burning. Multiple fires had spread throughout the night, and now smoke was rising from dozens of locations across the island. I could hear explosions, probably gas lines or fuel tanks igniting. The cruise ships that had been docked at their terminals were listing badly, some already partially sunk, and I realized the infected crews must have caused catastrophic damage to those vessels. Thousands of passengers and crew all trapped on floating hotels that were now floating coffins. I was about 2 miles offshore when I saw the Coast Guard cutter. It was running parallel to the coastline, maybe half a mile away, and at first I felt relief. The Coast Guard would help. They'd escort me to safety, make sure I got through whatever checkpoints were on the mainland. But as I changed course to approach them, they changed course too, angling toward me at high speed. Their lights were flashing, and I could see crew members on deck, and they were holding weapons. Big weapons. Deck-mounted machine guns. My VHF radio crackled to life. Unidentified vessel departing Galveston. This is United States Coast Guard cutter Steadfast. You are in violation of federal quarantine. Return to port immediately or you will be fired upon. This is your only warning. I grabbed the radio and transmitted back, identifying myself as a harbor pilot, explaining that I wasn't infected, that I'd been cleared by UTMB 3 days ago. The response was cold and final. All clearances are invalid. Galveston is under full quarantine. Return to port or be destroyed. They meant it. I could see the deck gun tracking toward me, and I spun the wheel hard, turning the second chance back toward the island. Behind me, I heard the crack of warning shots passing overhead. They weren't bluffing. The entire island was sealed. Nobody was getting out by water. I pushed the throttle forward and ran for the nearest pier, beaching the boat hard enough to crack the fiberglass hull. I didn't care. The boat was useless now anyway. I grabbed my backpack and climbed onto the pier, breathing hard, my mind racing through options. No causeway, no ferry, no boat. I was trapped on Galveston Island with an infection that was spreading through the population, turning thousands of people into mindless vectors for a fungal plague. My only choice was to survive long enough for the military to change their minds about the quarantine, or for someone to find a cure, or for some kind of rescue operation to be mounted. I had no idea how long that might take. Days? Weeks? Or would they just write off everyone on the island and let us all die? I needed supplies. I needed weapons. I needed a defensible location where I could wait this out. The Marina District was too exposed, too many people and infected, so I started walking inland toward the commercial district. The streets were almost empty now. Most people either dead or turned or hiding in their homes. I passed bodies in the street, some fresh and some already showing fungal growth. The spores were everywhere, visible as a faint greenish dust in the air when the sunlight hit it right. I tried not to breathe too deeply, even though I knew it was probably pointless. If I was going to get infected, it had probably already happened. I just had to hope that my brief exposure on the Mariana Express and my time in the UTMB facility hadn't been enough to give the fungus a foothold in my body. I made it to a sporting goods store that had been looted but not completely emptied. The guns were gone, obviously, but I found some camping equipment, a better knife, and a compound bow with a dozen arrows. Not my first choice of weapons, but beggars couldn't be choosers. I also grabbed more water bottles and food, stuffing everything into my backpack until it was almost too heavy to carry comfortably. As I was leaving the store, I heard voices. Human voices, not the wordless screaming of the infected. A group of survivors were moving down the street, maybe 8 or 10 people, all of them armed with whatever they'd been able to find. Baseball bats, kitchen knives, one person with a hunting rifle. They saw me and one of them, a tall black man in his 40s wearing a Galveston Port Authority uniform, called out asking if I was bit. I showed him my arms, my neck, proving I was clean. He nodded and introduced himself as Marcus Johnson, which surprised me because I recognized him. He was one of the longshoremen I'd seen at the port, someone I'd worked with occasionally when coordinating cargo operations. He recognized me too, and there was something like relief in his eyes when he realized I was the harbor pilot. He said his group was trying to reach the National Guard checkpoint on the causeway, convinced they could talk their way through, make the soldiers understand they weren't infected. I told him about the Coast Guard cutter, about the shoot-on-sight orders, and watched his hope collapse. One of the other survivors, a young woman with red hair and a tire iron in her hands, asked what we were supposed to do then. Just wait here to die or turn? I didn't have a good answer for her. Marcus suggested we find somewhere defensible and wait for the government to send help. He was sure they wouldn't just abandon an entire city, that there had to be evacuation plans being coordinated, that the quarantine was just temporary until they could screen people for infection. I wanted to believe him, but I'd heard the tone in the Coast Guard's voice on the radio. We weren't citizens to be rescued anymore. We were potential vectors to be contained. Still, staying with a group was better than being alone, and Marcus seemed like he had his head on straight. The group included a nurse named Helen who'd been working at the hospital when it was evacuated, a construction worker named Ray with his teenage son Kyle, the red-haired woman who said her name was Beth, an older couple named the Harrisons who'd been on vacation and got trapped on the island, and two others whose names I didn't catch immediately. We decided to head for one of the big hotels on the seawall, figuring the height and limited access points would make it easier to defend. The Tremont House was close, a historic building that had been converted into a hotel, with thick walls and only a few entrances. It seemed as good a place as any to make a stand. Getting there meant crossing through several blocks that were completely overrun with infected. We moved carefully, trying to stay quiet, avoiding the groups of them that shambled through the streets. But quiet only works when everyone in your group understands how to move tactically. And most of these people were civilians who'd never been in combat or any kind of survival situation. Kyle, the construction worker's kid, stepped on a pile of broken glass, and the crunch echoed like a gunshot. Every infected in a 2-block radius turned toward us. They didn't see well, I'd noticed, their eyes clouded with fungal growth, but their hearing was sharp, and they responded to sound like predators. We ran. No more stealth, just pure panicked flight through the streets with the infected pouring after us. One of the survivors I didn't know well, a man in a business suit, tripped and went down. Marcus tried to grab him, but there were too many infected, and they swarmed over the man like ants. His screaming followed us as we ran, and I heard it cut off suddenly. Helen, the nurse, was crying while she ran, and Beth was shouting something about her apartment being nearby. But we couldn't stop. The Tremont House was 3 blocks ahead, and we had maybe 30 seconds before the infected caught up with us. We made it to the hotel entrance, and Marcus and I threw our weight against the doors, shoving them open while the others piled inside. Ray and I grabbed furniture from the lobby to barricade the entrance while Marcus and Kyle took the hunting rifle to the second-floor windows to provide cover. The infected hit the doors seconds after we got the barricade in place, and the furniture shook with the impact of their bodies. But the doors were heavy wood, historic and solid, and the barricade held. We could hear them outside, dozens of them, scratching at the doors and windows, but they couldn't get in. For the moment, we were safe. I leaned against the wall and tried to catch my breath, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. Helen was checking everyone for bites and scratches, making sure nobody had been infected during the run. Everyone was clean. We'd made it. But we'd also lost one person, the businessman whose name I never learned. Mr. Harrison, the older man from the trapped couple, was sitting on the floor crying. His wife was trying to comfort him, but she looked shell-shocked too. This wasn't a vacation anymore. This wasn't even a disaster. This was the apocalypse. The Tremont House had been evacuated like everything else on the island, so we had the whole building to ourselves. Marcus organized people to search the rooms for supplies while I worked with Ray to reinforce the barricades on the ground floor. The hotel had a restaurant that still had food in the kitchen, though most of it would spoil soon without power, and there was bottled water in storage. We could last maybe a week if we rationed carefully. After that, we'd need to venture out for more supplies or hope that rescue came. I went up to the roof to check sight lines and assess our situation. From up there, I could see the whole city burning. The port district was completely engulfed, flames reaching hundreds of feet into the air as fuel tanks and chemical storage facilities ignited. The cruise ship terminals were collapsed, and I could see bodies in the water, hundreds of them floating in the harbor. To the north, the causeway was still jammed with abandoned vehicles, and I could see the military checkpoint, heavily fortified now with concrete barriers and machine gun nests. They'd built a wall to keep us in. South, toward the beach, everything looked strangely normal except for the absence of people. The waves still rolled in. The sand was still white. The seabirds still circled overhead. Nature didn't care about the fungal plague destroying humanity. I pulled out my VHF radio and scanned through frequencies, trying to find information about what was happening on the mainland, in Houston, in the rest of the country. Most channels were either empty or full of panicked civilian traffic. But I found a military frequency that was still active, and what I heard made my blood run cold. Houston was falling. The infection had spread there within 48 hours of the first Galveston cases, probably carried by people who'd escaped the island before the quarantine went into effect. San Antonio was reporting cases. So was Dallas, Austin, Corpus Christi. The ports had acted as infection nodes, spreading the fungus across the entire Gulf Coast and then inland. They were talking about establishing a containment line at Interstate 35, evacuating everyone to the east of that line and bombing the cities to the west. Bombing. They were discussing using tactical nuclear weapons to create fire breaks, to sterilize the infected zones. Galveston was already written off. Houston would be next. They were going to destroy the entire Texas coast to stop the spread, and everyone still alive in those cities was just collateral damage. I went back downstairs and didn't tell the others what I'd heard. There was no point in terrifying them more than they already were. Let them have hope, even if it was false. Marcus had organized the survivors into watch rotations, 2 people on guard at all times, everyone else resting or searching for supplies. He'd found a city map and marked potential resource locations, pharmacies, grocery stores, hardware stores, places we could raid if we got desperate. Helen was setting up a medical station in one of the hotel rooms, organizing the basic first aid supplies we'd found. Beth had claimed a corner of the lobby and was sharpening her tire iron against a concrete pillar, the metallic scraping sound making everyone nervous. Ray and Kyle were checking the hotel's emergency systems, trying to figure out if we could get the generator running. Mrs. Harrison was trying to convince her husband to eat something. It was almost domestic, almost normal, except for the infected still scratching at the doors and the smoke-filled sky outside. That first night in the Tremont house, I couldn't sleep. I stood watch with Beth on the second floor, watching the streets below through the windows. The infected didn't seem to need rest. They just wandered aimlessly through the darkness, occasionally clustering around sounds or movement. Around midnight, I saw something that made my stomach turn. A woman, obviously infected from the fungal growth covering half her face, was standing in the middle of the street. And she was just standing there, perfectly still. Her head tilted back like she was looking at the sky. As I watched, clouds of spores began rising from her mouth, visible in the streetlight as a greenish mist. She was releasing spores into the air, spreading the infection on the wind. And she wasn't the only one. I could see others doing the same thing, distributed throughout the streets like biological dispersal units. The fungus was using them, positioning them strategically to maximize spread. It wasn't just mindless infection, it was coordinated, intelligent. Or at least following some kind of evolutionary program that looked intelligent from the outside. Beth saw it too, and she whispered that we were fucked. I couldn't disagree. The next day, Marcus organized a supply run. We needed medical supplies more than anything else, and there was a pharmacy 4 blocks away that hadn't been completely looted yet. I volunteered to go, partly because I had military training and partly because I needed to get out of the hotel and do something. Ray came with me, and so did Kyle despite his father's protests. The kid was 17, tall and built from working construction with his dad, and he wanted to prove he could handle himself. We waited until mid-morning when the infected seemed less active, then slipped out through a service entrance that opened into an alley. The streets were quieter during the day, I'd noticed. The infected seemed to congregate more at night, maybe because that's when the spore dispersal was most effective, or maybe just because the fungus in their brains responded to circadian rhythms that no longer meant anything. We moved fast and quiet, using back alleys and cutting through buildings when we could, avoiding the main streets where the infected congregated in larger numbers. The pharmacy was ransacked, but not empty. Most looters had grabbed the obvious stuff: painkillers, antibiotics, first aid supplies. But Helen had given me a list of specific medications she needed, things most people wouldn't think to take. Antifungals, steroids, immunosuppressants, medications that might slow the infection if someone got exposed but hadn't fully turned yet. We filled backpacks with everything we could carry, working quickly and quietly. Kyle was standing guard at the window when he suddenly hissed for us to get down. I dropped behind a shelf and looked where he was pointing. A group of infected was moving down the street, maybe 20 of them, but these weren't the shambling early-stage ones. These were further along, their bodies almost completely taken over by the fungus. Their movements were synchronized, moving as a unit, and they were carrying things. Tools, pipes, makeshift weapons. The fungus was learning to use tools through them, or maybe it was just exploiting whatever motor memories remained in their human brains. Either way, it was terrifying. We waited until they passed, then grabbed our supplies and headed back toward the hotel. We made it 2 blocks before we ran into trouble. A man stepped out of a building in front of us, and at first I thought he was another survivor. He was dressed in expensive clothes, suit and tie, and he didn't have any obvious signs of infection. But something about him was wrong. His eyes were too intense, too focused, and when he smiled at us, it didn't reach those eyes. He said his name was Victor Kwan, and he knew who I was, the harbor pilot who'd brought in the Mariana Express. The man who'd survived the first contact with the infected ship. I asked him how he knew that, and his smile widened. He said he made it his business to know things, especially things related to his business interests. He owned Kwan Maritime Holdings, a shipping company that operated cargo vessels throughout the Gulf and Pacific. The Mariana Express was one of his ships. I felt my blood run cold. This was the owner of the vessel that had brought the infection to Galveston. He should have been in prison or dead, or at minimum hiding in shame. Instead, he was standing here clean and healthy and smiling like he didn't have a care in the world. I asked him what he wanted, and he said he wanted to make sure certain information didn't survive the outbreak. His ship had been carrying more than just commercial cargo. There were things in the containers that he didn't declare to customs, things that would have gotten him arrested if they'd been discovered. Drugs, weapons, stolen goods. The infection among the crew had been convenient for him because it meant the ship would never be properly inspected, and all evidence of his illegal activities would be lost in the chaos. But then I'd survived, and I'd been on his ship, and he was worried I might have seen something I shouldn't have. I told him I hadn't seen anything except infected crew members and blood. that I didn't care about his smuggling operation. But he didn't believe me. He pulled a gun from inside his jacket, a sleek automatic that probably cost more than my truck, and said he couldn't take that chance. Ray and Kyle backed away slowly, but I stood my ground. I'd dealt with worse than some shipping magnate with a gun during my Navy career. I'd been shot at by actual pirates. This was just another rich asshole who thought money made him dangerous. Quan was still talking, explaining how he'd known the crew was infected before the ship even reached port, how he'd planned to file an insurance claim for the lost vessel and cargo, how this whole outbreak had actually worked out perfectly for him. He had a compound on the west end of the island, fully stocked and fortified with armed security keeping the infected away. He'd ride out the quarantine in comfort while everyone else died or turned, and when it was over, he'd be one of the few survivors positioned to profit from the reconstruction. He'd already made deals with government contractors, promised them access to shipping routes and port facilities in exchange for protection and resources. The apocalypse was just another business opportunity for him. But I was a loose end, and he didn't like loose ends. He raised the gun, and I thought I was dead. Then Kyle threw a brick he'd been carrying. It hit Quan in the shoulder, not hard enough to do real damage, but enough to spoil his aim. The shot went wide, and Ray tackled him from the side. They went down in a tangle fighting for the gun. I rushed over to help, and between the three of us, we managed to disarm him. Ray wanted to kill him right there, put a bullet in his head and leave him for the infected. But I stopped him. We weren't murderers. Not yet. We tied Quan's hands with a belt and brought him back to the Tremont house as a prisoner. Marcus wasn't happy about having a prisoner. We barely had enough supplies for ourselves, and now we were supposed to feed and guard someone who'd basically admitted to causing the whole outbreak. But I insisted. If we let Quan go, he'd come back with his security forces and kill us all. And if we executed him, we'd become the kind of people who murdered prisoners. We needed to be better than that, even in the apocalypse. So we locked him in one of the hotel rooms, posted a guard, and tried to figure out what to do with him. Beth wanted to trade him back to his people for supplies. Maybe his fortified compound had food and medicine we could use. Helen thought we should interrogate him about what he knew about the infection, whether he had any inside information about where it came from or how to fight it. Ray just wanted him dead. The group was fracturing already, disagreements turning into arguments that threatened to become violence. We'd only been together for 2 days and we were already falling apart. That night, the infected tried to get into the hotel in force. Hundreds of them, drawn by the noise of our arguing, or maybe just following some fungal imperative to eliminate the uninfected. They swarmed the entrances, pounding on the doors and windows, climbing on each other's backs to reach the second floor. Marcus and I fought them off with makeshift spears we'd fashioned from broom handles and kitchen knives, stabbing through gaps in the barricades while the others threw furniture and heavy objects from the upper windows. We held them off, but it was close, too close, and in the chaos, someone forgot to watch Quan. He managed to work his hands free from the belt, broke the window in his room, and escaped. By the time we realized he was gone, he'd already disappeared into the night. Marcus was furious, blaming me for insisting we keep him alive, and I couldn't really argue. I'd made a call based on principle, and it had backfired. Now Quan was out there, and he knew where we were, and he'd be coming back with reinforcements. We decided to leave the Tremont house. It was compromised, and Quan would bring his security forces to wipe us out. We needed a new location, somewhere more defensible and less obvious. Helen suggested we head for the port, for the industrial areas where there would be supplies and heavy equipment we could use to build proper fortifications. It was risky because that's where the infection had started, but it might also be mostly empty now, the infected having migrated toward the residential areas where there were more people to convert. We left at dawn, moving as a group through the devastated streets of Galveston. The fires had mostly burned themselves out, leaving the city looking like a war zone. Buildings collapsed, cars overturned and burned, bodies everywhere. The smell was incredible, rot and smoke and the sweet, sick smell of the fungal growth. It clung to everything, coated the inside of your throat, made you feel dirty just breathing it. We passed through what used to be the tourist district, past the pleasure pier that was now partially collapsed into the Gulf, past the empty souvenir shops and restaurants that would never see another customer. The port district was even worse. The Mariana Express was still moored at Pier 19, though the pier itself had partially collapsed under the ship's weight. Other vessels had drifted in the harbor and run aground, creating a maze of stranded ships that blocked most of the waterways. The container yards were chaos, thousands of shipping containers scattered and overturned. We picked our way through carefully, and that's when we found other survivors. Not Kwan's people, but other groups like ours, desperate and scared and looking for safety. There were maybe 40 people total, gathered in the remains of a warehouse that had been converted into a makeshift fortress. They'd blocked the entrances with containers, created watchtowers from cranes, and established a perimeter using the natural barriers of the port infrastructure. A woman named Angela was running the group, and she recognized Marcus from his Port Authority days. She invited us in, offered to share their supplies and defenses. It seemed too good to be true, and it was. We'd been in the warehouse settlement for maybe 6 hours when Kwan's forces hit us. Not infected, but actual mercenaries, private security contractors armed with military-grade weapons. They came in fast, in armored vehicles, and they weren't trying to capture anyone. This was an extermination mission. They opened fire on the watchtowers, killing the guards before anyone could sound an alarm, then breached the container barriers with explosives. The survivors scattered, running in every direction, and the mercenaries hunted them methodically. I grabbed Kyle and Helen, and we ran deeper into the port, into the maze of containers and equipment where vehicles couldn't follow. Behind us, I could hear screaming and gunfire, could hear Kwan's voice over a loudspeaker telling his men to find the harbor pilot, that I was the primary target. This was personal for him now. I'd seen his confession, knew about his insurance fraud scheme, and he couldn't let me live to tell anyone about it. Never mind that there was no government left to tell, no courts or police to enforce justice. He was still operating like the old world existed, still trying to tie up loose ends. We hid in a shipping container, one that had been opened and emptied during the initial chaos, hardly daring to breathe as we listened to the mercenaries search nearby. They were professional, systematic, and they had thermal imaging equipment. It was only a matter of time before they found us. Kyle was crying silently, and Helen was praying under her breath. I was trying to think, trying to find an angle, any possible way to survive this. Then I remembered something. The port had a control room, a central monitoring station where all the heavy equipment was operated from. Cranes, cargo lifts, the massive gantries that moved containers. If I could get to that control room, I might be able to use the equipment against Kwan's mercenaries. It was a long shot, but it was better than waiting here to die. I told Helen and Kyle to stay hidden, that I'd come back for them, and then I slipped out of the container into the twilight. The control room was 300 yards away across open ground, and there were mercenaries between me and it. I moved from cover to cover, using my Navy training to stay low and quiet, waiting for the moments when the searchlights swept past. I made it to the base of a crane and started climbing the maintenance ladder, going up 50 feet to the control cabin. The door was locked, but I broke the window and climbed inside, cutting my arm on the glass in the process. The wound wasn't deep, but it bled freely, and I worried about infection for a moment before remembering that fungal infection was the least of my problems right now. The control panel was more complex than I'd expected. but the basics were similar to the crane controls I'd used on aircraft carriers. Power on, stabilize the boom, engage the load lifting system. The crane's main hook was massive, designed to lift 40-foot containers weighing tons. I positioned it over one of the armored vehicles below and dropped it. The cable fell like a spear, smashing through the vehicle's roof and crushing it flat. The mercenaries scattered, suddenly aware they were under attack, and I used the moment of confusion to grab a second crane control and start swinging another hook toward their positions. I couldn't kill them all, but I could scatter them, break their formation, give the survivors a chance to escape. I operated both cranes like weapons, dropping loads and swinging hooks, creating chaos in the port below. Some of the mercenaries tried to shoot at me, bullets sparking off the crane's metal structure, but I was too high up, and the cabin provided decent cover. Then I heard Quan's voice over their radio frequency telling his men to fall back, to regroup at the ship. The ship. The Mariana Express. I realized what he was planning. His confession, his admission of insurance fraud. It had happened on the street, but I'd been wearing body camera equipment as part of my pilot gear. The footage would be stored somewhere, probably transmitted to port authority servers, and those servers would be on the network that connected to the ship's systems. He needed to destroy the ship completely, sink it beyond any possibility of recovery to make sure no evidence of his crimes survived. He was going to scuttle the Mariana Express with explosives. I climbed down from the crane and ran toward Pier 19, my lungs burning, my cut arm throbbing. I could see Quan's mercenaries loading equipment onto small boats, ferrying it out to the ship. They were going to plant charges below the waterline, blow her apart, and send her to the bottom of the harbor. But if they did that during the night, the explosion might destabilize other vessels in the harbor, cause a chain reaction that would destroy what little infrastructure remained in the port. And more importantly, the ship's cargo hold still contained evidence of Quan's smuggling operation, and probably infected crew members in various stages of fungal takeover. Blowing the ship would release all of that into the harbor water, potentially spreading the infection to any survivors near the waterfront. I couldn't let that happen. I needed to stop him, needed to get to that ship before his mercenaries planted their explosives. I found an inflatable raft near one of the abandoned Coast Guard stations, probably left behind during the evacuation, and pushed it into the water. The small outboard motor started after a few pulls, and I headed toward the Mariana Express, keeping low in the boat to avoid being spotted. The massive ship loomed over me as I approached, dark and silent except for the sounds of Quan's men moving around inside. I tied off the raft and climbed the pilot ladder. The same ladder I'd used days ago when this whole nightmare started. The deck was slick with fungal growth now, the metal coated in a greenish-gray slime that squelched under my boots. I could hear voices from the cargo holds below, and I moved toward them cautiously, my knife in one hand and my pistol in the other. I knew I only had 2 magazines for the gun, 17 rounds total, so I had to make every shot count. The cargo hold was a cathedral of horror. The infected crew members were still down there, dozens of them, but they'd changed. The fungal growth had completely taken over their bodies, transforming them into something that barely looked human anymore. They'd merged together in places, bodies fused by threads of fungus, creating masses of flesh and spores that pulsed with alien life. And in the center of it all, Quan's mercenaries were setting up explosives, enough C4 to blow the entire ship in half. I counted 6 mercenaries, all heavily armed, all focused on their task. 6-to-1 odds in a confined space with limited ammunition. Not good. But I'd faced worse odds in the Gulf when our supply convoy was ambushed. Sometimes you just had to commit and trust your training. I took a deep breath, aimed at the nearest mercenary, and pulled the trigger. The first man went down with a bullet through his skull before anyone realized they were under attack. The second turned toward me, and I shot him twice in the chest, center mass, the way they taught us in the Navy. He fell backwards into one of the fused masses of infected flesh, and I saw it start to move, responding to the disturbance. The other 4 mercenaries opened fire, and I dove behind a cargo container, bullets ricocheting off the metal walls. I needed to move, needed to get out of the kill zone they were creating. But the infected were starting to wake up now, responding to the noise and violence. One of the mercenaries screamed as a tendril of fungus shot out from the nearest mass and wrapped around his ankle, pulling him down. Another started firing at the infected, trying to fight them off, and I used the distraction to move to a better position. I came up behind a 3rd mercenary and put my knife in his kidney, then shot him in the head when he tried to turn. 3 down, 3 to go, but I was out of bullets. I'd emptied both magazines. The remaining mercenaries had bigger problems than me now. The infected were fully active, the fused masses breaking apart as individual bodies separated and started hunting. These weren't the shambling infected from the streets. These were the crew members who'd been trapped on the ship for days, who'd undergone complete transformation, and they were fast and coordinated and driven by hunger. One of the mercenaries tried to run and was tackled by 3 of them, pulled down into the fungal growth that covered the floor. His screaming lasted about 5 seconds. The other 2 were back-to-back, firing controlled bursts at anything that moved, and they were slowly being driven toward the explosives they'd just set up. I saw the detonator lying near one of the C4 packs, counting down from 10 minutes. Quan had set it on a timer. He wasn't even going to wait for his men to get clear. He was willing to sacrifice them to make sure the evidence was destroyed. That told me something about how desperate he was, how much he had to lose if the truth came out. I made a decision. The mercenaries and the infected could kill each other. I needed to find Quan himself, and I needed to stop him before he escaped. I ran for the stairs leading up to the bridge, taking them 3 at a time, and burst through the door at the top to find him waiting. He had his gun out again, and this time he didn't hesitate. He shot me. The bullet hit me in the shoulder, spinning me around, and I felt hot blood start soaking through my shirt. It hurt worse than anything I'd ever felt, a white-hot lance of agony that made my vision blur. But I'd been trained to fight through pain, trained to keep moving even when your body wanted to shut down. I charged him using my weight to drive him backwards, and we crashed through the bridge windows onto the external deck. Glass cut into my arms and face as we rolled across the deck, fighting for control of his gun. He was smaller than me, but fit and trained, and we were evenly matched for a few desperate seconds until I got my hand on his throat and squeezed. He dropped the gun and clawed at my face, trying to get me to let go, and I heard a countdown announcement echo from the cargo hold below. 5 minutes until detonation. We fought like animals on that deck, rolling dangerously close to the edge, both of us bleeding and exhausted. Quan managed to break free and grabbed a piece of broken metal, swinging it at my head. I ducked and it whistled past my ear, and then I tackled him again, driving us both toward the open cargo hatch. We hung on the edge for a moment, him scrabbling for purchase, me trying to pull him back from the drop. And then I stopped trying. I remembered what he'd said about insurance fraud, about deliberately letting his crew get infected, about profiting from the apocalypse. I remembered the survivors I'd seen die in the streets, Kyle's tears, Helen's prayers, all the suffering that had happened because this man wanted to cover up his smuggling operation. I let go of the edge and we fell together, 30 feet down into the cargo hold, landing hard on the fungal-covered floor. The impact knocked the wind out of me, but I'd braced for it. Quan hadn't. He hit head first and lay there dazed, blood pooling under his skull. I dragged myself up, my shoulder screaming, and looked for the detonator. 2 minutes. I found it near one of the bodies and smashed it against the floor, but that didn't stop the countdown. The timer was built into the C4 packs themselves, redundant systems to make sure the job got done. I couldn't disable them all in time. I needed to get off the ship, needed to get back to shore before the explosion turned the Mariana Express into shrapnel. But Quan was still alive, groaning and trying to sit up, and the infected were closing in. I could have left him, should have left him. Let him die in the explosion or be torn apart by the infected he'd helped create. But I was still a Navy officer in my head, still bound by the codes I'd sworn to uphold, and we didn't leave people behind. I grabbed him by his expensive suit jacket and started dragging him toward the stairs. He was dead weight, barely conscious, and the infected were getting closer. I heard the timer hit 1 minute. I'll never know how I got us both up those stairs with one arm, mostly useless, and infected crew members reaching for us from every direction. Adrenaline, training, or just stubborn refusal to die before completing the mission. We made it to the deck, and I threw Quan over my good shoulder in a fireman's carry, staggering toward the pilot ladder. 30 seconds. I started climbing down with my good arm, using my legs to brace against the ladder, Quan's weight threatening to pull us both into the water. 20 seconds. I reached the inflatable raft and dumped Quan into it, then dove in after him and yanked the motor's starter cord. The engine caught and I pushed the throttle to maximum, the little raft bouncing across the harbor water. 10 seconds. I was maybe 50 yards from the ship when it exploded. The blast wave hit us like a physical wall, flipping the raft and throwing us both into the water. I went under, my injured shoulder making it almost impossible to swim, and when I surfaced, I was choking on oily harbor water and gasping for air. Quan was floating face down nearby, and I grabbed him, turning him over, not sure if he was dead or alive and not really caring at that moment. I just knew I needed to get to shore. I dragged us both to the nearest dock, a small fishing pier that was still mostly intact, and pulled Quan up onto the concrete. He was breathing, barely, and his eyes fluttered open as I collapsed next to him. For a moment, we just lay there. Two men who'd tried to kill each other, now too exhausted to do anything but breathe. The Mariana Express was gone, blown apart, already sinking below the harbor surface. But the explosion had done more damage than Quan intended. I could see fires spreading from the blast site, reaching toward the fuel storage tanks that lined the port's edge. If those tanks went up, the entire industrial district would be consumed. And there was something else. In the water around the sinking ship, I saw movement. The infected crew members weren't dead. Some of them were still moving, swimming, driven by fungal impulses even in the water. They were spreading into the harbor, into the drainage systems that connected to the bay, and from there they could reach the mainland. Quan's attempt to destroy evidence had just guaranteed the infection would escape the quarantine. I looked at Quan and felt something cold settle in my chest. This man had caused all of this. Not the fungus itself, not the lab accident that created it, but the decision to bring an infected ship into port, the decision to try to cover it up rather than reporting it. And now his decision to blow up the evidence had potentially doomed the entire Gulf Coast. I thought about leaving him there to die from his injuries. I thought about drowning him in the harbor water like he drowned his own crew in fungal infection. And then I saw the cargo hold of another ship nearby, half flooded, with infected figures moving in the water inside. I grabbed Quan by his hair and dragged him toward it, ignoring his weak protests. He was conscious enough to understand what I was doing, conscious enough to beg, and I didn't care. I threw him into the flooded hold and watched him splash down among the infected crew members. They turned toward him immediately, drawn by the disturbance, and he screamed as they grabbed him and pulled him under. I stood there and watched until the water stopped churning, until the screaming stopped, and then I turned away and didn't look back. The fuel tanks started exploding 10 minutes later. First one, then another, then a chain reaction that consumed the entire southern edge of the port district. The heat was incredible even from a quarter-mile away, and I ran as the firestorm spread. I found Helen and Kyle hiding where I'd left them, found Marcus and some other survivors from the warehouse settlement. and we all fled together toward higher ground. The entire city was burning now, the fires from the port joining with fires that had been smoldering in the residential areas, creating a conflagration that was visible for miles. And then I heard it. A sound I recognized from my Navy days, the whistle of something heavy falling from high altitude. I looked up and saw contrails, multiple aircraft flying in formation, and I knew what they were going to do. They were going to finish what the fires started. They were going to bomb Galveston into oblivion, make sure the infection couldn't spread any further. We had maybe minutes before the missiles hit. We ran for the ferry terminal, not because there were any ferries running, but because there was a maintenance bunker there built during the Cold War that might provide shelter from the blast. It was a desperate plan, probably futile, but it was all we had. We made it to the bunker with seconds to spare, piling inside the thick concrete structure and sealing the heavy door behind us. Then the world ended. The first missile hit the port district. Right where the fuel tanks had been, and the explosion was like nothing I'd ever experienced. Even underground, we felt the shockwave, felt the building shake so hard I thought it would collapse on us. More impacts followed, walking across the island in a pattern designed to maximize destruction. Someone was crying in the darkness, someone else was praying, and I just sat there with my back against the wall and waited to see if we'd survive or if the bunker would become our tomb. The bombardment lasted 20 minutes, though it felt like hours, and when it finally stopped, the silence was somehow worse than the noise had been. We waited another hour before anyone dared to open the door. The world outside was unrecognizable. Galveston was gone. Not damaged, not destroyed, but gone. The entire island had been flattened, reduced to rubble and ash and still burning fires. The air was thick with smoke and dust and something else, a greenish haze that I realized with horror was fungal spores. The bombing had killed the infected, incinerated them in the firestorm, but it had also released all the spores they'd been carrying into the atmosphere. The wind was blowing north toward the mainland, toward Houston. We'd tried to contain the infection, and instead we'd spread it. I pulled out my emergency radio and tried to find any channel, any voice that could tell us what to do next. The military frequencies were silent. The civilian emergency broadcasts had stopped. There was nothing but static and the occasional burst of automated warnings telling us to shelter in place, to await rescue, to stay calm. Nobody was coming to rescue us. We were on our own. The group huddled in the remains of the ferry terminal, trying to decide what to do next. Helen wanted to try to reach the mainland to find other survivors and medical facilities where she could help people. Marcus thought we should stay on the island, use the rubble for shelter, wait for the authorities to send aid. Ray and Kyle were arguing about whether to try to salvage supplies from the ruins or just give up and accept that we were all going to die soon anyway. Beth was sitting apart from everyone, sharpening her tire iron against a piece of concrete, that same nervous habit she'd developed. Mrs. Harrison had stopped talking entirely, just sat holding her husband's hand and staring at nothing. We'd all broken in different ways, and I wasn't sure if any of us would ever be whole again. I was the harbor pilot, the former Navy officer, the person who was supposed to have answers, and I had nothing. No plan, no hope, no idea what came next. I walked away from the group to think, picking my way through the rubble toward what used to be the seawall. The beach was gone, scoured down to bedrock by the blasts, and the water was wrong colors, green and gray and brown with pollution and debris. Bodies floated in the surf, both human and infected, most of them so damaged by the bombing that you couldn't tell which was which. I sat down on a broken chunk of concrete and tried to process everything that had happened in the last week. A week ago, I'd been a harbor pilot with a simple job and a simple life. Now I was a survivor of the apocalypse, sitting in the ruins of my city watching fungal spores drift across the water toward the mainland. I'd killed people. I'd watched people die. I drowned a man in a cargo hold full of infected crew members and felt nothing but satisfaction at the time. What did that make me? Was I still a good person, or had the apocalypse turned me into something else? My radio crackled to life, making me jump. A voice, human and desperate, was calling for anyone who could hear. It was a woman in Houston broadcasting from a makeshift shelter in the downtown area. She said the infection had reached the city 3 days ago, that it was spreading fast, that the government had abandoned them. She was asking if anyone else was alive, if anyone was listening, if there was any hope left in the world. I grabbed the radio and transmitted back, telling her I was alive, that I was on Galveston, that we'd survived the bombing. She started crying when she heard my voice, said she thought everyone on the island was dead, that the news was reporting complete casualties. I told her we were alive but trapped, that the quarantine was still in effect, that we had no way to reach the mainland. She said Houston was falling, that the infected were everywhere, that the military was pulling back to establish a new containment line somewhere to the north. She asked if I thought anyone would survive this, if there was any chance that humanity wasn't finished. I didn't know what to tell her. I wanted to lie, to give her hope, but I'd seen the spore clouds drifting toward her city and I knew what was coming. I told her the truth. I told her to find the highest, most defensible location she could, to gather supplies and weapons, and to be prepared to fight for as long as she could. And then I told her I was sorry because I didn't know what else to say. The transmission ended and I sat there holding the radio, feeling the weight of that conversation pressing down on me. Somewhere in Houston, a woman was preparing to die, and there was nothing I could do to help her. Somewhere on the mainland, the infection was spreading and there was nothing anyone could do to stop it. The fungus had won. It didn't matter that we'd bombed Galveston, didn't matter that the military was establishing containment lines, didn't matter that scientists were probably working on treatments and vaccines. The fungus was airborne, waterborne, and incredibly efficient at spreading. It would reach every population center eventually, and each new outbreak would create more spores, more infected, more opportunities for the fungus to evolve and adapt. We were watching the end of human civilization in real time, and all we could do was try to survive one more day, one more hour, one more minute. I went back to the group and told them what I'd heard from Houston. The argument stopped. The nervous energy drained away. Everyone just sat there in stunned silence, trying to comprehend a world where there was no rescue coming, no government response, no return to normal. Marcus asked what we should do, and I realized they were all looking at me, waiting for leadership, waiting for orders. I was the military man, the one with training and experience, and they needed me to have a plan. So I gave them one. We would survive. We would find a way off this island, and we would reach the mainland. We would find other survivors, and we would build something, some kind of community or settlement, or just a group of people helping each other stay alive. And we would fight. We would fight the infected, fight the despair, fight the urge to give up, because that's what humans do. We survive, even when everything says we shouldn't, even when the odds are impossible, we find a way. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was something, and something was better than nothing. We spent the next 2 days salvaging what we could from the ruins. Food was scarce, but we found some sealed containers that had survived the bombing. Water was easier since the desalination plant had a backup system that was still partially functional. Weapons were everywhere, military equipment and civilian firearms scattered through the rubble, though ammunition was limited. We built a makeshift raft from debris, not seaworthy enough for a real voyage, but potentially capable of getting us across the bay to the mainland if the weather held. The plan was to cross at night, when the Coast Guard might not spot us, and land somewhere between Galveston and Houston, where the quarantine might not be as strictly enforced. It was desperate and dangerous and probably suicidal, but staying on the island meant slow death from starvation or infection. so we didn't really have a choice. The second night after the bombing, we loaded our supplies onto the raft and prepared to launch. There were 12 of us now, the original survivors plus a few others we'd found hiding in the ruins. Marcus, Helen, Ray, Kyle, Beth, the Harrisons, and 5 others whose names I knew but whose stories I'd never had time to learn. We pushed the raft into the water and started paddling using makeshift oars fashioned from broken boards and plastic sheeting for sails. The bay was calm, which was lucky because the raft barely floated even in perfect conditions. We made it about 2 miles offshore before we saw the Coast Guard cutter. The same one from before, or maybe a different one, it didn't matter. They ordered us to turn back, threatened to fire, and I grabbed the radio and begged them to let us through. Told them we were clean, we'd survived the bombing, we weren't infected. The response was the same as before: return to Galveston or be destroyed. But this time I didn't turn back. I told everyone to keep paddling, to ignore the Coast Guard, to trust me. The cutter came closer, its searchlight pinning us in the darkness, and I could see the deck gun tracking toward our position. Someone on the raft started praying. Someone else was crying. And then the gun fired. The round hit the water 20 feet in front of us, a warning shot that sent up a column of spray and nearly capsized the raft. The radio crackled with final warnings, countdowns, threats of lethal force. I should have turned back. Should have saved the group, accepted that we were trapped. But I'd made a decision when I told them to keep paddling, and I couldn't unmake it now. We kept going, and the Coast Guard kept firing warning shots, each one closer than the last. And then something else happened. Explosions, not from the Coast Guard cutter, but from the shore behind us. I turned and saw fires erupting along the Galveston coastline. Not random fires, but organized attacks. Something was hitting the island with artillery or missiles, systematically destroying the remaining structures. The Coast Guard cutter turned away from us, heading back toward the island to respond to whatever was happening there. We'd gotten lucky. Or maybe someone on the mainland had decided to accelerate Galveston's destruction and inadvertently given us a window to escape. Either way, we kept paddling, and by dawn we'd made it to the mainland shore. We landed near Texas City in an industrial area that looked abandoned but not destroyed. There were signs of fighting, burned out vehicles, and damaged buildings, but no infected and no military. We hid the raft and moved inland cautiously, looking for any sign of where we were supposed to go or what we were supposed to do next. The streets were empty, which was eerie, given that this was normally a busy area. We found a convenience store that had been looted but still had some supplies in the back room, and we stopped to rest and eat. That's when the sickness started. Helen noticed it first, a slight discoloration around Mrs. Harrison's eyes, a faint network of dark veins spreading from her tear ducts. The woman hadn't been bitten, hadn't been exposed to anything obvious, but she was showing early signs of infection. Her husband started panicking, insisting it was just exhaustion or stress, but Helen knew better. We all knew better. Somehow, despite everything, despite all our precautions, the fungus had gotten into Mrs. Harrison's system. Maybe from spores in the air, maybe from contaminated water, maybe just bad luck. It didn't matter how. What mattered was that she would turn in the next day or two, and when she did, she would be a threat to everyone in the group. Mr. Harrison begged us not to kill his wife, promised he'd keep her restrained and away from everyone else. Swore that she wouldn't turn or that he'd handle it himself if she did. Marcus and I talked quietly outside the convenience store, trying to decide what to do. The military protocol would be immediate termination, eliminate the threat before it could spread. But these were civilians, survivors who'd trusted us to lead them. And executing a sick woman in front of her husband felt wrong, even if it was tactically sound. We decided to give her 24 hours, keep her isolated and monitored, and if she showed further signs of turning, we'd... What? I didn't actually know what we'd do. I drowned Quan in infected crew members and felt justified, but this was different. Mrs. Harrison hadn't done anything wrong. She was just unlucky. In the end, we didn't have to make the decision. That night, while everyone was sleeping, Mr. Harrison took his wife and left. We found a note in the morning saying they were going to find their own way, that they didn't want to endanger the group, that they were sorry. Marcus wanted to track them down, bring them back, but I stopped him. They'd made their choice and we had to respect it. Besides, we had bigger problems. The infection in Texas City was worse than we'd thought. As we moved deeper into the city looking for supplies and a safer location, we started seeing infected everywhere. Not the early stage ones that could still run and coordinate, but the later stages, the ones that had undergone full transformation and were more fungal than human. They clustered in the shadowed areas, spreading spores that made the air almost unbreathable. And they didn't react to our presence unless we got too close. It was like they'd moved beyond hunting individuals and were focused on creating fungal colonies, establishing nodes from which more spores could be released. The city was being terraformed into a habitat for the fungus, and we were just animals in an environment that was no longer suitable for our species. We needed to keep moving, needed to get further north where the infection might not have spread yet. But we were exhausted, running on fumes, and half the group was showing signs of respiratory problems from breathing the spore-laden air. We found a water treatment plant on the outskirts of Texas City that still had clean water in its sealed tanks, and we decided to risk staying there for a day to rest and replenish our supplies. The facility was surrounded by a fence that was still intact, and we could fortify the main building fairly easily. It seemed like a good defensive position, which should have been a warning sign. Nothing in the apocalypse is ever as good as it seems. We'd been there for maybe 6 hours when we heard engines approaching. Not civilian vehicles, but military trucks, and my first thought was relief. The military was still operating, still trying to help survivors. Then I saw the markings on the trucks and my relief turned to dread. These weren't regular military units. They were private contractors, the same kind of mercenaries that had worked for Quan, and they were conducting what looked like a sweep and clear operation, systematically destroying any structures that might harbor infected or survivors. They surrounded the water treatment plant and ordered us to come out with our hands up. Marcus thought we should comply, that they were just doing their job and would help us once they verified we weren't infected. I knew better. I'd seen how Quan operated, how these contractors worked. They were being paid to eliminate liabilities, and in the chaos of the apocalypse, survivors were the biggest liability of all. We couldn't prove we weren't infected, couldn't prove we wouldn't become infected tomorrow, and they couldn't risk letting us go. I grabbed my rifle, the one I'd salvaged from the ruins in Galveston, and prepared to fight. Some of the others thought I was crazy, that I was going to get us all killed. But when the contractors started firing tear gas grenades into the building, everyone understood. This wasn't a rescue. This was an execution. We fought back as best we could, but we were outgunned and outnumbered. The contractors had body armor, night vision, coordinated tactics. We had desperation and whatever weapons we'd scavenged. Ray got hit in the first exchange, a burst of automatic fire that cut him down before he could even return fire. Kyle screamed and tried to run to his father, and I had to tackle him to keep him from getting killed too. Beth threw a Molotov cocktail she'd made from supplies in the treatment plant, and it actually hit one of the trucks, but the contractors just fell back and waited us out. They had time, resources, and professional discipline. We had none of those things. It was only a matter of time before they overran our position and killed everyone inside. Then I heard something that changed the situation completely. The infected, drawn by the noise and the fire, were approaching the water treatment plant. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, shuffling out of Texas City toward the sound of battle. The contractors saw them too, and their focus shifted. Suddenly, we weren't the primary threat anymore. We used the confusion to escape through a drainage tunnel that ran under the facility, emerging a quarter-mile away in an industrial park. I could hear the contractors fighting the infected behind us, their guns firing in controlled bursts that gradually became panicked sprays. They'd bought us time with their lives, which was more than they deserved, but less than poetic justice. We ran until we couldn't run anymore, until our lungs burned and our legs threatened to give out, and then we collapsed in the ruins of a warehouse to catch our breath. We'd lost Ray, lost the supplies we'd gathered at the treatment plant, and we were back to having nothing except the clothes on our backs and whatever weapons we'd managed to grab during the escape. Kyle was in shock, sitting against a wall and staring at nothing, probably replaying his father's death over and over in his head. Helen tried to comfort him, but he didn't respond. Marcus counted heads and realized we'd also lost one of the other survivors, a man named Jacob who must have gotten separated during the escape or been killed in the fighting. We were down to 9 people now from an original group of 40 at the warehouse settlement. The apocalypse was eating us alive, one person at a time. That night, sleeping in the ruins with no fire because we couldn't risk attracting attention, I had the first nightmare. I'd been through combat before, seen people die, but this was different. In my dream, I was back on the Mariana Express, and the infected crew members were talking to me. Not with words, but with voices that came directly into my head, explaining what they were, what the fungus wanted. They said it wasn't malicious, wasn't evil, it was just doing what all life does, trying to survive and spread. Humanity was just a host species, a stepping stone in the fungus's evolution. We'd done the same thing to countless other species, used them as food or tools or raw materials, and now it was our turn to be used. The fungus didn't hate us any more than we hated the wheat we harvested or the cattle we slaughtered. It was just nature, red in tooth and claw, except this time we were the ones being harvested. I woke up in a cold sweat and realized the dream wasn't entirely wrong. The fungus was winning not because it was smarter or stronger, but because it was more efficient. It could turn any human into a vector for its spread, could survive in air and water and soil, could go dormant for years if necessary, and then activate when conditions were right. We'd built our whole civilization on the assumption that we were the apex predator, the dominant species, but that assumption had just been proven catastrophically wrong. We kept moving north, avoiding major cities and settlements because that's where the infected congregated. We lived like nomads, scavenging supplies from abandoned houses and stores, sleeping in basements and attics, always moving before we could be pinned down. We lost one person to infection. Helen noticed the symptoms early, and the person left the group voluntarily before they could turn. We lost another to a broken leg in a building collapse, and we had to leave them behind because we couldn't carry them and they couldn't walk. We lost a third when raiders attacked us near Beaumont, organized human survivors who decided that taking from others was easier than scavenging for themselves. Marcus killed 2 of them with his rifle before they scattered, and we took their supplies and kept moving. Every day was survival, just getting from sunrise to sunset without dying or turning or giving up. It wasn't a life anyone would have chosen, but it was the only life we had left. A month after we'd escaped Galveston, we finally made it to the outskirts of Houston. The city was a nightmare beyond description. The infection had hit the population of 2 million people and turned most of them into vectors. The streets were impassable, clogged with abandoned vehicles and wandering infected. Buildings were collapsing as the fungal growth destabilized their foundations. And the spores, God, the spores were everywhere, a thick green fog that hung over the entire city and spread for miles in every direction. We couldn't go through Houston, couldn't even get close to it. We had to swing wide to the west, adding hundreds of miles to our journey and cutting through areas where supplies were scarce and infected were common. Beth was the first to say out loud what we were all thinking. This was going to kill us all eventually. There was no safe place left, no corner of the world where the infection hadn't reached. We could keep running, keep surviving, but the fungus was patient and we were finite. Sooner or later we'd get infected or killed, or we'd just give up from exhaustion. The apocalypse wasn't a single event. It was a slow grind that wore you down day by day until there was nothing left. I was starting to understand why Mr. Harrison had left with his infected wife. At some point, the fight stopped being about survival and started being about accepting the inevitable with dignity. Was it better to die quickly on your own terms or to keep struggling until the very end, even if the end was guaranteed? I didn't have an answer, and I was the one everyone looked to for answers. Marcus pulled me aside one night and asked me point blank what I thought our chances were. I told him the truth, close to 0. Maybe 1% if we were very lucky and very skilled and the fungus didn't evolve any further. He laughed, a bitter sound without humor, and said 1% was better than nothing. He was right, of course. As long as we had any chance at all, we had to keep trying, because that's what separates humans from the infected. We can hope, we can imagine a future and work toward it even when all the evidence says it's impossible. That hope might be irrational, might even be insane, but it was the only thing keeping us moving forward. We found a small town north of Houston that seemed relatively intact, maybe 1,000 people before the outbreak and probably 0 now. We searched for survivors and supplies, moving house to house, and that's when we found her. A little girl, maybe 9 years old, hiding in a basement with her dog. She said her name was Emma, and something in my chest clenched when I heard that name because it was my daughter's name. My Emma was in Houston, or had been, and I hadn't been able to reach her since the outbreak started. For all I knew, she was dead or infected or starving somewhere in that ruined city. And here was this other Emma, alive and alone and scared, and I couldn't help thinking it was some kind of sign. I asked her where her parents were, and she said they'd turned 3 weeks ago, that she'd been hiding ever since, eating canned food and trying to stay quiet. The dog, a border collie mix, had kept her company and warned her when infected were nearby. Helen checked her for bites and found nothing. Somehow this little girl had survived alone for 3 weeks in the middle of the apocalypse. If she could do that, maybe we could survive too. Maybe there was hope after all. Emma joined our group, which now numbered 8, including her and the dog. She was quiet and tough and didn't complain, which made her a better survivor than some of the adults. Kyle took her under his wing, probably seeing in her someone he could protect after failing to save his father. Marcus found her resilience inspiring and started talking again about finding a permanent settlement. Somewhere we could build walls and grow food and actually have a future instead of just surviving day to day. It was naive and probably impossible, but it gave everyone something to work toward. We spent 2 weeks in that small town, resting and planning and building up supplies for a long journey. The plan was to head north toward Oklahoma or Kansas, away from the major population centers where the infection was thickest, and find somewhere rural where we could try to rebuild. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was better than wandering aimlessly until we died. The night before we were supposed to leave, I climbed to the top of the town's water tower to get a better view of the surrounding area, to plan our route and look for potential dangers. What I saw from up there destroyed any remaining hope I'd been holding on to. To the south, Houston was covered in a vast cloud of spores that glowed faintly green in the darkness. To the east, Beaumont was the same. To the west, San Antonio was burning, probably being bombed like Galveston had been, and the smoke mixed with spore clouds to create a toxic haze that stretched for hundreds of miles. And to the north, where we'd been planning to go, I could see the lights of military convoys and hear the distant sound of explosions. They were still fighting, still trying to contain the infection, but they were losing. The containment lines were collapsing faster than they could build new ones. I pulled out my emergency radio and scanned through frequencies, and what I heard confirmed my worst fears. The infection had reached every major city in Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, and parts of Oklahoma and New Mexico. The government had stopped trying to save people and was now focused solely on slowing the spread. They were discussing a plan to evacuate the eastern United States and establish a new containment line at the Mississippi River, which would mean writing off the entire western half of the country. Millions of people just abandoned to die or turn. I should have told the group what I'd seen and heard. Should have been honest about how hopeless our situation was. But when I climbed down from that water tower and saw them sitting around a small fire eating a real meal for the first time in weeks, I couldn't destroy that moment. Helen was smiling. Marcus was joking with Kyle. Beth was teaching Emma how to sharpen a knife properly. They looked almost human again, almost normal, and I couldn't take that away from them. So I lied. I told them the north looked clear, that we had a good chance of making it through, that there might be safe zones being established past the containment lines. They believed me because they wanted to believe, because the alternative was too terrible to accept. And I hated myself for lying to them, but I also knew it was the only kind thing I could do. Let them have hope for one more night. Let them sleep peacefully before we walked into hell tomorrow. We left at dawn, loaded down with supplies and following a route I'd planned from the water tower. The first day was relatively easy, moving through rural areas where the infection was sparse. We saw isolated infected, the later stage ones that had become more plant than animal, rooted to the ground and releasing spores into the air. We gave them a wide berth, held our breath when we had to pass close to them, and kept moving. The second day was harder. We started encountering refugees, other survivor groups heading north with the same desperate hope that we'd find safety somewhere ahead. Some of them shared information about which routes were passable and which were blocked. Others tried to rob us, and we had to fight them off. The social order had completely collapsed. There were no laws anymore, no police or courts or consequences. Just people doing whatever they could to survive, and morality was a luxury most couldn't afford. We joined forces with one group of refugees, about 20 people, figuring there was safety in numbers. That was a mistake. The combined group was too large to move quietly, too visible to avoid attention. We attracted infected wherever we went, hordes of them drawn to the noise and movement. And worse, we attracted the military's attention. They tracked us with drones, probably debating whether to provide aid or eliminate us as potential infection vectors. On the third day of traveling with the larger group, a helicopter gunship appeared overhead and ordered us to stop and await screening. We complied, hoping this meant rescue, but the screening process was brutal. They separated anyone showing even minor respiratory symptoms, anyone with skin discoloration, anyone who'd been in close contact with infected within the last month. That was basically everyone. They put us in different groups, clean, probably clean, possibly infected, and definitely infected. My original group got split up. Helen and Beth were in probably clean. Marcus and Kyle and I were in possibly infected, and Emma with her dog was in clean because children were priority for evacuation. I watched them load her onto a helicopter and felt something break inside me. We'd saved her, kept her alive for weeks, and now they were taking her away to probably die in some quarantine facility while we were left behind. But at least she had a chance. That was more than most people had. The military left the possibly infected group with basic supplies and instructions to proceed to a designated quarantine area 200 miles north. If we made it there alive and still showed no symptoms, we might be allowed through the containment line. It was a death sentence disguised as hope, and everyone knew it. 200 miles through infected territory with limited supplies and no support, and if we got infected along the way, we'd be shot on sight by the military checkpoints. Marcus asked me what we should do, and I said we should try. Not because I thought we'd make it, but because the alternative was standing here and dying of starvation or infection. At least if we were moving, we were doing something. So we walked. Our group of possibly infected included about 30 people from the combined refugee group, and we started the long march north through the ruins of what used to be America. We lost people every day. Some got infected and turned, and we had to kill them or leave them behind. Some died from injuries or exhaustion or disease. Some just gave up, sat down by the side of the road and refused to keep going. By the time we'd covered 100 miles, we were down to 15 people. By 150 miles, we were down to 8. Marcus, Kyle, Beth, and I were still alive, along with 4 others whose names I'd learned but whose stories had started to blur together because everyone's story was the same now. Loss and suffering and desperate survival. We were starving, dehydrated, infected with fungal spores that probably hadn't killed us yet only because our immune systems were putting up a last-ditch fight they couldn't win. Every breath hurt. Every step was agony. But we kept walking because stopping meant dying, and as long as we were alive, we had a chance, no matter how small. We were 15 miles from the quarantine area when we saw the lights. A settlement walled and defended with electric power and organized patrols. It looked like salvation, like proof that humanity hadn't completely collapsed, that there were still places where people lived instead of just survived. We approached carefully, hands up, calling out that we were survivors seeking refuge. The guards on the wall didn't shoot, which was a good sign, but they didn't invite us in either. They told us to wait while they got their leader, someone who would decide if we could enter. The leader turned out to be a woman in her 50s, hard-faced and practical, who asked us direct questions about where we'd come from and what we'd seen. I told her about Galveston, about the bombing, about the failed quarantine and the spread to Houston. She nodded like she'd heard similar stories before, then told us the truth we'd all been avoiding. There was no quarantine area ahead. The military had pulled back 300 miles, abandoning everyone on this side of the new containment line. We'd walked all this way for nothing. There was no evacuation waiting, no safe zone, no rescue. Just more infected territory stretching for hundreds of miles, and beyond that a containment line we couldn't cross because we were already considered dead by the people on the other side. The woman who said her name was Colonel Sarah Reeves offered us a choice. We could stay in her settlement and work for our keep, contribute to the community's survival, or we could take supplies and keep walking. There was nowhere to go, but we were free to try anyway. Most of the group chose to stay. They were exhausted, broken, willing to accept any kind of stable existence after weeks of running. But I couldn't stay. Something in me needed to keep moving, needed to see this through to whatever end was waiting. Maybe it was military training, the idea that you never give up until the mission is complete, or maybe I was just too stubborn to admit I'd failed. Marcus decided to stay with Kyle, said the kid needed stability and a chance to heal from his father's death. Beth chose to come with me, said she'd rather die free than live trapped behind walls. The woman whose name I'd forgotten decided to come too, and the 3 of us left the settlement at dawn with a week's worth of supplies and directions to other survivor communities that might take us in. We walked for another month, moving from settlement to settlement, each one smaller and more desperate than the last. The infection was spreading faster than humanity could adapt. Everywhere we went, we heard the same stories. Communities wiped out overnight, the infected evolving new strategies, the fungus adapting to overcome human defenses. We saw whole towns that had been converted into fungal colonies, the buildings covered in growth and the air so thick with spores you couldn't breathe. We saw military units that had been overrun, their vehicles and weapons lying abandoned in the streets. We saw mass graves and burned-out refugee camps and evidence that people were turning on each other as resources ran out. The apocalypse wasn't a single event that you could survive and then rebuild from. It was an ongoing process, a wave of destruction that kept rolling forward, and we were just ahead of that wave, running for our lives, knowing we couldn't outrun it forever. I made it 200 miles beyond the settlement before I got infected. I don't know how it happened, whether I breathed in too many spores or got contaminated through a cut or just had bad luck. But one morning I woke up and saw the early signs. Dark veining around my eyes, a slight greenish tint to my skin, and when I coughed there was blood mixed with something that looked like fungal threads. Beth saw it too and backed away, her hand moving toward her weapon. The woman with us looked at me with pity and terror. I'd become what we'd been running from all this time. I had maybe 48 hours before the fungus took over my brain, maybe less. I told them to keep going, that I'd stay behind and deal with this myself, but Beth refused. She said we'd made it this far together and she wasn't leaving me now. That was the last purely human decision she made, because an hour later I noticed the same signs on her. She'd been infected too, probably at the same time and place I'd been. We were both dying, both being consumed by the fungus, and there was nothing we could do about it. The woman left us. I don't blame her. She gave us her spare ammunition and some food, wished us luck, and walked away without looking back. It was the smart choice, the survival choice, and I hoped she'd make it to wherever she was going. Beth and I found an abandoned house to hole up in, and we spent what might be our last hours as humans talking about the life before, about what we'd lost and what we'd never get to do. She'd been a teacher, had dreamed of writing children's books, had a nephew she'd been trying to reach in Dallas when the outbreak started. She never found out if he survived. I talked about Emma, my daughter in Houston, and admitted I'd probably never know what happened to her either. We could hope she'd been evacuated, that she'd made it to safety, but hope was all we had, and hope didn't change reality. As the infection progressed, as the fungal threads spread through our bodies, I felt my consciousness starting to fragment. Parts of my memory were disappearing, replaced by something alien and wrong. I could feel the fungus in my brain, could feel it trying to take control, and I fought it with everything I had. Not because I thought I could win, but because I wanted to remain human for as long as possible. On the second day, Beth turned. I saw it happen, saw the moment when the infection reached her brainstem and her eyes went empty. She looked at me without recognition, without any trace of the woman she'd been, and then she tried to kill me. I'd prepared for this, had kept my knife ready, and when she lunged, I drove the blade into her skull. It was the mercy she would have wanted, the quick end instead of being trapped in a fungal puppet. I held her body while it stopped moving, and I cried for the first time since the outbreak started. Not for myself, not for the world we'd lost, but for Beth specifically, for the teacher who'd wanted to write children's books and never got the chance. She deserved better than this. We all deserved better than this. But the universe doesn't care about what we deserve. It just is, and sometimes what is includes fungal plagues that end civilizations. I was hours away from turning when I heard the explosions. Not the distant sound of military actions, but close, immediate, devastating. I looked out the window and saw the horizon glowing red. Multiple explosions, too coordinated to be accidents. The military was implementing their final solution. They were going to create fire breaks by destroying entire regions, burning out the infection and anyone left alive in the infected zones. I watched the flames spread across the landscape, watched the mushroom clouds rise into the sky, and I understood. They'd given up on containment. This was about survival now, about making sure some remnant of humanity could continue, even if it meant writing off millions of people. The fires would burn for weeks, consume everything in a 100-mile radius, and hopefully create enough of a barrier that the fungus couldn't easily cross. It wouldn't stop the infection permanently, but it might buy time for the survivors to regroup, to find a cure, to adapt. Or maybe it would just delay the inevitable. I'd never know because I'd be dead long before the answer became clear. I could feel the fungus in my head now, could feel my thoughts being subsumed by something that was almost like thoughts but alien and incomprehensible. I had minutes left, maybe seconds, before I stopped being me and became an it. I considered killing myself, putting the pistol in my mouth and pulling the trigger before the transformation completed. But something in me wanted to see this through to the end, wanted to experience the final transition and understand what was happening even if I couldn't remain myself afterward. It was probably a stupid decision driven by curiosity that had kept me alive through the Navy and the outbreak. But stupid decisions had defined most of my life, so why stop now? The last thing I remember thinking as a human was about the woman on the radio in Houston, the one who'd asked if there was any hope left. I wanted to tell her the answer. No, there wasn't any hope. The fungus was winning, had already won, and humanity's time as the dominant species on Earth was over. But maybe that was okay. Maybe we'd had our chance and we'd failed, and now it was time for something else to take over. The fungus didn't hate us, didn't want to destroy us for moral or philosophical reasons. It just wanted to survive and spread, same as any form of life. We were just food, just hosts, just stepping stones in the endless evolution of life on this planet. And when I was gone, when the infection had consumed me completely, when I was just another vector spreading spores into the air, maybe my last act as a human would be to help the fungus succeed. Not because I wanted to, but because I no longer had a choice. The transformation was starting. My vision was going dark. The human part of me was shutting down. And the last thing I saw before I stopped being Thomas Cole was the fires spreading across Texas, the bombs detonating one after another, the desperate attempt to burn away the infection and save whatever remnants of humanity could still be saved. It wouldn't work. I knew it wouldn't work. The spores were already in the air, already spreading beyond the fire breaks, already seeding new colonies in distant cities. But humans had to try anyway, had to fight until the very end, because that's what we do. That's what makes us human, even when humanity is ending. We fight. We hope. We survive as long as we can. And when we can't survive anymore, we make sure our sacrifice means something, even if that something is just a warning to whoever comes after us. We were here. We mattered. We tried. And then we're gone, replaced by whatever comes next, and the world keeps spinning like it always has, indifferent to our struggles and our dreams and our desperate belief that we were special, that we would endure forever. We weren't special. We didn't endure, we just were, for a brief moment in geological time, and then we weren't. And that's the end of the story, the end of my story, the end of the story of Thomas Cole, who was a harbor pilot and a Navy officer and a survivor, and finally just another victim of a fungal plague that ended the world. The fires are still burning, the spores are still spreading, the infection continues. And I am no longer I am we. We are legion. We are everywhere. We are the end and the beginning. We are... Nothing remains but the spreading darkness and the endless hunger of the fungus that consumed everything I was and everything I could have been. The last fragments of my consciousness dissolve into the collective. My memories of Emma and Jennifer, of the Mariana Express and Victor Kwan, of Marcus and Beth and all the others, all fading into static as the fungal network absorbs them and transforms them into something else. Something that isn't human and never can be. And in the distance, across the burning wasteland of Texas, across the ruins of Houston and Galveston and all the cities that once held millions of lives, the spores drift on the wind, riding the thermals created by the fires, spreading further and wider than any containment strategy could prevent, reaching toward new hosts and new territories, patient and relentless and inevitable as death itself. The apocalypse isn't over. It's just beginning. And there's no one left to stop it, no one left to fight, no one left to hope. just the spreading infection and the slow transformation of the entire world into a habitat for the fungus, where humans are no longer the dominant species but just another ecological niche to be exploited and consumed. This is how the world ends. Not with a bang or a whimper, but with the quiet rustling of fungal growth spreading across the corpse of civilization and the distant sound of explosions as the last defenders try desperately to hold a line that has already been broken. It's over. We lost. And the only thing left is the endless silence of a world that no longer belongs to us. Now let's move on to the next story. I spent the day observing, learning patrol patterns and shift changes, identifying weak points in their perimeter security. Planning my approach for after dark when the chaos of night would give me maximum advantage. The airstrip's main asset was a Gulfstream jet parked near the largest hangar. Fueled and ready for immediate departure based on the activity around it. Mechanics checking systems and loading cargo. Mendez's escape vehicle when the countdown reached critical. The plane was my target and my opportunity. Destroy the plane and Mendez would be trapped here when the bombs fell. Would die in nuclear fire along with everything else. Or better, I could board the plane, wait for Mendez to arrive for his evacuation and kill him point blank in an enclosed space where his bodyguard's numerical advantage became liability rather than asset. Either plan had approximately 0 chance of success, but 0 was better than nothing. And nothing was all I had left to lose. Sunset came with the usual thermal shift, temperature dropping fast, the sky going through its spectrum of purples and reds before full darkness descended. I moved down the hillside using the terrain for cover, approaching the fence line from the east where the guard tower coverage was weakest, where shadows and distance created blind spots in their security. The fence was standard chain link, no electric charge, easily cut with tools I'd taken from the dead sicarios. I worked quickly and quietly, creating a human-sized opening, then crawled through and immediately into a shallow drainage ditch that ran parallel to the perimeter, giving me concealment and a covered approach route toward the hangars. The infected had made everyone paranoid about noise and movement, which ironically worked in my favor now. The guards focused on watching for shambling masses rather than single infiltrators moving with purpose and stealth training. I reached the main hangar and slipped through a side door left unsecured, finding myself in a vast open space filled with shipping crates and equipment, a maze of cover and concealment. Voices echoed from the far end where sicarios were loading the plane, their Spanish conversation casual, joking about the women and drugs waiting in California, about starting fresh in a new market, about the bonuses Mendez had promised for this operation's success. I moved through the hangar like a ghost, making no sound, leaving no trace, finding positions where I could observe without being detected. The Gulfstream's forward cabin was visible through the hangar's open bay door, luxury seating and expensive appointments, the kind of comfort drug lords enjoyed while the world they'd poisoned burned around them. Mendez wasn't present yet, but his lieutenants were organizing the loading, checking manifests, counting cash stacks wrapped in plastic, the casual wealth that looked obscene given the death and suffering that had generated it. A single sicario wandered into my section of the hangar, maybe looking for equipment or just conducting routine patrol. His AK-47 slung casually over one shoulder, his attention focused on his phone screen, texting or checking messages, not expecting threats. I killed him from behind, quick and silent, knife work learned in Marine Raiders training, holding his body as it went limp, lowering it silently to the concrete floor behind a shipping crate where it wouldn't be discovered until too late. His radio went into my pocket along with his spare magazines. His weapons became mine. The temporary advantage of surprise continued for another 30 minutes while I positioned myself in the hangar's upper catwalks. Finding a perch with clear view of the Gulfstream and the loading area below, high enough to be out of the immediate sight lines but close enough for accurate shooting. Mendez arrived at the airstrip around midnight, his armored SUV pulling up to the hangar entrance, 4 bodyguards emerging first to secure the area before the great man himself stepped out, his scarred face serene with confidence, his expensive suit immaculate despite the apocalypse happening beyond his protected compound. He looked different from our previous encounter. More relaxed, like a man who'd achieved victory and was preparing to enjoy the spoils, supervising the final loading while discussing plans with his lieutenants in Spanish. I understood enough to catch the key details. He had tunnels, underground passages beneath the border that connected to distribution networks in California and Texas, routes that would remain viable even after the nuclear strikes created surface barriers. The infected might control the wastelands above, but below ground his operations would continue, would actually benefit from reduced competition and law enforcement presence. He was adapting, evolving his methods to exploit the new reality, turning catastrophe into opportunity the way successful predators always did. I let him talk, let him outline his plans in detail, intel that might prove useful if I survived to deliver it, though survival seemed increasingly unlikely given my tactical situation. When he finally boarded the plane, when his bodyguards settled into positions and the pilot began pre-flight checks, I made my move. 2 grenades dropped from my catwalk position, timed to detonate together near the plane's fuel tanks, and I was already moving, already firing my rifle at the sicarios below, creating maximum chaos in the seconds before the explosions transformed the hangar into an inferno. The grenades detonated with overlapping thunderclaps, the Gulfstream's wing tank rupturing, aviation fuel igniting in a massive fireball that engulfed the plane and everything near it, screaming men running with their clothes on fire, the night suddenly bright as day with orange flame light reflecting off metal and concrete. I dropped from the catwalk using a loading crane's cable, controlled descent that put me at ground level behind the burning plane, using the fire itself as cover while I engaged targets of opportunity. Sicarios were running everywhere, some trying to fight the fire, others trying to locate me, all of them silhouetted perfectly against the flames, easy targets for someone with combat experience and nothing to lose. I worked methodically through my ammunition, each shot carefully placed, each target selected for maximum impact on their command structure, prioritizing leaders and communicators, anyone with rank insignia or radios. The return fire was sporadic and poorly aimed, panic shooting from men overwhelmed by surprise and sudden reversal of advantage. I moved constantly, never staying in one position more than seconds, using the chaos I'd created as both cover and weapon, turning their own confusion against them. Mendez emerged from the burning plane's rear emergency exit, his clothes scorched and his face blackened with smoke. 2 bodyguards half carrying him toward another vehicle parked near the hangar's side door. I shot both bodyguards from 30 yards, clean headshots that dropped them instantly, leaving Mendez alone and staggering. His confidence shattered, his victory transformed into desperate survival. He saw me approaching and actually smiled, that scarred face twisting with recognition, and what might have been respect or might have been simple madness. "Miguel Santos," he said, his voice raw from smoke inhalation. "You actually did it. Destroyed everything. Killed my operation. Trapped me here with the bombs coming." He laughed, a wet, rattling sound. "We're both dead, you know. No way either of us survives the countdown now. Was it worth it? This revenge?" I didn't answer with words, just raised my rifle and shot him in the knee, shattering the joint, his leg collapsing under him, his scream satisfying in ways that should have troubled me but didn't. Not anymore. Not after everything he'd done. He tried to crawl away, dragging his destroyed leg, leaving a blood trail on the concrete, his hands scrabbling for purchase. I shot his other knee. He screamed again, louder, animal sounds of agony and fear, all his arrogance stripped away, reduced to base biological response to pain and imminent death. "Please," he begged, the Spanish word por favor repeated like a mantra, like prayer to a god who'd already abandoned this place. Please, I have money, connections, I can give you anything. Please, don't. I shot him in the stomach, center mass, the kind of wound that kills slowly and painfully, giving him time to understand what was happening, to feel his life leaking out with his blood. Then I knelt beside him, close enough to see his eyes, to watch the light fading from them. This is for Rodriguez, I said quietly. For Davis, for Chen, for every person you infected and every family you destroyed and every bit of suffering you caused for your profit. This is justice, not revenge. Justice. I pressed my pistol against his forehead and pulled the trigger, the report sharp and final, his body jerking once before going still. Joaquin El Diablo Mendez dead at last. His empire destroyed, his schemes ended, his evil finally answered with appropriate violence. The hangar was chaos around me, fires burning, sicarios still fighting or fleeing, but I felt calm, centered, the mission complete even if the cost was my own life. I walked out through the flames and smoke, emerging into the desert night, starting the long walk north toward the evacuation zones, toward possible escape from the blast radius, though I didn't really expect to make it, didn't particularly care if I made it. The adrenaline fading and leaving only exhaustion and the crushing awareness of loss. Elena and Sophia were somewhere out there, maybe alive, maybe dead, and I'd never find them now. Had spent my last hours hunting one man instead of searching for my family, had chosen revenge over love and would live or die with that choice. The desert stretched endlessly around me, silent except for the distant moaning of infected herds moving through the darkness, and I walked and walked, pushing through pain and fatigue, one foot in front of the other, the most basic definition of survival. I made it maybe 15 miles before collapsing from exhaustion and dehydration, my body simply refusing to continue, shutting down despite my will to keep moving. I lay in the sand watching the stars, waiting for either infected to find me or dawn to arrive or death to claim me through simple biological failure. The radio in my pocket, the one taken from the dead Sicario, suddenly crackled to life with an automated message. Cobalt strike commencing in 6 hours. All personnel evacuate red zones immediately. This is final warning. Cobalt strike in 6 hours. 6 hours. Not enough time to reach safety. Not enough time for anything except waiting and accepting what was coming. I thought about my daughter's laugh, about my wife's smile, about the ordinary, beautiful life we'd built together. All of it gone now, erased by circumstance and chaos and the fundamental fragility of everything humans create. The stars seemed very far away, indifferent to our suffering, and I envied them their distance and permanence. Dawn came gray and cold. I forced myself upright, surprised to be alive, surprised my body had recovered enough to move again. The horizon to the south showed the smoke columns of burning cities, the physical manifestation of civilization's collapse. To the north, I could see mountains, the safety of distance, though distance was relative when nuclear weapons were involved. I started walking again, prioritizing north and speed, knowing the 6 hours was counting down every second. Knowing that even if I ran perfectly, I'd barely clear the primary blast radius, would still face fallout and secondary effects, but moving anyway because stopping meant certain death while moving meant possible survival, and possible was better than nothing. The desert landscape passed in a blur of pain and focus, my mind narrowing to just movement, just continuing. Thoughts of Elena and Sophia providing motivation, even as guilt about abandoning the search tore at me with every step. I encountered survivors around midday, a group of 20 civilians moving north in a ragged column. Families with children, elderly people barely managing the pace, National Guard soldiers providing escort and urging speed. They'd come from Tucson, had been evacuated from the last holdout neighborhoods before the military withdrew completely. We're heading for temporary camps in Flagstaff, where the government was attempting to establish safe zones and quarantine protocols. One of the civilians was a woman who looked like Elena from behind, same height and build, and my heart stopped for 3 seconds before she turned and revealed a stranger's face. The disappointment so crushing I actually stumbled and had to catch myself on a nearby vehicle. A soldier offered me water and an MRE, asked if I was military based on my bearing and equipment. I told him Border Patrol, told him about the outbreak's origin and Mendez's involvement, about the weaponized migrants and the deliberate strategy to overwhelm border security. He listened with the numb expression of someone who'd processed too much horror to react with appropriate emotion, just nodding and saying he'd include it in his report if there was anyone left to receive reports, if command structure still existed after the strikes. We were 20 miles north of Tucson when the bombs fell. No warning, no countdown audible from our position. Just sudden light brighter than sun, multiple detonations across the horizon. The Arizona border transformed in microseconds into hell made manifest. Thermal pulses and shock waves and the particular horror of nuclear fire consuming everything in its path. The military had struck not just Tucson, but Nogales and Sasabe and Yuma, had created a continuous barrier of radioactive devastation along the entire southern border, sterilizing the outbreak zone in the most literal and permanent way possible, accepting that this land would be uninhabitable for generations, that the cities and towns and all the people still trapped there would be erased from existence in the interest of preventing global extinction. We felt the shockwave even from our distance, a physical force that knocked several people off their feet, the sound delayed but arriving like the world itself was screaming. And then the mushroom clouds rising, multiple towering columns of radioactive debris lifting into the atmosphere, dark and terrible against the sky. The woman next to me was crying, maybe had family left behind, maybe was just processing the enormity of what we'd witnessed, the scope of destruction required to fight this plague. Children were screaming, not understanding what they'd seen but responding to their parents' fear with instinctive terror. The soldiers were on radios trying to get updates, trying to understand if the strikes had worked, if the infected would be stopped by the barrier, if this sacrifice had purchased humanity any real advantage. But the radios gave only static or automated messages. No human voices, no confirmation of success or failure. Just the endless mechanical repetition of evacuation orders and decontamination protocols. We kept walking north, away from the glowing horizon, away from the radioactive dust beginning to drift on high-altitude winds, every step taking us toward questionable safety while behind us Arizona burned with atomic fire. We reached Flagstaff 3 days later, the last survivors joining a massive refugee camp that stretched across the northern part of the city. Tens of thousands of displaced people living in tents and temporary shelters. Military checkpoints controlling access. Medical teams screening everyone for infection or radiation exposure. I was processed like cargo, tested and scanned and questioned and finally assigned to a tent sector with other solo survivors, people who'd lost families or been separated during evacuation. Faces that reflected my own devastation back at me. I searched the camp's registry for Elena and Sophia's names, standing in lines for hours accessing the digital databases of evacuees, but found nothing. No record of them reaching any designated camp. No confirmation of their status or location. They might be in a different camp, one of the dozens established across New Mexico and Colorado and Utah. Or they might have died in Tucson before the evacuation, might have been infected or killed by infected, or simply not made it to the pickup points before military withdrawal. The not knowing was its own torture, worse than confirmation of death would have been. The endless possibility that they were alive somewhere, suffering, waiting for me to find them while I searched without purpose or direction. The refugee camp was chaos, undersupplied and overcrowded, people dying from injuries and illness faster than medical services could treat them, bodies burned in mass cremations that sent black smoke into the sky day and night. The infection hadn't stopped at the border strikes. Reports came in daily of new outbreaks across California and Texas and New Mexico. The disease spreading through underground tunnel networks that Mendez had mentioned, routes the cartels had used for smuggling that now carried infected migrants into new population centers, starting fresh outbreak cycles that military forces were struggling to contain. The government had implemented martial law across the Southwest, military rule replacing civilian authority. Anyone showing symptoms of infection shot immediately without trial or appeal. The Constitution suspended indefinitely in the interest of species survival. Democracy had died along with civilization, replaced by desperate authoritarianism that made no pretense of justice or rights, only raw power and violence in service of continuing existence. I volunteered for work details, anything to stay occupied and avoid thinking, helping dig latrines and distribute rations and build additional shelter structures. The physical labor was welcome, burning energy and calories, keeping my body too exhausted for my mind to spiral into depression and guilt. Other survivors told their stories, tales of loss and horror that paralleled my own, forming a collective narrative of trauma where the details varied but the themes remained constant. Sudden violence, impossible choices, loved ones lost to infection or chaos. The world ending not with dramatic flourish, but with messy, desperate scrambling to survive one more day. We were all mourning not just specific people, but an entire way of life. The comfortable delusion that civilization was permanent and safety was guaranteed and tomorrow would basically resemble today. Those assumptions had evaporated, revealed as fantasy. And what replaced them was harsh awareness of life's fragility and the narrow margin between order and collapse. Weeks passed in the camp, then months. Summer turned to fall, the northern Arizona weather cooling, the aspens in the surrounding mountains going gold then bare. The strikes had created a radioactive no man's land across the southern border, a dead zone where nothing could survive. But the infection continued spreading from underground emergence points, from missed cases that had been asymptomatic during screening, from new mutations of the virus that showed different symptoms or longer incubation periods. The military was losing ground despite their nuclear weapons, despite martial law, despite executing infected on sight. The enemy was too numerous, too persistent, too fundamentally difficult to eliminate when it reproduced through every bite and scratch, when dead bodies rose minutes after death to join the hunting swarms, when humanity's own population density worked against containment strategies. Estimates put the global infection rate at 30% and climbing, entire countries gone dark. Communication networks collapsed, international travel ceased, the connected world fragmenting into isolated survivors clusters trying desperately to hold out against the tide of hungry dead. I stopped searching for Elena and Sophia after the third month, accepting that if they'd survived, they'd find me through the same registry systems I'd been using, that continuing to search was just torturing myself with hope. I took a job with the camp security force, using my military and law enforcement experience to help maintain order and defend the perimeter against infected incursions that were becoming more frequent as herds migrated north following retreating human populations. The work was familiar, comforting in its routine, giving me purpose even if that purpose was just killing infected before they reached the tents, maintaining the thin bubble of relative safety that let people sleep without being torn apart in darkness. I became good at killing, efficient and emotionless, processing infected through headshots with mechanical regularity, hundreds of them over the months, maybe thousands, the numbers becoming meaningless, just targets eliminated, threats neutralized, another day purchased through violence. The word came down in December, 8 months after the initial outbreak, that the military was withdrawing from Flagstaff, consolidating forces around fewer and more defensible positions, abandoning the refugee camps to their own resources. The infection rate in the southwest had reached critical mass, making the region indefensible, requiring strategic retreat to positions further north, where lower population density and harsh winter weather might slow the infected spread. Civilians would be evacuated to camps in Wyoming and Montana, military transport moving in convoys, but priority would go to essential personnel and people with useful skills, leaving thousands to either make their own way north or die when the camps collapsed. I qualified as essential based on my military record and security experience, was assigned to a convoy scheduled to depart in 3 days. I should have felt relief, felt gratitude for another chance at survival, but I felt nothing, just the same numbness that had characterized every day since the bombs fell, since my family had vanished into the chaos and left me alone in this ruined world. The night before the convoy departed, I sat outside my tent watching the northern stars. The same stars I'd watched from the desert after killing Mendez, permanent and indifferent while everything human was temporary and fragile. The camp was quiet, most people asleep or trying to sleep despite fear and uncertainty. Somewhere in the darkness beyond the perimeter fence, I could hear infected moaning, a constant background sound like wind or distant traffic. The audio signature of the new world where the dead outnumbered the living and continued growing their ranks every day. No cure had been developed despite government assurances and military propaganda. The virus was too complex, too aggressive, too fundamentally incompatible with conventional treatment approaches. Humanity was losing, had been losing from the moment Mendez released the first infected migrants across the border, had sealed its fate through the very systems and structures that were supposed to ensure our survival. I thought about Rodriguez's dying words about my promise to kill Mendez, about whether fulfilling that promise had been worth the cost of abandoning my search for Elena and Sophia. The answer should have been no. Should have been simple and clear, but I honestly didn't know, couldn't calculate the moral mathematics of revenge versus love, duty versus family, justice versus personal happiness. Maybe there was no right answer. Maybe in the end it didn't matter because Mendez was dead and my family was gone and the world was ending regardless of my choices or actions. The trajectory set long before I'd made any individual decisions, the outcome determined by forces larger than personal will or heroic sacrifice. We were all just passengers on a ship that was sinking, had been sinking for months, would finish sinking soon enough despite our desperate bailing and patching, and the only real choice was whether to face the water with dignity or rage or resignation. The convoy left at dawn, 40 military trucks and civilian vehicles moving north on Highway 89, heading for camps in Montana where they promised better conditions and more security. Though the promises felt hollow given the track record of broken assurances and failed containments. I rode in the back of a truck with 15 other survivors, watching Arizona disappear behind us, the landscape I'd known my entire life reduced to radioactive wasteland and infected hunting grounds. The cities I'd protected as an agent now just ruins where the dead wandered without purpose or memory. The San Francisco peaks passed to our east, their snowy summits catching morning light, beautiful and uncaring. The pine forests stretched for miles, green and living, nature continuing despite humanity's collapse, and I envied the trees their indifference, their ability to simply exist without the burden of consciousness or the curse of memory. We never made it to Montana. The convoy was attacked 2 days into the journey, a massive herd of infected that had somehow migrated this far north, overwhelming our defenses through sheer numbers. Thousands of them swarming the vehicles, pulling people from trucks, tearing them apart with teeth and hands, transforming them into new infected within minutes. The military escorts fought hard, burned through ammunition trying to protect the civilians, but there were too many infected, too few bullets, and the organized retreat devolved into panicked flight, every vehicle breaking formation and running individually. Drivers flooring accelerators and smashing through infected bodies trying to reach safety that didn't exist anymore, that had stopped existing when the first outbreak consumed Nogales. My truck crashed after hitting a particularly large infected man, the impact destroying the front axle, everyone spilling out into the road among the hungry dead. I ran, pure survival instinct, leaving behind screaming people and the sounds of feeding. Reaching a tree line and diving into forest undergrowth, the infected following but unable to navigate the terrain as effectively, giving me distance and time to find a hiding spot in a fallen log where I pressed myself into rotting wood and tried not to breathe while infected stumbled past, searching for living prey. I stayed in that log for 2 days, listening to the sounds of the massacre ending, the infected eventually dispersing to hunt elsewhere, leaving the highway scattered with corpses and overturned vehicles and the remnants of humanity's last organized evacuation from the southwest. When I finally emerged, weak from hunger and dehydration, I found no survivors, just bodies and infected wandering aimlessly, the convoy's destruction complete. I salvaged what I could from the wreckage, weapons and food and water, becoming a scavenger living off the dead's provisions, and started walking north alone. No destination beyond away from here? No plan beyond surviving another day, another hour, another minute in a world that had made clear it had no place for people like me. For anyone, really. The infected inheriting an earth that living humans could no longer hold. The months that followed blurred together in a haze of movement and violence. Seasons changing from winter to spring to summer while I moved through Utah and into Idaho, always heading north, always alone, avoiding both infected and the increasingly dangerous surviving humans who'd formed tribal groups that attacked outsiders on sight, communities built on xenophobia and violence, the worst parts of human nature given free rein in the absence of law. I survived through skills learned in the Marines and Border Patrol, through luck, and perhaps through some fundamental stubbornness that refused to allow the infected or the collapse or my own trauma to finish what they'd started. But I wasn't really living, just existing. A ghost moving through a world of ghosts, present in body but absent in any way that mattered. The person I'd been before the outbreak erased as completely as Miguel Santos, the husband and father, had been erased by chaos and separation. I sometimes thought about Elena and Sophia, about whether they were alive somewhere, whether they thought about me, whether they'd survived and built new lives in camps or communities I'd never reach. The registry systems had collapsed completely by now. No databases of survivors, no way to search for specific people across the fragmented remnants of American civilization. We were all just anonymous survivors, our identities and histories as lost as the cities we'd come from. The connections that had defined us severed permanently by distance and breakdown. I told myself they were alive, had to believe they were alive because the alternative was unbearable, but I knew it was probably lie, probably comfortable delusion, that statistically they'd died in Tucson or during evacuation or in one of the camps that had fallen to infection or violence or simple failure of logistics. The probability of their survival decreased with every passing month, every new outbreak report, every refugee camp that went silent on the communications networks. I found what passed for home in a small cabin near Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, 2 years after the outbreak began, a property abandoned by owners who'd presumably fled or died, isolated enough to be defensible but close enough to town for scavenging runs. I fortified the cabin with the obsessive focus of someone with nothing else to occupy their thoughts, building barriers and traps, stockpiling supplies, creating a miniature fortress against the world. Other survivors passed through occasionally, telling stories of the infected's continued spread, of failed government attempts to establish secure zones, of rumors about research facilities still working on cures that never materialized, of the slow, inexorable human extinction happening in real time as infected populations grew and living populations shrank. The tunnels beneath the Arizona border continued serving as conduits, infected emerging regularly in California and Texas, starting fresh outbreaks that military forces could no longer contain, spreading the plague further north and east with methodical inevitability. The radio still worked, solar-powered receiver that picked up military broadcasts and occasional civilian transmissions, voices in darkness describing conditions elsewhere, painting a global picture of collapse that made Arizona's death zone seem almost quaint. Europe had fallen within the first year, population density and poor initial containment allowing the infection to spread faster than it ever had in America. Asia was fragmented. Some regions reported holding out behind militarized borders while others had gone completely silent. Billions of people transformed into infected hordes or simply dead from violence and starvation. Australia was holding, their island geography providing natural barrier, but reports suggested infected were crossing water now, whether swimming or floating on debris, finding ways to reach even isolated communities. Nowhere was safe. Nowhere was winning. Humanity was losing its final war against an enemy that used our own bodies as weapons and reproduction mechanisms. 3 years after the outbreak, on a summer evening that reminded me painfully of that last normal day in the observation tower, I was working in the cabin's garden, trying to grow vegetables because canned food supplies were running low and hunting was becoming dangerous with infected packs roaming the forests. The radio was on, broadcasting the usual mix of military communications and survivor stories, and I was only half listening, focused on weeding and watering, when a voice said something that made me freeze completely. A woman identifying herself as Elena Santos, speaking from a survivor community in northern Montana, asking if anyone had information about her husband Miguel Santos. Last known location in Arizona, Border Patrol agent. The voice was scratchy through static but unmistakably hers. Elena's voice that I hadn't heard in 3 years, that I'd convinced myself I'd never hear again. She repeated the message, asking Miguel to respond if he could hear her, giving coordinates for the community and a time for daily broadcasts. I grabbed the radio's transmitter, my hands shaking so badly I could barely manipulate the controls, keying the microphone and shouting her name, saying it was me, I was alive, I was in Idaho, I would come to Montana, I would find her, asking about Sophia, about whether our daughter was safe. But the radio was receive only, no transmission capability, and I was screaming into a device that couldn't carry my voice, couldn't bridge the distance, could only let me hear her words without responding. I stood there for 10 minutes listening to her repeat the message, her voice steady but carrying undertones of desperation, of someone making one last attempt after years of searching. And when the broadcast ended, I was crying. Actually crying for the first time since the outbreak began, my face wet with tears I'd thought were impossible. Emotions I'd buried under layers of trauma and numbness suddenly erupting with volcanic force. Montana was 800 miles north, 800 miles through infected territory, through failed zones and collapsed communities, through landscapes where the dead outnumbered the living by ratios that made travel nearly suicidal. But Elena was alive. Sophia was presumably alive with her. My family had survived and was calling for me across the airwaves, and I would go to them no matter the cost, no matter the odds, because some things mattered more than survival. Some connections transcended even apocalypse, and love was perhaps the only force strong enough to justify continued existence in a world designed for death. I packed that night, gathered supplies and weapons, studied maps and planned routes, becoming focused and purposeful in ways I hadn't been for 3 years. rediscovering motivation beyond simple continuation, finding actual reason to live rather than just habits of not dying. The journey took 6 months, 6 months of fighting through infected hordes, avoiding human predators, navigating destroyed infrastructure and environmental hazards. Moving north incrementally, sometimes covering 20 miles in a day. Sometimes trapped in defensive positions for weeks while infected sieges played out. I met other survivors along the way, some helpful, others hostile, all of them marked by the same trauma and damage that characterized everyone still living in this ruined world. An old man in Missoula who'd lost his entire family taught me new techniques for avoiding infected detection, tricks with scent masking and movement patterns. A woman in Kalispell traded me ammunition for medical supplies and told me about her daughter who died 2 months ago infected from a scratch she'd hidden until too late. The woman's guilt and grief raw and immediate. We were all carrying similar burdens, similar losses. The weight of dead worlds and dead people pressing down on whatever remained of human spirit. I reached Elena's coordinates on a February morning, the Montana landscape frozen and white with snow. The temperature well below zero, the kind of cold that made survival its own full-time occupation. The community was smaller than I'd imagined, maybe 200 people living in reinforced buildings around a former ranch complex surrounded by high walls and guard towers, clearly organized and defended, but not the large secure facility I'd envisioned. Guards challenged me at the gate, weapons raised, suspicious of outsiders, and I gave Elena's name, gave my own name, waited while they sent runners to confirm, my heart pounding so hard I thought I might pass out from anticipation and fear. What if she wasn't here anymore? What if I'd traveled 800 miles to find she'd moved on or died, or the broadcast had been old, recorded before she'd left or been killed? The doubts multiplied in the minutes I waited, spiraling into panic scenarios until the gate opened and Elena was standing there, older and harder and carrying scars both visible and invisible, but unmistakably her, unmistakably my wife. And behind her was Sophia, 15 when the outbreak started and now 18, a young woman who looked at me with wariness and hope mixed together in equal measure. We stood there for long seconds, no one moving. The moment too enormous for immediate action, 3 years of separation and survival creating distance that couldn't be crossed with simple physical reunion. Then Elena was running toward me and I was running toward her, and we collided in the snow, holding each other with desperate strength, both of us crying, both of us saying each other's names over and over like mantras or prayers. 3 years of loss and longing condensing into this single contact. Sophia joined us, more hesitant but ultimately pressing into the embrace. Our family reuniting against all probability, against every rational expectation. Proof that sometimes miracles occurred even in apocalypse, even when the world had ended and the dead walked and civilization was memory. We talked for hours that first day, catching up on 3 years of separate survival, filling each other in on how we'd made it this far. Elena and Sophia had been evacuated from Tucson the day before the strikes, had made it to a camp in Colorado that held for 8 months before being overrun, had escaped north with a group of survivors and eventually found this Montana community that had managed to establish sustainable operations through strict security protocols and agricultural self-sufficiency. They'd been broadcasting my name monthly for 2 years. Long shots that they'd continued mostly from stubborn hope rather than realistic expectation. Elena asked about Rodriguez and the other agents, and I told her about the ambush and the deaths, about Mendez's confession and the cartel operation, about my revenge mission and the satisfaction and horror of killing him. Sophia asked if I'd looked for them, and I had to tell her yes, but also no, that I'd searched initially but then given up. Had convinced myself they were dead, had stopped hoping because hope was too painful when nothing came of it. She cried, hearing that, not from anger but from grief at what we'd all lost. The normal family, we'd been transformed into scattered survivors trying to rebuild connection across trauma chasms. The Montana community was surviving but not thriving, holding steady against constant pressure from infected incursions and increasingly harsh winters that killed almost as reliably as the plague. Food was scarce despite their agricultural efforts, the short growing season and depleted soil making large harvests impossible, forcing them to supplement with hunting and scavenging runs that grew more dangerous as nearby resources were exhausted. They needed people with military or security experience, needed the skills I'd developed through Marine training and Border Patrol work, and I integrated into their defense force immediately, finding purpose in protecting this fragile bubble of humanity that included my family, that represented the last good thing in a world of horror and loss. We were maybe 2,000 survivors scattered across northern Montana communities, trading and cooperating, forming loose alliance against the infected hordes that controlled everything south. And the military remnants that occasionally contacted us spoke of similar small communities worldwide, pockets of resistance holding out but slowly losing ground to the inevitable. Years passed in the community, 4 years, 5. Sophia grew from traumatized teenager to capable adult, learning skills in medicine and engineering, becoming valuable to community survival in ways that made me proud even as I grieved the normal life she'd never have. The college and career and ordinary relationships the outbreak had stolen from her generation. Elena worked in agriculture and logistics, her organizational skills helping maximize their limited resources, and in quiet moments we'd talk about the old world, about Tucson and our neighborhood and the life we'd built there, reminiscing like elderly people discussing distant history, though that world had ended less than a decade ago. We'd rebuilt something resembling marriage, though it was different now, harder and less innocent, scarred by separation and survival. Held together by choice rather than simple momentum, genuine partnership forged through shared trauma rather than inherited tradition. The infected continued evolving, or seemed to, their behavior changing in ways that suggested either mutation or simple learning. Packs cooperating with rudimentary strategy, showing persistence and patience that earlier infected had lacked. Adapting to human defensive measures the way predators adapted to prey behavior. Scientists in the community, 3 people with advanced degrees who'd survived the collapse, theorized that the virus was selecting for more effective hunting behaviors. Evolutionary pressure applied in real time as less effective infected were killed and more effective ones survived to spread the disease further. If true, it meant humanity was training our own extinction, creating smarter and more dangerous enemies through the very resistance we mounted against them. The implications were devastating, suggesting that even if we survived decades more, we'd eventually lose to an enemy that learned from every encounter and improved its methods constantly. The radios brought news of distant collapses, more communities falling silent, more regions going dark, the map of human survival shrinking incrementally. Australia fell 7 years after the outbreak, their island barriers breached by infected that had learned or evolved methods of crossing water, swimming, or rafting, reaching their shores despite military efforts to maintain sea control. Japan lasted longer but eventually succumbed to simple attrition, their population too concentrated, their island geography becoming trap rather than advantage. South America's report suggested they'd fragmented into isolated zones in the Andes and Amazon, natural barriers providing temporary refuge but no long-term solution. Africa was largely unknown, communications collapsed, entire continent possibly empty or possibly still fighting, no way to know from our northern isolation. 10 years after the outbreak, on an October morning that felt ordinary despite the anniversary, I was on guard duty at the community's southern wall when I saw them. Thousands of infected moving north in a mass migration, the largest herd anyone had reported. a dark wave flowing across the landscape like oil spreading, consuming everything in their path. They'd organized somehow multiple smaller herds combining into super swarm that moved with terrible purpose, heading directly toward our position, toward the community, toward the last significant human presence in Montana. We had maybe 2 days to prepare before they arrived, to fortify defenses and distribute ammunition and make peace with the probability that we wouldn't survive this assault, that our years of holding out had merely delayed the inevitable. The community chose to fight rather than flee. No place left to run, nowhere that would be safer than our prepared positions, and running meant abandoning resources and structures that represented years of work. We'd make our stand here, would kill as many infected as possible before being overwhelmed, would go down fighting rather than slowly dying somewhere else. I helped coordinate the defense, drawing on military experience to position people effectively, to create layered fallback positions to maximize our limited resources. Elena and Sophia would be in the interior, last line of defense, protecting the children and elderly who couldn't fight. And I tried not to think about them being torn apart by infected if the outer defenses failed. Tried to focus on tactics and weapon placements and the mechanical details of preparing for battle. The swarm hit us at dawn 2 days later, thousands of infected crashing against our walls like tsunami against seawall. Their combined weight and pressure threatening to collapse our defenses through sheer mass. We fired continuously, carefully aimed headshots at first, but eventually just shooting into the press of bodies, dropping infected who were immediately replaced by others climbing over the corpses, creating ramps of their own dead that brought them closer to breaching the walls. The fighting lasted 18 hours, day bleeding into night and night into dawn again, all of us exhausted and deafened and running low on ammunition, the bodies piled so high around the walls that infected were basically walking up slopes to reach our positions. We lost people constantly, guards pulled from walls by grasping hands, defenders overcome when infected breached minor positions. Screaming that ended abruptly as teeth found throats and the infection spread through new victims who rose minutes later to attack their former companions. The walls collapsed on the second day, the southern barrier giving way under accumulated pressure, and infected poured through the gap in a flood of reaching hands and hungry mouths and that constant terrible moaning. We fell back to interior positions, fighting room to room, house to house, a desperate retrograde action that cost lives with every step. I lost track of Elena and Sophia in the chaos, saw them being evacuated to the central building, but then lost sight as I led a counterattack to slow the infected advance, to buy minutes or seconds that might mean the difference between total annihilation and some people surviving. The counterattack failed. Of course it failed. We were 200 people fighting thousands of infected, holding positions with nothing but bullets and courage against an enemy that didn't fear death because they were already dead. That learned from every encounter and adapted strategies faster than we could counter. I made it to the central building with maybe 30 other survivors, the last holdout in a community that was otherwise completely overrun, infected roaming the streets and buildings, feeding on corpses and hunting for living prey. Elena and Sophia were there, armed and ready, and we held a brief family moment in the midst of apocalypse, saying things that needed to be said before the end, telling each other we loved each other and had no regrets about the years we'd shared, even these broken years in this ruined world. Sophia was crying but steady, her rifle held correctly, her position at a window effective and defended. Elena was calm, almost serene, like she'd accepted what was coming and found peace in the acceptance. I wished I could feel the same peace, but felt only rage and grief and the bitter awareness that we'd fought so hard and survived so long just to die here, just to be consumed by the same plague that had started at an Arizona border station 10 years ago. The infected broke through the central building's defenses at dusk, tearing down the barricaded door, flooding into the main room where we made our last stand. We fought hand to hand when ammunition ran out, using knives and improvised weapons, our backs against the wall, literally and metaphorically. I saw people I'd known for years torn apart, saw Sophia go down under 3 infected, her screams cutting through all other sound, and Elena running toward her daughter despite knowing it was suicide, reaching Sophia just as the infected tore into both of them, mother and daughter dying together, their blood mixing on the floor. The rage that filled me then was beyond anything I'd felt even killing Mendez. Beyond anything human psychology was designed to contain, and I fought like a demon, like death itself had possessed me, killing infected with my bare hands when weapons were lost, crushing skulls and breaking spines, becoming the very violence I'd spent a decade trying to survive. But rage doesn't stop teeth and hands in the weight of numbers. I was bitten eventually, inevitably, an infected teenager getting teeth into my forearm. The pain immediate and sharp, the virus entering my bloodstream through the wound. I kept fighting for another minute, maybe 2, killing the teenager and 3 others before the infection's effects hit me. Fever spiking suddenly, vision blurring, coordination failing. I collapsed against the wall, my body shutting down, the virus spreading through my nervous system with terrifying speed, beginning its work of hijacking my brain and transforming me into one of the mindless hunters I'd been fighting. My last conscious thought was of Elena and Sophia, of their faces before the outbreak, smiling and alive in our Tucson kitchen on some ordinary morning that would never return. A memory of normalcy that dissolved as the virus completed its takeover, and Miguel Santos ceased to exist except as infected meat operating on instinct and hunger. They say that in the end there will be no humans left, just infected wandering empty cities and landscapes, eventually dying from lack of prey or from injuries sustained hunting prey that no longer exists. The plague burning itself out after consuming its entire food supply. They say the earth will recover eventually, that nature will reclaim the structures and roads and all the evidence of human civilization, covering it in green growth and animal populations that remember their ecological roles after we're gone. They say that maybe in 1,000,000 years another intelligent species will evolve and find fossils of what we were, will puzzle over the sudden extinction event that ended human dominance. We'll perhaps learn from our mistakes, though probably not, because intelligence doesn't guarantee wisdom and every species makes its own unique errors on the path to obliteration. But those are just stories survivors tell themselves, comforting narratives about meaning and legacy, when the truth is simpler and darker. We ended not with bang or whimper, but with teeth and infection, with bodies rising to hunt former family and friends, with the slow, grinding consumption of everything we built and everything we were. And there's no meaning in that, no lesson, no redemption, just biology following its programmed imperatives in a universe that never cared whether humans survived or vanished. The infected inherited the earth because we handed it to them through our own hubris and violence, through weapons research that created plagues, through cartel operations that weaponized suffering, through systems and structures that prioritized profit and power over safety and survival. And in the end, we got exactly what we deserved, which is to say we got nothing, just extinction, just silence, just the long darkness that waits for every species that makes the mistake of believing its dominance is permanent rather than conditional. And there is no one left to mourn us because mourning requires consciousness. And consciousness died when the last human brain surrendered to virus and rage and became just more meat shambling through ruins looking for prey that doesn't exist anymore. And that is the final truth. The last story, the only ending this nightmare ever had waiting for us from the moment the first infected crossed the border and started spreading the plague that would consume our world and transform it into something where humans were just memory, just ghosts, Just bones bleaching in desert sun or rotting in city streets or buried in mass graves that no one remembers and no one marks and no one mourns because there is no one left to remember or mark or mourn anything at all. Just infected, just wandering corpses, just the final proof that we were never as special as we thought. Never as resilient, never as permanent, and the desert where I once stood guard watching for threats is empty now. The saguaro cacti still standing like monuments to indifference, the sky still vast and uncaring, and the infected that was once Miguel Santos shambles through the wasteland with no memory of family or duty or the promises made in desperation. Just hunger, just movement, just the virus using a body to spread itself until there are no more bodies to spread to. And the infection finally burns out and the earth continues spinning around a sun that never noticed we were here and certainly doesn't notice we're gone.